Chapter 76. Don't worry, I'll come to see you as soon as I can coax him. Mei Yi glanced at Kevin, who was leaning against the wall, as still as an iceberg. He also knew that they must have something to talk about that was not convenient for him to hear, so he agreed, since you have confessed your identity to me, I don't mind showing a little more patience. I believe you, but don't let me wait too long. Yet. See you later. After saying that, Alicia pushed Kevin and disappeared among the numerous branches and leaves. Mei looked around. Kevin is here today. There must be other heroes coming. Just in time to find out about the 13th hairsker from their mouths. Along the way, she met Hua, Eden, Padophelis, and several other heroes. He also inquired about the 13th hairsker from their mouths. But the results were all without exception. They all made her wait patiently for Alicia to tell her personally. What concerned her the most was what Eden said: unlike Miss May, in our era, becoming a hairsker means being an enemy of mankind and bringing untold suffering and scars to the world. But Ellie is not like that. She is not our enemy, let alone a threat to humanity. She is a warrior who fights for others, and she is the only one who gathers heroes. Ai Li is just Ai Li. She is my irreplaceable friend. In my eyes, she has always been a lovable and admirable girl, that's all. As for the 13th hairsker, it's more like a wedding dress she prepared for herself. What does this mean? Mei stood in the pavilion, thinking about the meaning of these words alone. Not only Eden, but also Hua, whom he trusted the most, said Alicia was the simplest person. But, this was completely different from what she knew. Just thinking about it. Alicia's voice sounded not far away. Hi, Mei, this way, 087 is over here. She quickly ran to Mei Yi. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Yi shook her head. It doesn't matter. By the standards of paradise, it hasn't been long. How is Kevin doing? Alicia said, don't worry, it's all done. Now, no one will bother us anymore. What about you, have you met anyone else? Yi replied, after seeing part of it, the heroes and warriors seemed to have arrived in the eternal paradise, and more or less enjoyed it. How should I put it, it is indeed your memory space. Alicia smiled. There was no further delay. I know Mei Yi can't wait any longer. If you want to know about the 13th hairsker, come with me. She took Mei Yi to a room. Noda's room was empty and quiet. Only the machine on the table in the middle of the room was particularly eye-catching. Mei Yi looked around. This is, let's call it, the Paradise Archives for now, isn't it a very simple name? Alicia introduced the machine. Just read the documents piled next to the typewriter, and you will be as smart as Mei. You'll understand immediately. Mei Yi picked up a piece of paper. It says, even the determined warriors are crying for this. They thought that they would also come to an end, and be united with all the warriors here and their former friends. Red Ice. I have read this file, which is about Kevin's past. Alicia quickly said, oh, don't read it out. That's a secret that Kevin doesn't want to reveal to others. Apart from his successor and himself, it's better not to let any third party know. Mei Yi asked, in other words, those files stored in the vessel of memories, were all printed by it? Yes, these files were not written by me, but the memories of the heroes and warriors were translated into words through this typewriter, which can objectively and fairly explain the facts. It was originally stored in another place. It took me a lot of effort to move it here. Mei Yi also understood, so, you brought me here because you want the following conversation to be presented in the form of a file. Alicia nodded, that's right. This is objective and fair, isn't it? After all, the story I want to tell may be a bit long. I hope that in this process, Mei Yi can always get what she wants. A convincing answer. Then, how do you operate this thing? Alicia picked up the doll next to her and said, I'm going to ask another friend now. It's your turn, Goblin Administrator. Mei looked at the doll that was very similar to Alicia and asked, are you going to tell me that this is also English? How could be? Alicia put the doll on the table. Are you really expecting that there are actually 14 of the 13 Yingxia? Then you don't trust me. She looks cute, right? After all, she is modeled after me, and she has the same beauty and intelligence as me. There are 13 in total. They were originally intended to be given to all Yingxia, but in the end only Eden and Eponia accepted them. If Mei wants them, there are still many in stock. Mei Yi said, never mind this for now, the administrator has been motionless since just now, is it okay? Alicia gave May the command to wake up. Let her wake up Ellie the fairy. Hello, lovely human being. I am Ellie, a fairy from the kingdom of Zional, and I am here to meet you, the one who is important to me. DB. May hesitated for a moment. Hello, Fairy Ellie, my name is Raiden May. You are the administrator of this archives, right? Then you should know how to start this typewriter, right? Fairy Ellie said, oh, what an impatient human being. Are you going to use a weak fairy before you have even said hello? There is really no way, who made me a kind fairy? Let me introduce you to this typewriter. It can retrieve all the information stored in the paradise. If you don't interfere, it will automatically print out the recent major events. Fairy Ellie touched the typewriter lightly, and the typewriter immediately started up and spit out a new document. I picked up the document and it said, the entrance to eternal paradise is open, so it is indeed an objective and fair account. What if I have specific information that I want to inquire about? Elf Ellie replied, that's a bit difficult. Rather than explaining, it might be faster to try. Come on, type your question. Mei Yi said straightforwardly, please tell me the truth about the 13th hairsker. Alicia was shocked. Oh, May, that's so straightforward. The typewriter started immediately and roared for a long time, but only spit out a document. Mei Yi took the document and raised her eyebrows. Blank paper. Fairy Ellie explained, because it is really impossible to find one or several files in the memory bank to summarize such an overly general issue. To give you an accurate answer, I probably have to print out Alicia's entire life. But in that case, you wouldn't be able to read it all, right? This typewriter can always tell only concrete facts, never forget them. May thought for a while, then, let's start with Alicia's past. Fairy Ellie said, this is very simple. Just let her put her hand on the typewriter. Alicia took the initiative to put her hand up. Alicia's past was also printed out. The exposure picture of the sky is also transformed from a paper document into a picture. In the screen. In Alicia's room early in the morning. The alarm clock rings, good morning. A new day starts with a wonderful encounter. Remember to weigh yourself first when you get up. Alicia yawned and got up. A new day, a new beauty, come on, Alicia. Get up, get dressed, weigh yourself first. Okay, delete the record. Before you go out, look in the mirror first. The dress is okay, the bangs are okay, the smile is okay, Today is also a delicate and shining day. The next scene is in Fire Chaser's restaurant. While Alicia was eating breakfast, she greeted everyone she met in the base, and everyone responded to her enthusiastically and proactively. Then came the training room. Even though it was the latest high-intensity training, she still completed it very easily, and also filled in very simple answers on the report. Hen also came out, you have been arrested and educated, haven't you learned your lesson? Morning, Hen. Alicia greeted him, I can't help it. This is what I feel. Don't the organizational values of Fire Chaser be straightforward? I obviously abide by them. Hen looked at the report and said helplessly, someone else copied what was written 2 weeks ago. Your report has the same 4 words. It's useless for others to say good things to you. But anyway, you are now a popular person in the army. Just a few words above, I won't do anything to you. Who would have thought that the little girl brought back from Vostok by the soldiers would now become their role model? Alicia said, are these 2 different things? I joined the fire-chasing moth through formal recruitment, and I relied entirely on my own efforts. Besides, I'm far from being a benchmark, right? Otherwise, I would have changed the Fire Moth's team logo to pink. Hen couldn't help but laugh, spare me. Pink team badge? Are you trying to force me to defect? Alicia deliberately raised her fist, if you are not convinced, try to surpass me. Hen shook his head, then I'm afraid I won't have a chance to appear. Look, your competitor has already appeared. He slid his hand in the air and called up the records of the training cabin. For the first time, the number 2 was written before Alicia's name. Alicia stared at it for a while. The first one is, a name I haven't seen before. Is it a newcomer? Hen replied, I haven't seen it either. I heard that a strange guy came here recently. The reason why he joined the fire-chasing moth was because of his little girlfriend? It's so interesting, maybe it's him? Haha. Just for a moment when I saw this sentence. On the continent of Teyvat. In the chat area. Wendy, it must be Kevin. Zhongli, it's definitely Kevin. Funina, that's right, it's Kevin. Dadalia, it's Kevin, that's right. Nazada, it's Kevin. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, that's Kevin, right. Paimon, Q. Who else could it be besides Kevin? Ying, one look at Kevin. Walnut, only Kevin can do this kind of thing. And in the screen. Alicia also said, wow. That's really romantic. It seems like I could get to know him and his girlfriend. Hen said, isn't today the traditional night of the organization? The newcomers should not be absent. If you are so interested, why not go to the dance to find out? Alicia nodded, well, then I have to prepare well. Go back to your room. Alicia looked in the mirror and thought, prom, although I have thought about dozens of outfits for a long time, I still need to try them on before I can decide which dress is better. Be more gorgeous and wear this long trailing skirt? Or be more elegant and wear this backless evening dress? Is it too bold? Dong 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 dong. Who is it? Is it time already? Alicia walked to the door and opened it. Then I saw Mebius angrily, Ai Li. Xia. Ah, it's Dr. Mebius. The dark circles under your eyes seem to be darker than the past few days. You should pay attention to rest. Don't put weird things in my closet anymore. Mebius threw a pile of clothes in and then closed the door hard. Alicia smiled, oh, Dr. Mebius is still so shy. It's rare that I'm kind enough to prepare clothes for her, but occasionally I have to change her clothes. Hey? This one is, well, a good idea. Just wear this one to the party. The scene comes to the banquet hall. Alicia was wearing a maid outfit and carrying sparkling water, and kept walking through the party. At the same time, I am looking for the so-called new person. Suddenly I heard a gentle woman's voice, excuse me, have you seen the 10 young people with hair? Alicia looked over. I thought to myself, oh, we're talking about girls here, so I won't bother you, but that purple-haired girl, is a bit pretty, I'll remember that. XB. Other voices came. That is the uneasiness in the hearts of some fire-chasing moth soldiers, the hesitation and panic about the future, the fear and despair of collapse. Alicia accidentally bumped the tray into someone else's body. Ah. I'm sorry, I didn't look at the road well and bumped into you. No. It's my fault that I blocked you by standing in a place like this. Didn't the drink spill on you? No, look, I caught the cup. Thank you for the sparkling water. I was feeling thirsty. Wow, your reaction speed is too fast, you don't look like an ordinary soldier. Familiar conversations emerge. This moment. Everyone reacted. This white-haired boy is Kevin. It had appeared in Kevin's memories earlier. 0.5 It turns out that this is the first encounter between Alicia and Kevin. Everyone sighed with emotion. When they saw this paragraph, they still didn't quite understand it. They only felt Kevin's shyness and youthfulness. Now looking at it from Alicia's perspective, it's a completely different feeling. The heavenly exposure continues. After reading this memory, Mei Yi asked, is this the first time you and Kevin met? Alicia said, yes, I really miss the way we were young and vigorous, although I am still very young now. Kevin has changed a lot. You see, he just recognized when he was young, he still knew how to make girls happy. I also agreed, indeed. Even among Yingxia, you can be considered to have a deep connection with the fire-chasing moth. But, what I care more about is what the other man said, the one you met during training. It's not another man, it's Hen. You should have seen him. Alicia corrected her description. Yi thought for a moment, Hen. I have seen this name in the memories of Kevin and Cosmo. If I remember correctly, he later became a fusion warrior. He seems, and unintentionally your origins are mentioned in it. Alicia said, yeah, this is a past that I don't even know about. After all, I was still a little sister at that time. Vostok, 51. That's the name the word? It seems to be the place where I was born, but I have no real sense of it. It's not that I don't miss my hometown, but I was really young at that time. The only thing I still remember is probably the fact that the fire-chasing moth took me away. Take you away? Alicia nodded, of course, I'm not the only one. The fire-chasing moth took away many residents in the town. They seemed to want to investigate something, but found nothing. So everyone was sent back in the end. There isn't even any record of this incident. According to Mebius, it was eventually characterized as an own incident. Chapter 77. I'm a little disappointed. I was expecting that there would be some secret about my origin that I didn't know about. The rest of the story is more ordinary. I grew up slowly, became a graceful girl, and met the fire-chasing moth again. From then on, the wheel of fate began to turn. What happened next? We all know it. After listening to Alicia's story, Mei Yi couldn't help but ask, is that just like this? Alicia said, if Mei is worried, can you also confirm it? Her eyes flicked over the typewriter. The typewriter quickly produced a new page. As Alicia said, Estock 51 is just a small, unknown city that was blocked by the fire moth for a period of time in history. But the investigation confirmed that none of the residents here were abnormal. Alicia said, this way Mei can understand that I am just an ordinary beautiful girl. Mei Yi looked at the files and said, leave aside the conclusion, the you described in these files are indeed different from what you are now, time has left more or less traces on you. It's quite acceptable. It's emotional, you, and Kevin. Alicia tilted her head and thought for a while. Well, how should I put it? This may be a step-by-step process, right? However, Mei Yi saw such a tender memory, I almost blushed. I looked at her pretending to be shy and said, really? I think you enjoy it. Alicia smiled and said, yeah. That's a bold statement, but it would be a lie to say that I'm not happy. After all, Mei said she wanted to know everything about me and wanted to develop a further relationship with me. Of course I welcome it. Face this. If it were others, they might have completely fallen. But I just said lightly, I probably never said that. Alicia said, oh, this is the only thing that's not good about a perfect girl like Mei. If she could be as frank as me, she would definitely be more popular. See here. Ye Shenz's mood seemed very excited. He chuckled to himself, wow, she is so good, I like her so much. Lin Hao also sighed, yes, no one dislikes Alicia. Ye Shenzi looked over in surprise, wait a minute. In your previous life until the end of 23rd century, did you like Mei or Alicia? Don't say you liked both, TT. Ye Shenzi saw that he was doing this again. He ignored it and opened the chat area directly. Ye Shenzi, Alicia is so cute, I like her so much, she is indeed my previous life. Thunder movie, yes, Alicia is really hard to dislike. Xiao Gong, I also want to be a woman like Alicia. Nazita, remind you, Yi will find the answer soon and will leave the piranha. Wendy, I don't know if the paradise of the past is still there. If possible, I would also like to go to that world to meet Alicia. Zhongli, the restless wind also wants to stop here? Is this Alicia? Wendy, it's time to slip away, don't you want to see her? Zhongli, Alicia, is indeed a very special person. If possible, I would naturally want to meet her. Hudao, ah. Zhongli is also tempted. Kei Qing, Hall Master Hu, not only Zhongli Keqing, I think no one dislikes her, right? Funina, yes, she is really the most special existence in this exposure. While everyone was still chatting. Exposed. Alicia also returned to the topic, okay, let's move the topic back to Alicia. After knowing my past, what are the 10 things Mei wants to know about? Well, let me think about it, there are several suitable themes. Alicia put her hand on the typewriter. After a while, the printer still didn't respond. Hey, why didn't it print out? Mei looked carefully, listen, there seems to be a clicking sound, is it stuck inside? Wait, let me take a look. Elf Ellie came over and studied for a while, it's strange, has it been broken for too long? Let me see the repair manual, it says this is how it should be here, it should be like this, forget it. Look at me, hey. Bang. I watched Fairy Ellie hit it with her staff and said, this time, it stopped working completely. Elf Ellie was still staring at the typewriter, strange, why is it still not repaired? No, you just hit it hard with your staff. It can't be called repairing at all, right? I exposed her mercilessly. Fairy Ellie said, but based on past experience, this is the most efficient way to repair it. Mei Yi said, I am temporarily doubtful about the source of your experience. Alicia on the side felt that she was being understood. I continued, but that's not important. Let's see first, what to do with the typewriter that you smashed. I didn't smash it. It's... Fairy Ellie looked around and finally found the reason. By the way, there is no paper. How can we print files without paper? Right. Mei Yi asked back, but isn't this a memory space? And when it was operating normally just now, it seemed that it wasn't detailed, right? Elf Ellie was speechless for a moment. After a long pause, he said, I am the administrator of this archives room. This human like me must listen to the goblin administrator. Mei took out a piece of paper directly from the table. By the way, I just printed out a piece of white paper. Then, that counts as used. It can't be used again. Seeing that she was still stubborn, Mei had no choice but to compromise. Oh. I understand, I can just find you some unused paper, right? Elf Ellie nodded, that's right. In the meantime, I will repair it. I mean, when you find real white paper, this typewriter will be able to work normally. D***. Mei Yi sighed in her heart. I know there is nothing I can do now, I can only go out for a walk and wait for a while. She and Alicia came out. White paper. Where can I find white paper? Alicia would search patiently wherever she passed. She didn't think a blank sheet of paper was really needed. Alicia smiled and said, you have to take every little thing in life seriously, Mei. The words just fell. Monsters suddenly appeared in this eternal paradise. Although these monsters are also formed from a collection of memories, they appear too frequently. Neither of them could think about this problem now. After wandering around for a while, I cleaned up some monsters. Alicia suddenly said, oh. Mei, I feel like this is a bit inefficient. Why don't we split up and look for it? I'll be responsible for this side, and you'll be responsible for that side, okay? You can also take it easy. Mei Yi immediately agreed. Looking at the direction Alicia left, she could guess that she was probably going back to help repair the typewriter. Now that they're here, let's settle down and give them a little more time. With this thought, Mei walked towards the garden. Not far into the cave, I saw Aponia and Gracio in the distance. By the way, if it's drawing paper. No, I'm stuck in it too. Mei Yi shook her head and almost asked for drawing paper. Sister Mei. Gracio took the initiative to greet her. When Mei Yi saw the atmosphere here, she couldn't help but sigh, it seems. I came at the wrong time. Gracio said, no, Sister Mei Yi will come anytime, we are all welcome. Mei Yi looked forward. Cosmo. Aponia, the two looked at each other in silence. Mei couldn't help but sigh in her heart, this was just like always, she didn't feel any welcome atmosphere. Cosmo said to Aponia, forget it, I don't want to say it a second time. Aponia said, if you insist on doing this, I won't say anything. But sometimes, letting the truth go with the wind, may not be a better choice. It can only be a bad thing, said Cosmo. Aponia stared at him, the word I used is better. What if Gracio wants this? Cosmo asked, how can you prove that this is not your excuse? How can you prove that you did not unknowingly put pressure on her? Gracie looked at a loss. Mei Yi also noticed this and looked at her with fear, worried that such a tense atmosphere would have a negative impact on her. Especially considering the characteristics of Gracie, whether it is for safety reasons or simply for her. Mei can't just sit back and watch. She took a step forward, although you may be a little nosy, but since you all claim to be Gradius's protector, shouldn't you also consider her feelings? Cosmo said coldly, nosy? Indeed. Aponia also reminded, Mei, it would be bad to rashly interfere in the dispute between Yingxia and Yingxia. Please don't worry, Cosmo and I just want to recount some old things. Mei didn't back down, if you don't use that word, I might trust you a little more. Aponia couldn't help laughing, oh, this really makes you laugh. My original intention was just to protect Mei's safety. Cosmo said, protection? It's even more disturbing to hear this word from your mouth. Mei noticed that Cosmo glanced at her. It seemed like he was gesturing for her to take a few steps toward him. Was there something that gratitude couldn't hear? Mei came closer. Cosmo lowered his voice and said, I'll give you a piece of advice, Hairsker of Thunder, don't trust any of us easily. Each of us has secrets, and so do I. He quickly glanced in the direction of Gracie. Yingji is not a hero. The so-called Promised Land is far from as beautiful as its name suggests. Hairsker, if you plan to continue digging here, you'd better remember this and don't do that kind of behavior again. Mei Yi also said, thank you for your advice, I will use my own eyes to make a judgment. What else did Cosmo want to say? Alicia's voice suddenly came over, Mei. The typewriter has been repaired, I brought it over, the words are not finished yet. She saw this tense scene. Ah, did we come at the wrong time? Fairy Ellie said directly, what are you talking about? We shine so brightly that everyone sees us, of course, the fairy of love can only come at the right time. Alicia nodded, maybe. Mei looked at her and said, it's strange that you can show such an expression. I seem to understand what your natural enemy is. Alicia smiled, yeah, my natural enemy is of course a beautiful girl like Mei. No matter what request you make, I can't refuse. Aponia also spoke out at this time, Alicia. It's so reassuring to see your energetic smile as always. Me too, Aponia, I am so happy every time I see you. Gracio's eyes swept over Alicia and then fell on the Fairy Ellie. Ah! Sister Alicia, there are two of them. Fairy Ellie immediately introduced herself. Ellie is a fairy from the Kingdom of Zional, and she is also the fairy administrator of the archives. If you want to know anything, just ask me. Gracie asked, what are you holding, a typewriter? Printing or something? Alicia chuckled and said, Gradius is also interested, right? Do you want to give it a try? Fairy Ellie explained, just put your hand on the dial, and it will automatically select a memory related to you from the data and print it out. Like this. Gracie put her hand up. What was printed was a painting, the same as the previous file of Gradio. Alicia looked at it carefully, this person in the painting is Cosma. Aponia also said, indeed, although 683 is a bit abstract, this figure is indeed Cosmo. Gracio said, I remember this. Cosmo said he learned to play the harmonica, and Sister Dystopia asked him to perform for everyone. After Cosmo's performance, Sister Dystopia, my sister, laughed so hard that she fell off her chair. Thank you, Goblin Administrator. Gracie has recalled very happy memories. Fairy Ellie nodded with satisfaction, yeah, thank you for your patronage. Human children, don't underestimate the power of fairies. Mei Yi couldn't help teasing, oh, the power of fairies is so convenient. Moreover, it seems that there is no need for any blank paper. DB. Fairy Ellie quickly came up with an excuse, because the fairy's power has been upgraded. If you don't believe it, try it again. Gracia was very interested, then. Cosmo will be next. Don't. Cosmo decisively refused. Alicia was shocked, wow, that's a very straightforward answer, but Cosmo and Sister Gracie have said so. If you refuse again, are you a bit unreasonable? As she spoke, she pressed Cosmo's hand on the typewriter. Stop. When Cosmo reacted and wanted to take it back, it was already too late. The printed paper floats out. The picture also appears on the exposure screen. Cosmo was hiding in a corner, secretly watching the conversation between Alicia and Hua. In the picture, Alicia poses in a very special pose, just like the knight transforming on TV. Then asked Xiang Hua, how do you feel? Hua replied, it is indeed a very powerful move. Is it done to control the flow of Honkai energy? Alicia thought for a while and said, it should be regarded as some kind of ritual for the state of mind, right? How about, Hua, do you want to try it too? Well, I understand. Hua decisively raised his right hand and began to follow the poses. Cosma, who was in the corner, saw this posture and sighed from the bottom of his heart, handsome. See this memory. Everyone present fell silent. There was silence for a long, long time. It's as if the embarrassment is solidified and won't go away. After a long time, Mei finally spoke, Cosmo, you. But she didn't know what to say. Aponia laughed out loud, haha. This is indeed very Alicia's style. Alicia also joked, hey Cosmo, how can you peek at girls? Cosmo. His head was almost buried in the ground. Alicia continued, however, it also reminded me of something. I originally planned to turn this action into a kind of etiquette for Yingji, and use it throughout the entire fire-chasing moth. Promoted face-to-face. It's a pity that the teaching plan was not smoother than expected. It took several months just to teach Phyllis. Mei Yi said, is there a possibility that she doesn't want to learn at all? Alicia smiled and said, how could it be? You heard Cosmo's voice, right? Cosmo. Cosmo, can you change the topic? Chapter 78. Haha, it reminds me of children's games. Aponia couldn't help but smile. The tense atmosphere just now disappeared in an instant. Aponia took Gradius to other places to sketch, and Cosmo followed. For a while. They are the only ones left here again. Alicia said, "Ah, everyone has left. Now that we have obtained the blank paper, then shall we go back too?" On the way back to the archives, May couldn't help but ask, "Is that kind of tense situation normal between Cosmo and Aponia?" Alicia replied, "I understand what you mean. After all, in a sense, they are all Gradius's guardians, but they each have their own positions. However, most of the time, the three of them will not be present at the same time, so don't worry." Chatting and chatting. The three of them also returned to the archives room. Alicia was the first to arrive here. After putting the typewriter away, she looked back at Mei who had just come in. "Mei, you're walking a little slowly. Are you still immersed in the story of Cosmo? You also find it interesting, right?" Mei said, "It is indeed thought-provoking, especially the part where you teach others strange things. Looking back, you are always like this, appearing unexpectedly in everyone's memories. It seems that all the lives here are inextricably related to you." Alicia covered her mouth with her hands, slightly shy. "Oh my god," Mei suddenly praised me so frankly. "Is this the heartbeat offensive? What a foul! Never mind." I was no longer ready to continue this topic. I heard Alicia say, "Maybe you can get rid of the seeming. Is there any Yingji here whose story is not intertwined with others? You'll understand soon." "Okay, which period of me does Mei want to see next?" I immediately thought of Kevin. "You said that you and Kevin got to where you are today step by step. So, where is your next step?" "Oh, I have to think about this." Alicia recalled, the fourth collapse went smoothly, Kevin tasted the fruits of victory for the first time, and the team I also met new companions. Then there was the old poison chrysalis crisis, but that was more of Sakura and Velvet's home turf, and we could only be considered supporting characters. It's the same later. During that time, the fire chaser moth was busy with big and small problems almost every day, but really speaking of the next decisive event. Maybe it's the 6th Honkai impact. Mei should have heard about it. Mei had indeed seen it in the files of the World Snake. I remember, the Hairsker who was born in that collapse showed a human-like consciousness when he was about to die, and Kevin had the idea of shake. But, that's just an illusion, and humans have paid huge sacrifices for it. Alicia said, "Yes, it's not difficult to imagine Wu, but in that era, there was no example of becoming a Hairsker and then turning back into a human. As far as I know, there was never one. At that time we chose to believe, and reality also made us realize how heavy it is to believe. Maybe from then on, some things were already destined. It's like someone planted a seed. Even if you don't do anything, it will slowly take root and sprout." She put her hand on the typewriter. "A memory is also printed. This memory is exactly the memory that Kevin once recalled. It was the conversation between Alicia and Kevin after defeating the 7th Hairsker. Kevin, as long as I close my eyes, I will see him ahu. She is standing there. We seem to have returned to the dance that night. Kevin, did you know? When I swung that sword, she had the same expression on her face. Kevin, I'm afraid of that dream, and even more afraid of waking up from the dream." After Alicia left the room, came back quietly again, eavesdropping on Kevin's whispers, listening to his sad voice. Although there were only a few words, the content was enough to make Alicia open her eyes. Subsequently, Alicia came to Mebius's laboratory. "Hey, I never thought that you would come to me for this matter, Alia. It's a bit too much, Mebius, you know very well that I don't want to fall behind Kevin, and I don't want to fall behind you. Well, the former has no chance, so the latter. I don't want to fall behind anyway. We have to fight for it." Mebius readily agreed, "Okay, then I'll jump in the queue for you. Of course I'm happy to choose a way to die for you with my own hands." Alicia said, "This is not possible, Mebius, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I prepared it before coming here. Alicia's fusion factor must be unique, right?" After reading this printed memory, Alicia was also very moved. Yes, there are also such memories, when there is nothing to do and nothing to do. Mei Yi said, Kevin has never been able to get out of the shadow. In the 7th collapse that followed, he was forced to kill his former comrades. It's no wonder. He's a changed person. Alicia also lamented, during that time, he suffered from severe mental illness and even wanted to escape from his companions. But I always felt that that was not his problem, but the psychiatrist's problem. You can obviously come to me. See here. Teyvat continent. Nazada suddenly came to her senses, so, Kevin's change in character was due to these things? The first time he killed many comrades and destroyed the city because of his hesitation. The second time, he had not changed from when he came out of the shadows, he had to kill his teammates again, which made Hua hold a grudge for many years, and he could not let it go until the hairsker of corrosion. At this moment she understood. What is Kevin the villain? The big bad guy? Not at all, it's just because he has experienced too much. 703, just reading the printed plot, it is obvious that Kevin suffered a lot of criticism after becoming the first fusion warrior, and because he could no longer hug Mei, he was under great pressure and almost collapsed. After experiencing so many things, he changed from a sunny and cheerful boy to a taciturn person, which is normal. Figure this out. Nazada felt that she really deserved to die. Why do you think Kevin is a villain in the first place? Why do you keep saying bad things about him? Villain? Isn't this nonsense? Anyone who has gone through these things and doesn't have a mental breakdown is fine, but as for him, he was just fighting against the collapse. Isn't this perfectly normal? Upset. Remorse. Nazada regretted it so much now. I can only say in the chat area, I really deserve to die for calling Kevin a villain. I really deserve to die. Wendy, don't think so, after all, Kevin doesn't care how you evaluate him. Zhongli, it turns out that the truth of the matter is like this. I seem to understand why the exposure system exposed the paradise of the past. Sometimes, the truth learned from others is more profound. Gan Yu, suffering so much pain, he just became silent. Shen He, I seem to understand his pain. Nazada, from this moment on, I will never say a bad word about Kevin again. Thunder Movie, is this the past of Master Lin Hao? Is this his experience in his last life? Kevin, it's not easy for him. As more and more people speak in the comments section. The people who originally called Kevin a villain and scolded Kevin all regretted it and wanted to slap themselves in the face. And the exposure continues. May asked Alicia, about your surgery, I remember that Mebius has always been skeptical. Alicia replied, well, that's probably because she has always been looking forward to the side effects that the supermutable factor will bring to me, but the result was that she was very disappointed, or rather, envious. Maybe Dr. Wuss also has the thoughts of a girl. It's okay for me to swap with her, right? Actually, I don't really like this approach of gradually blurring the boundaries between humans and Honkaimen. The Fire Chaser has also made other attempts, such as artificial life and super large robots. You can guess whose idea it was, right? If they were the ones who succeeded in the end, the story would have taken a completely different direction. Me, I said, but you finally chose the fusion warrior. Alicia said, who told Kevin to do so well? People saw hope in him, and you know, it's far more precious than victory. There are many ways to achieve victory, but when it comes to hope, people often don't have many options. Mei Yi. She didn't expect it to be such a reason. That Kevin, how much did he bear? Alicia continued, however, if Mei thinks this is a heavy story, she is totally wrong. At that time, the selection criteria for fusion warriors were quite strict and were completely controlled by Mebius Laboratory. Although sacrifices were inevitable, the success rate was still guaranteed, relatively speaking. L.A. It didn't take long before the Fire Chaser Moth had 8 fusion warriors. Alicia's fingertips lightly touched the typewriter. And this is what I want to show Mei Yi. The typewriter printed out a photo. In the photo, Kevin, Mei, Hen, Alicia, Sakura, Cosmo, and Dystopia are all included. Kevin is holding a cut cake with a faint smile on his face. Everyone is happy. Alicia recounted, this was the birthday party everyone held for Kevin not long ago. Oh my, I was so good looking at that time. Of course, I have always been good looking. Looking at the photo, Mei couldn't help but say, what a surprise. That Kevin can actually smile like that, think of an ordinary person. This statement is very rude. However, I understand what Mei Yi means. Alicia also looked at the photo. After all, next to Mei, Kevin is just a big boy. He obviously wants to be closer to her, but he is worried because he is afraid of frostbite, and at the same time he is happy for her intentions. This is also the Kevin you know. Same goes for Mei. She only acts like a girl in front of Kevin and me. You see, Sakura also shows a carefree side. I have always felt that this kind of expression is suitable for her. Although Eponia and Mebius were not present, they prepared many interesting gifts. That was also the first time we saw Hen wearing a dress. Everyone made fun of him for a long time. Dystopia showed everyone the ability to cut a cake with telekinesis, and pretended not to control it well, deliberately cutting Cosmo's portion into small pieces. He was disappointed at the time, but couldn't say a word. In the end, everyone gave him their cake. Oh, a lot of things really happened. Even at that time, I had such happy memories. Alicia sighed. Mei Yi then said, but after knowing the result, the happiness that was once, will turn into sadness, right? Alicia said, well, maybe, there will be a touch of sadness. But I think it should not be a kind of pain, but a kind of joy. Be happy for the happiness you once had, and look forward to the miracles that will still happen in the future. You see, everything has two sides, right? After experiencing that, Kevin can still remember how a person should laugh. Narukami Taisha Shrine. Under the sacred cherry tree. Ye Shenzi asked Lin Hao abruptly, so, why doesn't Kevin laugh now? Without waiting for Lin Hao to answer, she asked again, he has experienced so many ups and downs and so many tragedies, but he can still remember how to laugh, but why, it doesn't work for Kevin in this world? And Kevin from once upon a time didn't laugh either? What happened next? Maybe. Ye Shenzi is not asking for answers at all. Instead, he was reminding himself that there must be something more tragic than the previous experiences in the future, which would completely wipe away Kevin's smile. She looked at Lin Hao, opened her mouth, and wanted to ask for an answer. But when Lin Hao was about to speak, she decisively covered Lin Hao's mouth. I want to feel what happens next. It's not just her. Now, in the chat area, Funina is also asking, why can't Kevin laugh now? But no one answered him. The entire chat area even fell silent. In the sky, the exposure continues. Alicia also continued, but if this photo had not been taken at that time, may not have seen this scenery in the end. It's also rare to have the opportunity to see the carefully dressed up side of Sakura and Mei, the time before Cosmo grew horns, and the appearance of Dystopia and Hen. But now, you not only see them, but you also remember them. Isn't this a joyful thing? At least, I am very happy. Mei could also understand her thoughts, indeed. I can feel the meaning behind this memory, and it is indeed easy to forget. Alicia nodded with satisfaction, yet, I knew that Mei understood me. But, as you said, the results are also very important. You see, even in the paradise of the past where everything is a foregone conclusion, people still value the results. For example, you can't mention his hometown to Kyunja, you can't eat what Mebius gave you. Can't refuse Alicia's request, can't tell Sakura. Hey? What do you want to tell me? Sakura suddenly came here and asked. Hey? Alicia was also at a loss for a moment. Sakura? Well, oh, this is really true. I can't hide it now. I was just about to tell Mei, then how beautiful you look one day. Sakura came over and saw the photos on the table. He smiled and said, this photo is from that time. I really miss it. Mei asked, Sakura, are you here to see Alicia? Sakura replied, that's not the case, I just happened to see you two and was a little curious. What are you doing? Fairy Ellie said proudly, hey, don't be too surprised to hear this. They are experiencing this eternal paradise effective information flow big data processing center visual terminal. Mei Yi interrupted her directly, this seems to be very different from the name you said the first time. Fairy Ellie decisively changed her mind, this fairy magic typewriter can print everything that happened in the past. There is nothing it doesn't know about. Sakura looked at the files scattered around, so, weren't those files written by someone? Elf Ellie was dissatisfied, you look down on the magic of fairies too much. The prototype of this terminal is the data recording device of the control center of Fire Chasing Moth. Even as a manager, I only have read permission. Sakura looked unconcerned and asked casually, it sounds very powerful. Can you tell me where Velvet is now? I'm looking for her. I remember what Velvet said. She said she wanted to investigate the tower. Mei Yi answered her directly. The tower. No wonder I can't feel her breath around here. Thank you, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Sakura left directly. Chapter 79. Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. Sakura is really amazing, she can quietly appear behind others every time. I was also deeply touched and said, it's better not to mention her name. Alicia looked towards the direction Sakura was leaving. I always felt. Sakura's reaction just now was a bit strange, it made people a little concerned. I hope it was just an illusion. Although they are all memories, Sakura's time stayed earlier than everyone else. It may make people feel a little bit concerned. How shocking it would be if she found out the truth about that matter, how sad it would be. Mei had read World Snake's files and knew something about Sakura. As you said, some things may have been doomed from a certain point on. Alicia hoped, but I do hope that everyone can have a happy ending, at least, in this paradise of the past. She shook her head. Put all these things out of your mind for the time being. He smiled and said, for the next memory, I want to take you to a special place. I asked, are there any special considerations? Alicia replied, consideration? Not really. Just for a sense of ceremony. You see, Mei already understands what happened after the 7th collapse. From the 8th hairsker to the 11th hairsker, we have been constantly moving forward in the cycle of gain and loss. Although each paragraph is a very important story, it will inevitably be a bit complicated to describe in detail. So, I think we can go straight to the climax, go through that door and you'll understand. She brought Mei Yi to the square. At the end of the square, there is a stone gate. The moment you walk through the door, he returned to the Hall of Paradise. She looked at Alicia, isn't this the Paradise Hall? Alicia corrected, it's where we first met. Mei Yi asked, it's a very convenient way of teleportation, but why do you have to come back here? Alicia replied, after all, the next story is related to it. This is our beginning. Oh, this time it doesn't mean me and Mei. You mean the 13 heroes of Chasing Fire, right? Mei Yi continued, you said that in reality, this place was also used as a meeting hall for the heroes. Yes. Alicia couldn't help but recall the scene at that time. It was here that I proudly announced this name to the world. The picture is also presented by the exposure system. Alicia in the picture was decorating the hall for the upcoming meeting, and specially asked Velvet to make desserts and tea for 13 people. 30 minutes later. In the lounge. Kevin, Eden, Aponia, Velvet, and Hua all came to wait in this 770 mile. Alicia looked at the people in front of her and said, the number of people who came is a little less than expected. Sakura asked for leave from me. Others are going, where is it? Kevin. Aponia said, Kyunja is missing and I can't find him. But he has always been like this, so I don't think there is anything to worry about. Mebius locked herself in the laboratory, and when I went to call her, she was rejected. A little sad. Velvet continued, Cosmo came here earlier and asked Velvet to help him adjust his condition. He said that he has been very unstable recently and doesn't want to cause trouble to everyone. He is probably receiving treatment from Su now. Hua then added, Gradio, doesn't seem to want to go out. Just in case, Phyllis stayed to take care of her. After listening to everyone's words, Alicia also understood, oh, everyone is very busy. In other words, no one else will come for the time being. Then, shall we start? Sitting below, Hua, Aponia, Velvet, and Eden applauded in unison. Kevin just leaned against the wall and watched all this silently with his hands folded on his chest. Wait for the applause to end. Alicia continued, you must have heard about today's topic. We have always been a precious asset to the Fire Moth. Because of everyone's hard work and excellent performance, more and more people expressed their opinions recognition of us. So, I think it's time to fight for a new identity for everyone. The whole lounge was silent and everyone was calm. Alicia was still minding her own business and said, I wonder if the name Zuhuo 13 Yingzha will satisfy you? I thought about it for half an hour. Still silent. No one came to answer her words. Alicia continued, okay, I think you all know the reasons for establishing the rankings. Then, do you have anything to say about my number 1 position? Still silent. No? Oh, that's really embarrassing. Then, let's continue. She continued to talk, even though everyone in the lounge was silent, and even though no one cooperated with her, she still finished it all. The above is all about ranking and engraving. I know that everyone doesn't like to be bound by rules, but the most basic love for each other must be followed. By the way, as a symbol of Yingji's status, I have a gift for everyone. Chiang Chiang. She took out a doll of Fairy Ellie. At this time, Aponia said, "What a cute doll." Alicia said, "After all, it is based on me. She has the same intelligence and beauty as me. There are 13 of them in total. In this way, every Yingja will have a flawless Ellie beside him." "Xia is with you, isn't she, Aponia?" Aponia took the doll. "It's indeed a joy. I will accept it with gratitude." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Alicia looked at the others. Eden got it in advance last night, so, where are the others? The entire lounge fell silent again. Alicia said, "Oh, everyone is still a little shy. Forget it, you can come to me at any time if you change your mind." "So next, about Zuhuo Yingjia's story, Alicia." Kevin interrupted her. Alicia was surprised. "Wow! Kevin is going to speak? Everyone, listen carefully. Is that enough?" Kevin's cold voice contained a different emotion. "We, actually all know it. The document you submitted was not approved. The higher UPS will not allow such a group to exist." Alicia hesitated for a moment, but still smiled. "That doesn't mean anything." Kevin shook his head. "No, that means Fire-Chasing Moth does not recognize the 13 heroes." "What?" Hearing Kevin's words, Kai was directly shocked. People on the Teyvat continent who watched the exposure were also shocked. This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. From the paradise of the past, everyone knows that the 13 heroes of Chasing Fire, and these heroes all call themselves this way. In fact, the 13 heroes have never been recognized? What is this? Just when everyone has this question, Mei Yi in the exposure screen has already asked, "Zhu Huoji doesn't recognize the 13 heroes." Alicia sighed. Sigh. As expected, it still makes people a little sad to present this fact so directly. Moreover, listen to the conversation again. Even I would be frustrated. This was the first time Mei saw a smile called loneliness on Alicia's face. She couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect, the beginning you mentioned would actually be the end." "Why? I have had many conjectures about the Yingja system, but this is definitely not the case. I think it is a reasonable idea. At least it is of great value to you," Alicia replied. "Maybe there is something wrong with the value. After all, in a sense, Yingji is a privilege. Once it rises to the organizational level, it will involve many problems. The Fire-Chasing Moth doesn't really want some people to get privileges. If you say that, Mei Yi should be able to make some connections, right? Thousands of calamities." The first thing Yi thought of was him. Alicia nodded. "Well, you also know Kyunja's character. It's not unimaginable that it will be rejected." I guessed again. "Is Mebius also one of the reasons?" Alicia nodded. "After all, Mebius's moral values are slightly different from those of ordinary people, or it can be said that they don't exist at all. He will be hated by others, that's why. It's difficult to treat. And Aponia, she has been practicing her kindness. But no matter what she does, the final result will always lead to evil by mistake. Maybe this is the so-called joke of fate. Look, you can't say that the top management is making things out of nothing. They have their own considerations, and they are reasonable and correct. Although Mei was already the de facto leader at that time, she couldn't be arbitrary in this matter, so she had to return the document. It's just that the rhetoric they use to dismiss it is a bit chilling. I don't agree that more than half of the members can be called heroes. It's hard not to make people feel a little emotional." Mei continued to ask, "So, later, did you push this matter alone? No wonder you said that the paradise of the past has nothing to do with the Fire Chaser Moth. It was entirely left by the Fusion Warrior. I didn't realize there was another meaning behind it." Alicia said helplessly, "I don't want to go against the Fire Moth. From the beginning to the end, rather than privileges, what I want to gain for everyone is identity. This does not require much official guarantee. You see, even if it is not approved, many people in future generations will still recognize us, thank us, and sing the stories of the heroes. 89. Mei is very sure of this. If not, the World Snake would not be established. And judging from the location of World Snake's headquarters, it was established to protect the paradise of the past. Alicia said, but I really want to hear Mei Yi's opinion. Judging from the reaction just now, at least you don't deny the possibility that Kyunja and the others are also named Yingja. Wrong. Why do you think so? What do we look like in Mei Yi's eyes? Mei replied, I can't answer this question in one sentence. I may have to think about it for a while. Alicia immediately said, it doesn't matter, it will be boring to stand here all the time. Why don't we go shopping again and relive the past? After staying here for so long and getting familiar with every place, Mei Yi will definitely be moved by the scene when we return to the starting point, right? After this, you have to get the answer you want and leave here. It's a little lonely. Sure enough, no matter how long it takes, I still can't get used to separation. So, this time let's not take shortcuts, let's follow Mei Yi's footsteps and walk again? Just think of it as my practice for Mei Yi. See here. Everyone in Teyvat also felt deeply. Zhongli, it seems, the paradise of past events is coming to an end. Wendy, I'm finally reaching the final answer. I don't know why, but I'm a little reluctant to give up. Gan Yu, yes, it would be great if I could see Ying Ji more. Nazada, it will end eventually, and there will always be farewell. Paimon, I think Alicia is no longer a bad woman. Ying, Paimon. Are you still struggling with this? Paimon, yes, you should let me take a closer look. But after all, Mei is just looking for answers and will leave soon. Funina, it's really strange to say that when this place was first exposed, I thought it was a bit troublesome, but now I feel a little reluctant to let it go. Nazada, yeah, I'm still thinking about exposing Lin Hao as Kevin. Why bother? But now I'm very reluctant to let go. I really hope it doesn't end like this. They feel. Alicia and Miwa began to relieve each other. Looking at the lounge. Alicia said, when we first met, Mei was at a loss when visiting the paradise for the first time, like a frightened little rabbit. At this moment, a girl as gorgeous as a flying flower appeared. In front of her, I extended a helping hand to her. Mei said helplessly, can you please not add your fantasy without permission? But aren't the horns on your head the same as the rabbit's ears? Alicia asked back and continued, under the guidance of the girl, Mei started this journey. With that said, the two of them entered the paradise of the past together. Mei looked at the familiar surroundings and sighed, the scenery remains unchanged. The scene that seemed strange at the time is now very familiar. Alicia asked, the people you met here at that time, Mei Yi, are all familiar to you, right? Kevin Hua, are all your old friends? Mei Yi felt, strictly speaking. I didn't know Sakura before. But there are surprisingly many similarities between me and her. Alicia said sourly, how cunning. I also want to have many things in common with Mei. Soon he said seriously, although Sakura looks cold on the surface, she is actually a very good person. Mei agreed, she just wanted to find a home with her sister, but that era didn't give her many choices. The two of them continued walking a little further. Alicia said, it was also here that Yi first met another warm and hospitable Ying Ji. Thousands of tribulations. At least, the heat is real. She herself felt that the description was inappropriate. Well, Kyunja is always shy, and then gets into arguments with people, which is quite troublesome sometimes. But in fact, he is filled with endless anger. Before Alicia could say it, Mei added, it's the anger against fate, the resistance against the desperate reality. The endless cry for the dying apocalypse, you are my flesh. Alicia was very happy, it seems that Mei can understand it too. Unknowingly, you have established a deep friendship with him. Friends of Kyunja? Let's forget it. Mei decisively refused. The two of them continued to go deeper. From the ruins of the city to the forest. Looking at the scenery, Mei couldn't help but say, I have always liked this place. Alicia also said, me too. The dusk is beautiful, the leaves are beautiful, and even the flow of time becomes slower and more stable. It is very suitable for the enlightened person who has extraordinary philosophy and insight into the world, doesn't it? Mei Yi also smiled, although I still don't understand why he can see things with his eyes closed. Alicia hurriedly said, I'm also curious about how you can practice such a special skill. Of all the heroes Mei has met, Sua is the one who helps the most, right? The kindness of doctors is everywhere. It won't change. Mei Yi nodded, thanks to his help, I have avoided a lot of detours. After all, most heroes are not very honest. Alicia noticed Mei's little movements, did you peek at me just now? Chapter 80. Mei Yi did not answer, but looked in another direction. Alicia followed her gaze and looked over, there is a piano under the tree, this is exactly where Eden played the piano earlier. My good sister, Eden. The entire paradise of the past was originally her property. Whether it is the God-given artistic attainments or the fame and wealth that comes with it, they are all part of Eden. Mei told her ending, but she chose to die with the old era and played the last song with her life. Alicia nodded, well, what a beautiful and tragic ending. This is also very Eden. The two of them continued walking. Came to a green area. How should I describe this green scenery? Same idea as Mei. Alicia also said, although it seems to be Mebius's hobby at first glance, it really doesn't match my aesthetic taste. Mei looked at her, the relationship between you and her, is also very delicate. How is that possible? Alicia said with a smile, I have always liked my dear Mebius, especially, when I tease her. Poor Mebius, his conspiracy was thwarted by the brave Mei, and he was tricked by his real self. It really makes me cry. Mei Yi smiled when she heard this, aren't you the one who spread this matter everywhere? Alicia said, because I want others to comfort her. Mei chose to move on. Passing through this green area, Phyllis' shop appears. It's a store. Mei Yi must be relieved every time she comes here, right? It's hard to say. After all, you never know when you will see something familiar in the store. The theft rate in paradise must be very high, right? Pado has purchased goods so many times, and no Yingxia has discovered anything because of this. Is it too much? Alicia explained, to be more precise, many times they don't realize that they have lost something. Most of the treasures that Phyllis likes are miscellaneous things that others have left in the corner. It might be a good thing that she picked these things up and put them in the store as if they were treasures. Cherish the ordinary everyday things around you. It is precisely because of Phyllis' presence that we have not completely lost this mood. So this is Mei Yi thought to herself, and continued deeper, arriving at Gracio's studio. I rarely come to this area because I can't bear to disturb this huge painting. Alicia nodded and said, it was also in this painting that Mei met the boy who was taciturn but had many worries. Although Cosmo is not good at words, he is probably the gentlest among us. Every time he asks for help, he never refuses. Mei Yi exposed her thoughts, you saw him right and wanted to refuse, but you couldn't say it. Alicia smiled, he is a kind-hearted child to begin with. Maybe Mei will get along well with him? After all, you both have horns and the touch is very similar. Mei chose to remain silent. Alicia looked elsewhere, there is also the owner of this painting. An innocent, simple, and ignorant little painter who is as blank as a piece of paper. Mei, who was originally silent, couldn't help but remind her, since you know, don't teach her weird things anymore. Alicia said, what I taught her were all necessary things. Grey Gradius. Her existence itself lit up hope for many people. And on the other side of her painting, it leads to the final area, the deepest place. Said. The two of them entered the deepest place. Alicia said, look, we have reached the last stop of this trip. Look at this palace. Mei couldn't help but say, to be honest, at first I thought the deepest place must be a dark prison where I couldn't see my fingers. But when I actually got here, I realized that it was more like a temple than a prison. Alicia recalled, the person who helped Mei get here was a noisy and flamboyant magician who loved the audience the most. Wrong. Mei corrected, it's an engineer, a magician, a mechanic, an occult scholar, a chef, a villain, and 2 others. Alicia was surprised, Mei actually remembers it so clearly, I'm a little envious. Then she added, the ability to think in parts, if I could also divide myself into 2, wouldn't it become twice as perfect? Mei Yi's expression was just slightly different, but she caught her, you just imagined it, right? No. Mei firmly denied it. Alicia did not delve into this, but looked at the palace, this area is indeed very her style, bright, holy, and exuding the radiance that heals everything. The last hero that Mei saw had the most special identity, Aponia, who foresees fate and is also imprisoned by fate. Speaking of her, Mei also said, it would be better if the healing methods she used were more peaceful. Now, I almost understand the logic of her behavior. Time after time I tried to change my tragic fate, but always got worse results. Carrying out evil deeds with good intentions for Aponia, this is really a perfect explanation. But I can feel her desire, piety, and unshakable faith. Alicia continued, so in the end it was her, and it must be her, who hid the biggest secret of this past music king. Cross the final door. The two of them also returned to the eternal paradise. Alicia sighed, we have really come a long way. There are obviously many things worth remembering, but, we seem to have reached the end. Speaking of which, among the visitors, Mei Yi is also a very special being. No one would have thought that a hairsker could become friends with all Yingji, right? So, your answer is? Mei thought for a moment. Get your thoughts in order. Then he replied, indeed, as you said, I have met some good people here who are difficult to define as universally good people. Even people other than them have different purposes and conceal their secrets. And even conflict with each other. But, I can feel a common belief, or, obsession, from these people. The will to fight for something. Alicia said, perhaps, this is the most precious gift given to people in the last days. Mei continued, I don't know if it's appropriate to say this. Most of the people I've met are still in the ongoing process, but Yingji, most of them, it seems that they have reached their completion time. Time has left traces and shaped them into what they are today. But I think, the process of how they get to finished is more important than what finished looks like. Heroic or not, it doesn't change anything. They are by no means people who can be summed up by consequences or definitions. But precisely because they are so difficult to summarize, their stories are admirable. Under the sunset. Alicia smiled sweetly. Obviously satisfied with this answer. Yes, you are right. What the paradise of past recorded is such a simple story. The Yingja are just ordinary people with complex emotions and flaws, just like every ordinary human being at that time. They have their own selfishness, and most of them can't talk about great love. But they can also be moved by the moment, or do something impulsive and amazing on a whim. They were never perfect heroes, just because they were the ones who appeared there at that time. Because of this, I believe that if it were someone else, they would definitely make similar choices, maybe even do a better job. This is the eternity of beauty, the true self that I believe in. Mei looked at such beautiful Alicia. I also felt deeper in my heart. At first, I thought the answer was hidden in dusty memories, so I kept searching and searching, hoping to find the information I wanted from clues. Now it seems, that's true, but it's more than that. This place contains too much of the past that has nothing to do with the truth, and it is precisely because of this, that they were not eliminated in the dust together with the previous civilization. Alicia also said, you are destined to be unable to read all the stories, or even appreciate a corner of the whole story. The entire life of 13 people, is such a complicated, yet wonderful thing. Mei Yi took over, the meaning lies in what I want to believe in this process. Alicia nodded, that will determine what you can get when you reach the end. Mei lamented, in the end, I was not able to escape from your trap in the end. After such a long detour, your purpose has not changed from the beginning. Alicia smiled, it's a bit exaggerated to say the purpose. As I said before, the paradise of the past still has practical significance, as it is a part of the Mebius Stigma project. However, what you said is indeed my little wish. Being consistent, is my persistence. I think Mei Yi will be able to face my ending calmly now. I hope so. Mei still stared at the girl in front of her, and she had countless guesses and conjectures about her ending. But now, I still feel a little uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, Yi continued, but I'm a little surprised that you, who never like lying, still told a little lie about your identity as a hairsker. The 13th hairsker, you don't need to hide it from me for so long. Oh, Alicia looked at the sunset in the distance, and her original smile was filled with loneliness. That's right, maybe. I really told a big lie. The only lie. After all, I'm afraid too. If Mei Yi knew my identity as the 13th hairsker, maybe, she wouldn't greet me with a smile like before. Will you doubt me? Will you, stay away from me? Am I, a disappointment? Yi shook her head, I'm really disappointed that you think so. When you claimed to be the deputy leader of Zuhuo Yingxia, I didn't take it lightly. Likewise, the 13th hairsker wouldn't let me treat you. Treat them differently. Even if you become a hairsker, so what, am I not also a hairsker? Is this answer enough? Alicia smiled again. Well, that's enough. She smiled happily. That girl who was always thought to have other agendas, all her words, deeds, and everything she showed in front of May, maybe from beginning to end, was just for this answer. In the distant past, on the night when she wore pure white clothes and wore a new makeup that was only once in her life, she went to the end, she got herself. Did you get the answer you wanted? Mei Yi thought so. He became even more curious about Alicia's end. Sudden. Even if I become a hairsker. The familiar voice brought Mei back to reality. She followed the sound. Under the setting sun, Alicia's smile was pure and sweet, and the light fell on her cheeks, flowing down her fair skin. Going around her soft body, there was something looming behind her in the haze. It was a speaker. And it also has a recording function. So what, am I not also a hairsker? A familiar voice sounded from the speaker again. All the emotions that Mei Yi had just brewed up disappeared. Alicia. Alicia chuckled, okay, I won't argue with you anymore. After all, Mei will leave after getting the answer. I also want to leave some memories of you. She hugged the speaker tightly. But her gaze was cast into the distance. 10 islands surrounded by immortals on the sea fell at the end of her gaze. But, it's a bit strange. I should be ready, but why is it still shrouded in fog? Mei Yi also looked over. That island, is it the end point? Alicia nodded. Everything Mei wants to know about that banquet is stored there. I'm also very curious about what happened specifically. Mei Yi was stunned. Don't you know it yourself? Alicia shrugged and said, forgot? I'm just a memory. I only know what I want to do, but I don't know what actually happened. I wonder how I performed? What will everyone think of me? Judging from their reactions, the result should be good, right? Otherwise, there would be no Alicia in the paradise of past. However, I still have a small regret. Seeing her sighing, Mei asked, what's the regret? Alicia said, although I have always insisted that the 13 heroes are a team, if you think about it carefully, we have never fought side by side as 13 of us. If Mei is willing to play the role of a villain and realize my little wish, then I will be very happy. Mei decisively refused, that's not necessary. Let's not talk about the strongest Kevin and Alicia in front of him. Even if it is 1,000 tribulations, she may not be his opponent now. If 13 people took action together, she didn't know how many seconds she could hold on. Even if Alicia calls him a stingy person, she would never agree. The two walked and returned to the center of the square again. Alicia suddenly remembered, by the way, Mei, there is one more thing I have always wanted to ask you. For those of us who have memories, the reproduction of data during our lifetime, the so-called virtual existence, what do you think of it? Think about it. Mei Yi has never thought about this. Alicia continued, whether they are martyrs who died early or pioneers who live into the future, they are always real existences that have nothing to do with us. We who remain here are just a piece of the past, a shadow left in the past. We can only stay here. We can't touch your reality, and we can't accompany you into the future. When you leave here and go back to normal, real life, you also know very well that everything that happens here is just a story, a fictional story. Maybe it won't be long before you forget these things, these words, and our existence. You will meet someone better than me, or you may have already met someone. After all, you still have your own life, and you have to embrace the tomorrow that belongs to you. In that case, will our emotions, our thinking, our will, our actions, really have any meaning? To you, to anyone, what do we mean? On the continent of Teyvat. Originally it was just people watching the exposure. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They couldn't tell for a moment whether they were asking Mei Yi or Alicia asking them through the exposure system. Nazada, why do I feel like this is asking me? Wendy, could it be that this is actually a real-time exposure? Alicia also knows that she has been exposed. Zhongli, if that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to go over and see her work? Chapter 81. 8-level Divine Son, probably not. Divine Lord Lin Hao is by my side. He can't be alive in other worlds in his previous life, right? Wendy, that's true, but what she said sounded too much like what she said to me. Funina, maybe, this is Alicia. Kamizato Ayaka, for me, I wanted to understand the Lord of God before I watched the exposure at first, but as the exposure increased, I fell in love with Alicia more and more. Even if it was just another time, I still like it. Dadalia, who would forget such a strong person? Nasida, I seem to understand why Kevin misses Alicia. This has nothing to do with love. How can such a girl not miss her? Zhongli, it seems that it is really coming to an end, and we will never see Alicia again in the future. Wendy, yeah, I actually feel a little lonely in the screen. I was silent for a long time. She had never considered such a question, so she didn't know how to answer it for a while. Sorry, I've put Mei Yi in trouble again. Just think of it as another willful request of mine. It doesn't matter, you still have a lot of time to think about this problem, as long as you can tell me honestly before leaving here. Even if it's just I don't know, as long as it's an answer from your heart, I can accept it, right? Mei solemnly promised, I know, I will think about this problem seriously, but I think no matter how long I think about it, my answer will still not deviate from my consistent belief. You are what I know. I am here to talk to you, touch your stories, and feel your emotions. These facts will not change because you are memories. Your actions also affect me. They shape me, no different than anyone else I know. As long as I believe so strongly, your existence is meaningful to me, isn't it? 380. These words spoke directly to Alicia's heart. Even though she couldn't help but blush, she felt happy from the bottom of her heart and said with a smile, Thank you, Mei. I'm really lucky to see you in this way. You have brought me the gift that I have always longed for but dared not ask for. I also laughed and said, It's too exaggerated. Alicia was obviously in a very good mood. Even a little too happy, but I don't want to show this emotion too much. He quickly found something to say, Yeah, it seems to be getting dark. Tweak it a bit. She then continued, In the end, I still haven't figured out what's going on with that fog. Now, we have to wait until dawn. Let's meet here tomorrow morning, okay? I will find a way to open the way, and we will go to the mist-shrouded island together, to the place where the last banquet took place, and to witness together the birth and end of the 13th Hairsker. Good. I agreed to her. Just as Alicia said, the sky gradually darkened. And she also left here to find a way to get to the island. Watching her leaving back, Mei Yi was also momentarily distracted. As long as she gets there, she can learn everything that happened at that banquet, the truth about the 13th Hairsker, and the answers she seeks. After that, she will leave here. Will you leave here? She had never thought about it. Since I entered as a successor, I naturally had to leave as a successor. It should be like this. She didn't even expect that she would be able to return to this place like the raven. But I don't know when it started, and now it seems like yesterday's dream. And this journey of searching for the past, and the memories she saw during the journey, have become so real. When parting comes, is the relationship between her and them really just that of inheritor and recipient? What will they be thinking about when bidding farewell to their successors one after another? And the girl who greeted me with a smile at the very beginning, had she foreseen today as early as that time? Mei Yi doesn't know. But for answers she doesn't know, her choice has always been to seek. Instead of spending the last time back in reality, let me feel your memory a little more. Make up your mind. Mei Yi then wandered around in this eternal paradise. Looking at everything here, feeling the place where Alicia once lived, the people she once came into contact with. Unknowingly, the night got deeper. Good evening, Mei. Hearing the sound, Mei Yi raised her head and saw a familiar figure standing aside. Hua? Good evening. She walked to Hua, at night. I didn't expect to see the normal alternation of day and night in the paradise. Hua Qing nodded, well, I was also surprised. I haven't seen such an ordinary night for a long time. It feels like I have returned to my long-lost daily life. The previous wars, doomsday, memories, but it is more. It's like a long dream. I'm sorry, I said something stupid, I hope you don't mind. Mei Yi was also in a good mood. No, I can understand it. It should be said that human nature is like this. Only after experiencing turmoil and disputes can we truly appreciate the value of daily life. The Eternal Land is such a beautiful place. Hua agreed, yes, except for those elusive monsters, there seems to be no other danger. I wonder why Aponia hides this place? After hearing this, May was sure that Hua didn't know the secret here. But, she could ask her another thing. Hua, Alicia told me something, she said, the Yingxia system has never been approved. Hua was very surprised, Alicia would tell you this. I thought, she would be very concerned about this. I said, she did care, but she still told me. So, I chose to believe her. That's it. Hua understood and said, it seems, she thinks you have the right to know everything. Sorry, out of respect for her, I and others cannot tell you this. It's okay. I'm just a little curious, why was this system rejected so completely, without any room for maneuver? Hey! Hua was curious, didn't she tell you about the follow-up? Fire Chaser did reject the initial proposal, but later, they came up with a compromise plan. 5 people who have passed the review will form the 5 heroes, and we will continue to implement the system of heroes envisioned by Alicia. Yi said doubtfully, Yingxia. Hua nodded, well, Alicia, Kevin, Velvet, Sue, and I. But Alicia was determined not to compromise, she said that if not all of them, then she would rather have none of them. I think, this is probably because those people outside of the 5 heroes originally suffered more criticism, and Elizili also hopes to fight for their rights. Etc. Mei Yi suddenly thought, the 5 people you mentioned, were even Eden dismissed. Hua replied, I'm also very puzzled, but the reason given by the fire moth is, we don't need people who have no future. She is obviously more qualified than me. I saw my old monitor saying this. Yi said quickly, don't belittle yourself, Hua, you are also a well-deserved hero. This. I'm quite flattered. Hua was a little embarrassed. Mei continued, Kinja, Mebius, Aponia. I have already heard the reasons for their rejection. What about others like Sakura? Hasn't she been working for the fire-chasing moth? Hua explained, Poison Chrysalis participated in the all-out struggle against the premature fire-chasing moth, and there are still some people who have interacted with her in the decision-making ranks. Because I have seen how sharp the blade is, I am probably more afraid of the possibility of having that knife on my neck. I asked again, Cosmo, it can't be because of his appearance, right? Hua shook his head, his physical condition has never been ideal. No one can say when Vishnu's factor will completely corrupt Kos Demon's mind. This makes him feared by others. Mei then asked, where is Gradius? Although her paintings contain some unknown power, she is just a simple child. Hua replied, it is precisely because she is too simple that her power is even more uncontrollable. Moreover, children are also a problem. I asked the last person, where is Pado? Is it because she is just a support person? The person who made this decision, probably has never heard of this name. Before that tragedy happened, Phyllis was just one of the many second-stage fusion warriors, and she didn't leave any combat achievements. No one in the top management of Fire-Chasing Moth even knew who she was. Hear what Hua said. I was very calm, unexpected, but reasonable. Well. Hua continued, as you can see, the name of the 13 heroes of Chasing Fire is still passed down. If you think about it carefully, the reason for her doing many things is just for a simple sense of ritual. To this end, engraved seals even included the golden courtyard used as a meeting hall. Not everyone was willing to follow her lead, but in terms of results, everyone finally followed her. Maybe it's a bit strange to say this, but the things Alicia organized us to do are quite interesting. I don't know if her goal of loving each other has been achieved, but no one should be completely indifferent to her enthusiasm. From this perspective, she has succeeded. Either out of understanding, or genuine need, or simply cooperation. Although the Yingxia system has never been approved, each of us has more or less recognized our identity as Yingxia. At least, I won't deny it in front of her. Mei Yi was already very surprised, everyone, this is already an amazing thing. Hua continued, this sense of identity and belonging is somewhat of a redemption. A redemption for the loss of hope and future. Mei said, maybe this is what she wants. Hua shook her head, I don't know, I can't quite see what she is thinking clearly, but, she does treat everyone around her with sincerity, and has always been like this. I think so. After being together for so long, Mei's view of Alicia has also undergone earth-shaking changes. From the initial suspicion and distrust, to the absolute trust now. Unconsciously, she and Hua chatted until late into the night, and finally lay on the hotel bed for a while before dawn. Perhaps it was the expectation for the answer, or perhaps the eagerness to know the truth about the banquet. I arrived at the agreed place early. Long wait. But Alicia still didn't arrive. Instead, I saw Fairy Ellie. Yeah, cute human. Is it the fate of fairies to meet you early in the morning? Mei looked at the Fairy Ellie and couldn't help but sigh. Although I'm almost used to it, I still want to sigh. It is indeed made based on Alicia. Oh? So you're not with the mature me today? Fairy Ellie looked around and said, did you come to see me alone? Fairy Ellie, I'm so happy. Oh. Mei said decisively, no. Alicia and I made an appointment to meet here, but she seemed to be late. Fairy Ellie said dissatisfied, that's really rude. If it were me, I would definitely come over early and wait for you to cherish your last time with this lovely human, last moments. That's right. After knowing all the truth, won't you leave here? Yesterday when we were repairing the typewriter, the mature me said so. Elf Ellie added, she is very reluctant to let you go. She said that in order for you to always remember us, she will prepare so many surprises for you on the last island, so many that you can do them all. The dream will return to the paradise. In this case, you might not be able to bear to leave. I also laughed at her for being too naive. You have suffered so much here, how could you be reluctant to leave? DBRs. Mei hesitated. If it were before, she would definitely answer no. But now, she is not sure what she is thinking in her heart. I had to change the subject. Forget me, why are you here? As an archives administrator, is it really okay to leave your post without permission? Elf Ellie stammered, there is a reason for this, that, after you left yesterday, no one came to the archives again. I feel like I'm idle too. When I was free, I went out to watch the scenery for a while. The afternoon sun was warm, and the fragrance of flowers in the air was sweet. I was next to a soft little kitten, and I fell asleep soon. But when I opened my eyes again, it was already dark, and the kitten was gone. I ran back quickly, but the door to the archives room was locked. Mei asked, locked? Didn't you lock it yourself? Fairy Ellie shook her head, there are no dangerous things in the eternal paradise, and I have nothing to guard against. Mei said, I don't know about dangerous things, but there are still thieves. The cat sleeping with you may be an accomplice. Goblin 4.9 Ellie stamped her feet, I tried all kinds of lock-picking magic, but in the end I couldn't pry open the door lock, so I had to spend the night in the garden. I was made to laugh a little by her words. I always feel that your magic has an unsettling element in it every time. So, you still failed to enter the file in the end. In the room. Yes, this is my first time encountering this kind of situation. I also felt strange. He quickly asked, besides the typewriter, is there anything else important in the archives? Fairy Ellie raised her head proudly, of course. There is also a cute, charming, and flawless fairy administrator. Fairy Ellie said quickly, okay, there's nothing else etc. She suddenly reacted, could someone be eyeing the unique me? That's not possible. Fairy Ellie doesn't allow such atrocities to exist. Even if you use magic to break open the door, you still have to stop the other party from doing wrong. Lovely human being, I'm leaving first. Watch her leave. Mei also waited alone again. As time passed, Alicia still did not arrive. This made her feel unusual, something's wrong. Alicia is definitely not someone who would break an appointment. But no matter what, she was too late. Could it be that I misremembered the agreed upon location? Look elsewhere. She searched around the eternal paradise just to see Alicia. Fortunately, I saw the heroes not far away. Sue was among them. It's just the right time to ask him to foresee Alicia's location. Just walked over. Hearing a silence, the ice-cold Kevin said in an extremely shocked tone, this is impossible? This made Mei very curious, would Kevin also use this tone? Chapter 82. As Mei approaches. Sue's voice also came over, I also thought it was impossible, so. I confirmed it repeatedly. Aponia then said, perhaps, there is a blind spot in our sight. Is it so difficult to understand? Mebius also said, do you still think that she is hiding somewhere now, looking at our expressions while laughing forward and backward? She never made a joke like this. Aponia was a little surprised, I didn't expect to hear affirmation of her from your mouth. It seems that Mebius was also quite shocked. In the face of such criticism, Mebius would never remain silent. But at this moment, she was uncharacteristically, bowing her head and saying nothing. Or maybe it was because before she could retort, another person joined the conversation. Excuse me. It was Mei Yi. Mebius's snake eyes stared at her instantly. Ah, look who's here. Aponia also asked, hello, Mei, what's the matter? I asked directly, have any of you seen Alicia? The speaker has no intention, but the speaker has the intention. Everyone present fell silent. Something happened at this moment. There seemed to be an invisible wall separating Mei Yi from the four people. On the other side of the wall, there is only endless silence. Until Kevin, who had always been silent, broke this wall. What do you want to see her for? Although Mei Yi didn't know what was going on, she still said truthfully, she made an appointment to meet me, but she never showed up, so I was looking for her. I continued, if you don't know, you can tell me directly. Su said aloud, sorry, visitor. Alicia seems to have encountered some trouble. She is temporarily. After a moment's pause. I only got 3 words, disappeared. She quickly asked, gone. What do you mean by missing? Is she hiding? Or? Mebius let out a long sigh, it seems that this little guinea pig is still kept in the dark. I looked at her doubtfully. Mebius continued, Su's words are always difficult to understand, so let me translate them for you, the woman you are looking for. She's dead. Her words were calm. But there is endless sadness in the calm. This is definitely not a lie, nor is it a joke to deceive Mei Yi. Rice wife. Zhongli had been sitting and drinking tea. I was still feeling that the promised land was about to end. Suddenly I heard these words from Mebius. He froze. He stared blankly at the sky, not believing his ears. Look at Tian Taishui beside him. At this time, Tian Taishui also stared wide-eyed and stood completely blank, looking in disbelief. He also looked around and asked dully, did I hear you correctly? She said. Alicia is dead. Whiz. Other guests were also a little unsure. Finally, everyone looked at Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli, is it fake? Alicia? That's Alicia, and it's still a memory. How could such a thing happen? Zhongli brought the teacup to his mouth, but he couldn't drink it at all. He placed the wine glass on the table. No way, this should be a joke, it's probably because she doesn't want Mei to leave. This is what he told others and how he comforted himself. Narukami Taisha Shrine. Ye Shenz's whole body felt like he was struck by lightning. The whole thing just stood there, the tail that had been hidden hanging down weakly. Died. Alicia is dead. How is this possible? Nonsense. How could Mebius make such a joke? Regardless of her image, she pulled Lin Hao and shouted loudly, she is joking, right? How could Alicia die? That is a memory. She has already died once, can she still die? The only person who responded to her was Lin Hao's cold words, I told you before, don't pay too much attention to her. This moment. Ye Shenzi took his hand and put it down feebly. She knew it. Although Lin Hao doesn't reveal much. But I never missed what I said. This proves. Alicia is really dead. It's not just her. Now. Jingshan Palace, Fengkiti, Fengdan. Countless places, countless people. Everyone was shocked by the news. Alicia is dead? No one wants to believe this kind of thing. In the chat area. Arataka Yudu, holy shit. Damn it. What happened? So sudden. Navile, this kind of thing is so unexpected. Arasino, hey, what's going on? Wendy, it must be fake. Funina, that's Alicia. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Nisida, this must be a joke by Mebius, it must be a surprise that the 13 heroes agreed to give Mei to see her off. Dadalia, Alicia is so strong, how could she die? Who did it? Paimon, Kevin. It must be Kevin. The only one in the entire paradise who can defeat Alicia is Kevin. Ying, hey. Why are you so sure that Alicia is dead? Wu Dao, that's right, that's Alicia, I won't believe it. Zhongli, based on universality, it's impossible, I don't believe it. Xiao Palace, I don't believe it. Who would have the heart to kill such a lovely Alicia? Kamizato Ayaka, it's fake. It's definitely just a joke. It must be like this. Just a moment. Thousands of messages flooded the chat area. Without exception. No one believes such a thing. No one wants to believe this kind of thing. But after sending the message. But they all looked at the sky with uneasiness, hoping that this was a joke. Now. In the sky. Alicia's voice suddenly sounded, if one day, just pulling the trigger on me like this can save most people, Kevin, what will you do? Wait for everyone to take a closer look. Only then did I realize that these were words Kevin recalled for no reason. Faced with this situation, what would the wise sages from ancient times to the present say? A person's destiny is his character. The perspective of the exposed picture also comes to Kevin. Aponia asked young Kevin, so, do you need me to give advice? Kevin just replied coldly, keep waiting. Aponia. She frowned, hesitating is not your style. Kevin, even you don't know what to do, right? It's not that complicated. Kevin said, Aponia, in this case, I only have one request, what Alicia once gave you. The words are not finished yet. I came over and interrupted them, before you continue the discussion, I have another question. Alicia is dead, can you explain to me what this means? Aponia said, you'd better not question him anymore, May. What he's going to say next is it has nothing to do with you. Mei is also excited now, I can guess it, but that doesn't mean there's no point in asking. Aponia reassured, however, there is really no need to worry now. So, isn't he still verifying the authenticity of the matter? Mei glanced at Sue and asked curiously, Apogna, what did you say to him just now? He has been in that state since then. Aponia took a deep breath. Before that, I noticed some unusual changes in the paradise. It was an empty feeling that I couldn't ignore. Therefore, I asked Sud to help me observation. May asked, can't you do this yourself? Aponia replied, perception is really easy for me, but if we look back, the owner of the second god key is more qualified. If I were to do it myself, the parts that would be involved would only be many orders of magnitude greater. It might even make it impossible for us to talk like we do now. So, what's the result? Yi asked anxiously. Aponia was silent, and then said, Alicia, she has completely disappeared from the paradise. I was even more confused, disappearance. Has the memory disappeared here never happened in the past 50,000 years? Aponia nodded, well, this is indeed the first time. After all, unwillingness to appear is different from annihilation without trace, and. She couldn't speak anymore. The sadness was fully revealed before. After a long time, he said, it's better, let's wait for Sud to give the results first. Hear the words. I immediately stared at Su. Su suddenly made a move. Mei Yi quickly asked, did I bother you? Su said, no, I just met some sluggish visitors. Have you ever encountered the abandoned data in the paradise of past at Klein's place before? Mei thought for a moment, abandoned data, indeed. Moreover, thanks to Klein's help, I was able to escape from it. It's okay. Although my visitor is a bit abrupt, can I ask you for a little help? Su explained, I am trying to trace Alicia's whereabouts from the huge information flow in the land of past. But in 50,000 years, the meaningless data has become too complicated. This kind of sluggishness may cause me to miss the opportunity to detect clues. Mei understood, you want me to destroy those data that are no longer meaningful. Su nodded, that's right. Since you have had contact with them before and still hold the power of the Hersker, then at this moment, we have no more suitable candidate than you. Mei couldn't help but ask, so, until now, you still haven't found any trace of Alicia? Del. The uneasiness in Mei Yi's heart deepened. So continued, but what I have seen before is not even half of the data from the paradise. Then, what should I do? Su said, I will continue to trace the effective areas of the paradise. This time, you will also travel through the data flow with me. If any abandoned data appears, please destroy it before I can specifically perceive them. The total amount of discarded data is always limited, and it is actually impossible for them to clear it all, as long as I am not disturbed too much, it is enough. When it's over, we will return here safely, you still need to make another decision, are you ready? No need, let's get going. Now Mei Yi couldn't wait any longer. Maybe, it would be better to let her participate in it. Su put her hands on Mei Yi's shoulders. The two of them entered the data stream instantly. Streams of data flashed past Mei Yi's eyes, containing the memories of the heroes, changes in buildings, and changes in monsters. Sudden. A piece of data actively attacked her. When you get close, you turn into a monster. Mei immediately realized that this was the so-called discarded data and immediately launched a counterattack. The monsters formed by these discarded data are far more powerful than those previously encountered in the Eternal Paradise. Especially in terms of quantity, before Mei Yi could deal with one of them, more data monsters were surrounding them. As Su searched faster, there were more and more monsters, and Mei Yi became difficult to resist. Right now. A cold wind came. All monsters are frozen. Stay back, Hairsker of Thunder. It was Kevin. As he took a few steps forward, an even more terrifying cold wind emanated from his body, and all the frozen monsters were shattered and annihilated under the cold wind. Finished? Kevin asked Xiang Mei. Mei looked at the empty surroundings and said, it wasn't just now. Now, it is indeed. Kevin. When Su saw the person coming, he quickly understood, I see. Kevin immediately asked, Su. What was the result? I have retrieved all the data in the Paradise of Past. Su sighed and shook his head, not only did I not gain anything, but there were also flaws in Sakura's data. Sakura. Mei Yi was surprised. Su 620 nodded, well, the data that made up her body disappeared without a trace at this moment, but some of the traces she left behind were accidentally preserved. In other words, she did not disappear as completely as Alicia, but she is also in a state of being unable to be found. Kevin, I know, let's get out of here first. Return to Eternal Paradise. An hour passed like this. Disappeared and irretrievable, just like those irreversible causes and effects. After listening to Su's story. That is to say, this matter can be confirmed. Alicia has indeed left. One Eponia lowered her head and endless sorrow came from her words. Died? Really dead? When Zhongli heard Eponia's words, he couldn't control himself for a moment, and the teacup in his hand broke instantly. The terrifying momentum erupted directly. But he quickly took it back. In the entire Lihou port, no one noticed this, and everyone was immersed in the news that Alicia was dead. The wind rises from the ground. The wind roared, and the power of the wind element was extremely violent, frightening away all the surrounding birds and beasts. The people in Kaihokyu in the distance were even more frightened and fell to the ground. Wendy couldn't believe this. So much so that when he confirmed that Alicia was really dead, his own power unconsciously radiated out. Rice wife. Ye Shenzi was already sitting on the ground helplessly. He kept mumbling, dead? How could it be? How could he die? Lin Hao looked into the distance. Just at this moment, he noticed countless powerful auras, although they all disappeared in a flash. But there is no doubt that these people all lost control of their emotions because of Alicia's sudden death. He couldn't help but sigh, she deserves to be Alicia. Just an exposure can make people across time, space, and the world moved and saddened by it. He opened the chat area. Just take a look. It was all wailing. Some people still don't believe it. Some people cried bitterly. Some people are so angry that they want to kill the murderer. Some people even said that they would come to Inajima to find him and ask for the way to that world to avenge Alicia. Lin Hao originally wanted to say, I told you not to pay too much attention to her. But it hasn't been sent out yet. Then I saw Payman saying, I should have listened to Master Lin Hao and not paid attention to her, so that I wouldn't be sad. Ying then replied, why are you sad? Didn't you always call her a bad woman? Payman said, Seeing this, he really couldn't help it. Sent a message, don't worry, there will be more later. Saw the news about Lin Hao. Everyone gradually came back to their senses and started to look forward to it, but what they didn't know was that Lin Hao was talking about. There was still a crying scene later on. In the sky. The exposure continues. Chapter 83. Mebius sneered, it's unnecessary. Why, is it so difficult for you to accept reality? At that time, why didn't you show the expression you have now? Mei just looked at them. It has been arguing for almost an hour now. Are they prepared to continue arguing in vain? While having this thought, Mei Yi turned her eyes to the only person who still had the qualifications. Apart from Alicia herself, he is the only one who can make these heroes who are doing their own things obey others' orders, even if it is only temporarily. Kevin noticed her gaze. He also stood up and said, "Okay. Let this matter be sealed here first." Mebius Viper also started, "Hey, little follower, you are finally willing to stand up. I thought you would become overwhelmed when there was no one to follow you. Just like a gopher who keeps pretending to be dead." Kevin ignored her, but said coldly, "This matter is important, I will only say it once. Before our investigation makes any progress, letting everyone know about this matter will have disadvantages and disadvantages. One, so unless I take the initiative to speak, no sixth person in the Northeast is allowed to learn about this news. If anyone is unwilling to cooperate, I don't mind using another method to shut him up." Mei Yi asked, "But, since all the data has been retrieved once, where can things make progress?" Kevin replied, "I want to confirm the nature of this matter first." Mei Yi also thought about it, that typewriter that will never leave error messages. "That's right. But before that, Mebius, is there anything else you want to say?" Faced with Kevin's inquiry, Mebius waved his hand, Okay, I understand. I will just cooperate with you. But how long I will cooperate, depends on my mood. In the final analysis, I have no interest in staying here with you to mourn a betrayer. You, human beings are like this, resisting the right path. When it's hard to get back, you will feel regretful. That's why it seems extremely boring." Mebius left with his head held high. She didn't look back until her figure disappeared. In the chat area, people who were already stimulated by the news of Alicia's death were furious when they heard Mebius say this. "Wendy, is it her? Is she the culprit? Nisida, what is her attitude? From my analysis, the only person in the entire paradise who does this kind of thing is she who doesn't like Alicia. Zhongli, Mebius. If I can enter the paradise, I will let her know what the anger of the rock is. Dadalia, Mr. Zhongli, please don't be angry. We all feel the power. Ember, strange, why a tornado appeared in Fenki land? Is Lord Barbados also angry when he saw the exposure? Funina, is the end of the world coming? Why did it start to rain in Fontainebleau? It turns out I'm angry. Nilu, where is Sami? Lord Nazida, aren't you angry? Nazida, I'm almost mad. I can't help it. Kamizato Ayaka, where is Inajima? Isn't the god of Inajima angry? Thunder movie, everyone, calm down, don't make random guesses, and wait until Kevin finds out the murderer. Yadi Shenzi, you're right, we shouldn't doubt any Yingxia easily, but Mebius is very suspicious. Wendy, what ABD? She's already in memory, and she's already died once, yet she actually killed her. Zhongli, drunkard, I feel your anger, but I still listen to Lei's movie. Let's continue and see the results first. The heavenly exposure continues. Sol looked at Kevin. Kevin said, she will be tight-lipped. Next Aponia, what about you? Aponia said, Kevin. We've had the exact same speciality since then. If I was someone who couldn't keep a secret, this wouldn't be the situation now. Besides, I have to leave for a while. Sue asked, are you going to investigate this matter thoroughly in your own way? Yet. Aponia nodded, but it's not that I don't believe you, Sue. I just want to do my best. Sue said, I understand, I will try again. Aponia looked at Mei Yi again, and. Mei Yi, can I ask you a favor? Mei, can you please come closer? Some words are not suitable for boys to hear. No one knew what Aponia said. Just a moment later, Kevin said, let's set off separately, remember not to omit anything. Wait, Kevin. Mei came over, I'm going with you. I'm also going to the typewriter, to confirm some things. If I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I'm not willing to believe in any conclusions. Kevin didn't refuse, come on. Follow closely. The two had just left. Mebius walked out again. I happened to bump into Aponia, oh, you knew I would come back. Aponia said, yes, that's why I will stay here temporarily. But, Mebius, you have never left at all, right? Humph. Mebius said, you are still as annoying as before. Aponia said, really? Actually, I think so too. But at the moment, I am not important. What do you think of this matter now, Gabius. Mebius looked at the direction Kevin left. You mean Kevin? Hey, who is still here, can anyone really see through him? Aponia said, see through, well. Maybe, we just always imagined him too complicated. Mebius agreed, ah, that's right, maybe it's not that complicated. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see, this time, he is really anxious. The scene comes to Kevin. He and May arrived at Gracio's location. Only, was stopped by Cosmo. If you can't tell the truth, I won't let you have contact with her. I warned you, don't trust anyone. May said, I have explained it many times, even I don't know anything about it. There was really no other way, so she could only look at Kevin, say something, Kevin. Kevin said, Aponia just touched her neck, the intensity was very light. Yi said helplessly, Kevin, you don't need to add the last sentence. She looked at Cosmo again, anyway, Cosmo, you should also understand Aponia's method of doing things. At present, I am just being used as an unknowing vehicle by her. She said that, what do you think? When asking this question, Cosmo turned his back to Kevin, but it was still obvious who he was asking. Kevin replied, in any case, Aponia has never done anything to harm Gradius. That's not necessarily the case. Please come back. Just as Cosmo was about to drive them away, Gracio said, it's okay, Cosmo. Sister May does have a gift to bring me. Although, it's weird. Mother Aponia, why did you bring me, purple? Although it was difficult to notice, Kevin's eyes did open slightly when he heard the word purple. Give it to me. With that said, Gracio walked towards Mei Yi, stood up on tiptoes and reached up, but could not touch Mei Yi's neck. Although she was unwilling, Mei still leaned down and let Gracie put her hand on the right side of her neck. The hazy light and shadow passed through her hanging hair. That's it. Gracie retracted her hand. Mei asked curiously, that's it? Have you really passed on anything? I don't seem to feel anything. Gracio suddenly crossed his arms and said, because it has nothing to do with you. After listening to it, Mei Yi and Cosmo both looked at Kevin. Kevin. He also knew that Grixio was influenced by him. Then he said, let's leave here first, we have already wasted too much time. I think so too. Yi nodded and prepared to leave. Gracio asked, you are hiding something from me and Cosmo. Mei Yi subconsciously wanted to look at Kevin, but stopped the action in time. He said that they should not come to see this girl who can absorb other people's colors before setting off. Well, we didn't mean it. She thought for a while and found a reason, Kevin has some private matters that he doesn't want too many people to know. Just ask Cosmo, man. Children inevitably have their own little secrets. Kevin was immediately confused. This was the familiar way of speaking of Alicia. But he couldn't deny it, so he could only say stiffly, indeed a reason that can be broken immediately. Naturally, Gratian would not be fooled, and immediately said, I want to go too. Gradius. Cosmo was stunned. He had never seen Gradius like this. Xito. The next second Gracio said, I will not accept the answer forced on me by anyone, I will find it myself. This time. Kevin and Cosmo looked at Mei Yi without hesitation. Okay, I know this is what I said myself. Mei Yi admitted directly, but this time, she was affected by me too quickly. Gradius, we have some other things to deal with before this, after this is over, we will come back here and take you with us, okay? Real? Gracio just asked, and then, never mind. Finally, it was Kevin and May's turn to turn their attention to Cosmo. Cosmo could only say, okay, then let's do it. Kevin and May leave here. Continue to the archives room. On the way, May couldn't help but sigh, I have to say. Alicia's way of speaking doesn't seem to be omnipotent. Kevin said without emotion, now that you know it, stop imitating her. May asked, in reality is she also like this? Before leaving, she left various influences of varying shades on the world. Kevin, there's no point in talking about something far beyond your imagination, Hairsker of Thunder. All right. What the two of them didn't know was that Gracie was following behind. I was still talking, I really didn't expect that you would leave in person. Kevin said, today is different from the past. In the past, Alicia was the one who dealt with such things. May asked, what about you? You have been sitting on a certain chair, waiting for things to change. Kevin replied, the more powerful the person the less likely you are to act rashly. This is also her opinion. This moment, Mei Yi suddenly seemed to understand why Kevin outside was always sitting alone on the throne. Maybe, it's because of Alicia's words that Kevin has been like this. She changed the question, I have learned the truth about the Yingxia system. Is this one of the influences you mentioned? Kevin replied, not only that, she left traces not only on humans, but also on the world. World? Mei Yi stared at Kevin, obviously there was something she didn't know about. Kevin immediately said, forget that statement. Don't get me wrong, I mean the language itself is too pale in front of that matter. Mei asked, so, that thing. Before she asked, she already guessed that Kevin's answer must have nothing to do with her now. I had to change the question, so, is there any deeper reason for not letting others know what happened just now? Kevin suddenly came down and looked at Mei Yi, you ask this question because you don't know what significance Alicia means to them. And reality has already proven this 5. At this point, he suddenly stopped. Mei Yi also glanced behind the stone wall next to her without leaving any trace. Both of them noticed Gracie eavesdropping from behind. Then, he accelerated directly and left the garden in a few flashes. Looks like it's been thrown away. Mei turned around and took a look, but there was no breath. Not yet. As soon as Kevin finished speaking, a monster chased after him. This was exactly what Gracie had drawn. In front of the two of them, this monster was no different from a toy. Let's split up, Hairsker of Thunder, you should know whose power this is. Mei asked, did Gracie also like to get to the bottom of things in the past? Kevin glanced at her and said truthfully, I wasn't before I contacted you. Mei Yi decisively changed the subject, okay, then, what are you going to do? Kevin replied, you continue to go there first, and I will go back to convince Gradius. You sure? Mei said bluntly, if it were me, I would never let you get there first. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you accompany me to see Gradius. You don't have to worry about me any more than I do. After leaving these words, Kevin disappeared directly. Mei Yi will not wait for him. Quickly run to the file. A few minutes later. This is it. Mei was just about to go in. Almost at the same time, the ice-cold Kevin, Wang Zhao, also came here. Mei Yi stared at him with doubt on her face, are you sure you've convinced Gracie? I've only just arrived here. Kevin replied, I'm temporarily freezing all roads. Mei Yi, okay. This method of persuasion, is indeed very Kevin's style, and he should have even thought of it. The two of them looked at the door of the archives room one after another. There seemed to be nothing unusual there. Open the archives door. What came into view were white papers scattered on the ground. Mei Yi picked up a piece of white paper and it said, Alicia is dead. 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 Then she picked up the second, third. Every piece of white paper has the same content written on it, all of which are, Alicia is dead. This moment, the entire continent of Teyvat was angry. Wendy was unable to suppress her inner emotions, which caused the wind elements in the entire Fenki earth to riot, and strong winds swept through Mondstadt. Zhongli suppressed the anger in his heart, but couldn't help but shake his feet, subconsciously wanting to vent. The rock element spread along with the ground, causing a small earthquake in Liu. Nazada. Funina. Inajima Yashenza was almost going crazy, but before she could get angry, she felt an icy chill sweeping across the entire Teyvat continent. The people who were originally furious gradually calmed down under the chill. But just a few. At last. I just couldn't bear it anymore. Let off steam in the chat area. Wendy, even the god of wind cannot accept such a result. Zhongli, generally speaking, human beings' patience has limits, and so do gods. Nazada, I can't bear it anymore. Who did this? Paimon, how can I bear this? Why don't you go crazy when you see this Kevin? Just kill him. Chapter 84. Compared to the anger of people in the chat area, Ye Shenzi gradually calmed down and said regretfully, I should have listened to you in the first place. Lin Hao glanced at her in surprise. This stubborn little fox could actually say such a thing. She looked at Lin Hao pitifully, clearly wanting to ask for follow-up. Lin Hao opened his mouth and was about to speak. I saw the cunning flash in the fox's eyes. Good guy. It's a routine. He said coldly, that's it for now, you'd better read it patiently. I think you will understand Kevin. Kevin? Ye Shenzi asked in surprise, what does this have to do with Kevin? Lin Hao's eyes showed a touch of sadness, and he raised his hand and touched the cherry blossom tree. Even a bystander like you can't accept Alicia's death, so what about Kevin who is in the middle of it? The eightfold divine son was completely shocked. I suddenly became aware of it. Yes. I and the people in the chat area just watched the exposure and saw the story of another world. The mood has fluctuated like this. Even the hidden gods couldn't help but explode with power. ABX. She looked to the sky again. Even though it was a memory, even though Kevin still looked cold. But faintly, I can indeed feel sadness, I feel anxious, in the screen. Kevin also looked at the white paper on the ground. And found a unique one among them. He handed it to Mei. Contents above. Mei took the white paper and looked at it. The content on it was exactly about Sakura's sister, and it was also the entire process of the outbreak and resolution of the hairsker of former civilization erosion. I have seen this record before. Since you have this attitude, then, it is true. Kevin nodded, yet. Mei asked again, although it was not intentional, in the final analysis, it was Eponia's commandments that distorted the mentality of the guards, which ultimately led to the murder of Sakura's sister. As you think. Kevin still gave a short answer. Yi put down the blank paper and asked, have you read the other files? The contents seemed to be consistent. Kevin fell silent again. Mei herself continued, so, does that typewriter really only record objective facts? As soon as she finished speaking, she realized, that typewriter. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the typewriter. The typewriter on the table had long been damaged by violence. What do you think? Who would do such a thing? When Mei saw that Kevin was silent, she continued to ask, then let me put it another way. Why did the file about Ying appear in this situation? Kevin still didn't give an answer. Mei then asked, so, what about Alicia? Are you saying that, these files can be regarded as irrefutable evidence that she is dead? Kevin was silent for a long time, and Tuan said, 1. I will confirm again. I was also a little excited, what are you going to do? No matter what, I don't believe she will die in such a strange way. Kevin just said in a cold voice, I said it, and I will confirm it again. I was very disappointed with his attitude, I knew it. Then, there is no need for us to continue walking together. Kevin, as a leader, you really, disappoint me. After the two left. Cosmo also came here. Gradius, are you here? After the words fell, Gratitude slowly emerged from under the long table. Cosmo asked, Gradio, did you know from the beginning that they were coming here? Gracio shook his head, no. Just, follow the colors. Cosmo asked with concern, what happened? Are you okay? Yet. Gracio nodded, it's some, adult topics, Cosmo. Are you, an adult too? I, seem to be too now. To participate in some, adult words. Following her words, in the dark room, the purple light transmitted to her by Mei was looming on her body. The scene comes to Mei's perspective. After separation from Kevin. She found Sue directly. Visitor. Sue was also a little surprised to see her. Mei said, you have been showing surprise more and more recently, because. Sue said, after all, it's hard to be distracted for a while. Have you already been to the place where the files are kept? Mei nodded, yeah, but the typewriter was destroyed before we got there. And the person who did it didn't leave any clues. Sure enough. There was a strange phenomenon there too. Sol looked behind Yi and asked, where's Kevin? Mei was dissatisfied, he said something inexplicable and seemed to do something inexplicable, just like before. What do you mean by sure enough? Sir replied, in my observation, everything that happened in the archives room last night showed a stagnant or missing quality, which was impossible to detect, as if the space was frozen at that time. Etc. Freeze space? The description was familiar to her. Who else could do this but Kevin? DFA, Sir replied, too many, Mebius, Aponia, even, Mio. In his hand, the suspended new leaves suddenly formed a weak ripple, which disappeared in an instant after falling into his eyes. Alicia is dead, and Sakura's It seems that this is what you saw. Mei quickly asked, the same files are scattered everywhere. Has something similar happened in the past? Su shook her head, never. And the typewriter you saw, has never recorded information other than facts. That is to say, Alicia does. At this point, Mei Yi couldn't continue talking. She took a deep breath to suppress the sadness that was rising, and asked again, let's not worry about whether the evidence chain is conclusive or not. Su, do you believe that this kind of thing can really happen? That Alicia? Su said calmly, isn't the so-called facts something that we are unwilling to accept but unable to refute? Visitor, everyone's abilities have their own limits, no one is exception, whether it's Alicia or me. Perhaps you should look for other types of help. Mei Yi nodded, I do have such a plan. At present, it seems that Klein, or even Kevin in reality, they may be able to provide greater help in this matter. But before that, I still want to hear the Yingzha people's opinions on this. In any case, I am convinced that the answer I want lies with Alicia. And just when I was about to touch it, everything fell short. It makes me feel like I'm being fooled by some unknown force. And a long time ago, I couldn't bear this kind of fooling. So, visitor, I wonder if you would mind coming with me? Of course, in a different way from Kevin, most of my thinking still has to be used for observation. She extended the invitation. Me, I asked, the other way, is it your unique spiritual link? Su nodded, yes. I believe that this can at least provide you with some help that is better than nothing on the way. And please don't worry, I won't do any peeps, I'm just attached to your spirit. Just the surface. No problem. Yi agreed directly. She didn't trust Su. After leaving here, Mei began to search for the whereabouts of other Yingji in the Eternal Paradise. Under the spiritual guidance of Su, Eden was found first. She went up and asked, have you seen Alicia? Even Su couldn't help complaining, visitor, this is too direct. Yi blurted out, don't panic, I know what to do. Ah. Eden looked at her in surprise, Mei Yi, what are you talking about? You know what to do, but you still come to me. DB. Me, I was also a little embarrassed, that's, referring to something else. I want to ask Alicia something, but she seems to be missing, I've looked in many places. Eden said, isn't this natural? The Eternal Paradise is her paradise. If she wants to be alone for a while, no one can find her. There are always times when we crave solitude. Isn't it? Me, I asked directly, has this happened in the past? More than once. Eden said with a smile, Ellie, she is very concerned about how everyone will feel when she is not around. I once saw her crouching in front of the case alone. Thinking hard. When I asked her what she was doing, she said, I want to write a long letter that everyone who reads it will miss me. Now, maybe Ellie is secretly peeping here somewhere, wanting to appreciate how people miss her. Mei Yi hesitated. Still making up his mind, he asked, so, Eden, what if Alicia really disappears completely? I mean, what if? Eden's lips moved, but he didn't give an answer immediately. Or, her voice was involved in something and completely absorbed. There is a gravity on her that can be seen with the naked eye. She was also a warrior in the long past. It seems I'm drunk. I'm really rude. Miss May, in my opinion, that assumption is impossible to happen. See this situation. Mei Yi knew she couldn't continue asking any more questions. He decisively found an excuse and left. Hua was found next. She asked directly, I remember, you will delete some unnecessary memories of yourself regularly, but in terms of your current state, does that also mean, you will delete it every time? Do you want to remove a part of yourself? Hua replied, Yi, I don't quite understand what you mean. Memory is proof that a person has lived. For everyone in reality, it is also equivalent to losing a part of themselves. Mei realized that she had asked the wrong question, and after apologizing, continued to ask, so, what about those deleted memories? It completely disappeared and cannot be found again. Hua answered truthfully. What would happen if you deleted all the memories at once? Mei Yi asked. Hua looked at Mei Yi, what happened, right? Mei Yi nodded, I'm sorry, for some reasons, I can't tell the truth, but I don't want you to hide it. I have something to hide from you. I see. Hua didn't ask too much, but replied, if all memories are deleted, all traces of me here will also disappear. To any hero who has sacrificed for G, this means that the last things they left in the world no longer exist. Mei asked, is there any possibility of remediation? Hua shook his head, as far as I know, no. Thank you, Hua. Say thanks. Mei left here quickly. This made Sudu feel confused. Yi seemed to have a kind of trust in Hua, which was not found in any Yingxia. After he asked. Mei's answer was, she is not someone else to me, Hua is Hua, and she is my monitor. It's just that there is a long time between the two. She didn't go far when she saw Mebius in front of her. Mei walked over directly. Oh? Little guinea pig? Didn't I say that I don't want people to bother me? As soon as Mebius finished speaking, Su reminded him, no, she didn't say that. Ha! Mebius's snake eyes stared at Mei and noticed Su's presence. Su would actually act with you, his vision is getting worse and worse. Mei immediately asked, can you hear him? Mebius said, of course not, but it is not difficult at all to know his existence. What did he say? Mei replied decisively, he said, people of their age should not speak in this tone. Mebius' snake eyes narrowed slightly, you really can't lie, little white mouse. If you have nothing to do, don't bother me. I'm different from you. Mebius. The typewriter has confirmed Alicia's death. Hear this. Mebius snorted, and his tone instantly dropped, this was a waste of time. Is Su still here? Let him listen carefully, you only know how to regret it now really? If you had done what I said earlier, instead of trying to stop me over and over again, things wouldn't have turned out like this at all. That woman, she killed herself. Otherwise, I would have let all of you bask in the sun in reality. Both Su and Mei felt that they would not get any useful information from her. Mei finally asked, so, are you not prepared to get involved in this matter at all? Mebius said seriously, little guinea pig, do you think we have only lost one person? In the past battles with Honkai, they experienced the death of countless comrades. Mei is very clear about this, I don't think so. Mebius said, then what else do you ask? I will neither look back nor stop, no matter who we lose. After saying that, Mebius left without looking back. Mei couldn't help but sigh, there is no progress. Su replied, after all, it happened suddenly and unprecedentedly. Even, they concealed it from each other. Mei thought for a while, so, I decided to go to reality and have a look. Klein, maybe she can provide technical help from another angle. Indeed, this is more or less worth a try. Su agreed with her approach, visitor, I will help you return to the exit of the paradise of the past, and then, let's do our own thing. With his help. Mei returned to the hall in an instant. Visitor, I can only send you here. That's enough. Thank you, I won't be gone for too long. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to leave and never return. But I will not interfere with your path. It is up to you to choose, visitor. Without any warning, the power left by Su was suddenly withdrawn as the spiritual link was interrupted. Mei also walked towards the corridor. Next moment, the perspective of heavenly exposure came to Kevin. He walked step by step in the darkness, crossed the darkness, and reached the deepest place. Am I late? The answer in his mind was obvious, even in the most extreme speculation, if you want to do anything to the lady, you still need to think about a certain degree of surprise. But why is it so quiet here? Kevin looked around, without deliberately raising his voice, but still said in a cold voice, I am Kevin, now, I want to walk in. Cross the final door. Kevin came to Aponia. She was seen suspended in the air, as if praying, with countless monsters surrounding her, guarding her. All the flows converge here, Aponia, what are you investigating? Aponia was obviously a little surprised by his arrival, that's right, you are the only one who can walk here calmly. Chapter 85. Aponia looked over Kevin's shoulder and looked at the road he came from, which was clean and safe. Under her arrangement, anyone who tries to get close to her should be in an extremely messy state. Those creations, didn't they even cause you the slightest hindrance? Kevin said extremely domineeringly, because they dare not look at me, no matter whether I am dead or alive. Aponia was also shocked by his words, it's a bit unlike what you would say. Setting foot here without her permission, it also doesn't seem like what you did. Kevin, have you finally decided to fulfill your responsibilities as a leader? Kevin said calmly, the typewriter was vandalized. Aponia said, I'm sorry, just now, I tried my best to concentrate everything I could use here, trying to figure out some of the connections. It seems that when I did this, I missed something happening outside. Please wait a moment. She raised her hand and slowly approached Kevin. Decide to use a more effective way of communication to gain experiences that you don't know you have at this time. Before Kevin could frown, she took her hand back again. She lifted it out of habit and lowered it out of respect. After all, this was Kevin, Mei Yi at that time. You should tell me yourself. I believe you don't like those useless embellishments. Kevin said simply and directly, there are a lot of files left there, and the contents are exactly the same. Alicia is dead. After hearing the news, Aponia's first thought was not to believe it. Instead, he asked him, do you think it is still as objective as before, when? Kevin replied, at least we have never seen an exception. That's why you hid it there. In addition, there is another file that records the relationship with the 12th law information about the person. He paused, and after he was convinced that what he said next was necessary, he spoke again, to be precise, it has something to do with Sakura's sister. So that's it. Aponia nodded slightly, look, Kevin, we can't avoid the reasons we planted with our own hands, right? From this point of view, the strangeness I discovered before is not without reason. Kevin asked, what do you mean? Aponia said, Kyunja also disappeared from the paradise. Like Sakura, he also showed abnormal data. On the other hand, Sakura is the only one here who can be regarded as a companion that he can recognize, right? Even though he would never admit it. Kevin stared at her, so, you also suspect that? Sakura already knows about that. Aponia replied, if I just say I know, maybe she has already noticed it. It might be more appropriate to say confirmation. After all, she has already talked with Kyunja about cutting off the precepts. Sakura, her revenge on me will come soon. Otherwise how could I let Gracie leave my side in this situation? She looked at Kevin's empty and indifferent eyes, you don't seem to agree. Kevin said bluntly, until I get more evidence, I will not underestimate my companions easily. Aponia said immediately, but we still have to prepare early, don't we? We have already suffered too many lessons from too late. Aponia. Kevin interrupted her directly and asked the most concerning question of the trip, why did you give the key to Gradius? Aponia asked back, so, do you think it would be better if it stayed on me? On me, the person who is about to be involved in the storm. Kevin said coldly, this is not a responsibility she should bear, and it is probably more than she can bear. Aponia said, please believe me on this matter, Kevin. Aren't you about to do something similar? Since you chose to come here, other things, you definitely won't stand idly by, right? But I will continue to stay here. Although I have discovered some clues, but it still takes some time to get a glimpse of the whole picture. To be honest, I am no longer used to this situation. Kevin said, I also have things I have to do. Aponia sighed, you are still unwilling to confess your thoughts. Then. She stopped suddenly. At this time, the chaotic thin threads gradually attached themselves to the man's body, wandering uncertainly, like some kind of image that was about to malfunction. It turns out that it was Su who sent you here. At just a moment, she also had the conjecture that Kevin's data was also abnormal. But in just a short moment, she was sure that was impossible. She knew that everything here was likely to perish, except Kevin. If that kind of thing really happens, then, the pillars that hold up the secret will also be destroyed. At that time, no matter how stupid people are, they will realize in despair, the end is coming. So, farewell, Kevin. And hopefully we'll meet again. Kevin disappeared into the depths of the promised land. His consciousness returned and he was already in front of Su. Is there any progress? Su asked. Kevin shook his head, what about the previous abnormal observations? Su shook his head, there is no trace. According to common sense, it is impossible for me to be unable to locate Ying's whereabouts at this time, but she is still the only orderly thread in this mess. Kevin said, I want to hear your gut. Su responded, if he is not dead, he is an enemy. See here. On the continent of Teyvat. The people who were originally angry and unimaginable because of Alicia's death gradually calmed down a bit. In other words, they have experienced countless things, and they just lost control for a moment. Nisida, according to what these heroes said, the murderer is Sakura? Because the fire-chasing moth killed Sakura's sister, so it was revenge. Zhongli, in terms of universality, it is impossible. Paimon, how could it be Sakura? She is so gentle, this must be impossible, right? Wendy, first of all, we can rule out the cherry blossoms. Don't forget why God Lord Lin Hao is under the sacred cherry tree. Ying, doesn't that mean that Ying Ying is dead? Kyunja is also dead. Wendy : I can only hope that's not the case. Dadalia, forget about Sakura, Kyunja? Can anyone really kill such a strong Kyunja? Paimon, sir, don't forget that the second most powerful Alicia is dead. Nazida, even I can't figure out who the murderer is now. There are too many people worthy of suspicion. Zhongli, control your emotions and continue reading. See Zhongli's words. Everyone was aware of their previous gaffe. There was also a tacit understanding and no further reply. Keep looking toward the heavenly exposure. In the screen. Regarding Sue's statement, Kevin's response was still silent. Sue asked, Kevin, what is it that makes you hesitate here? It's a choice. A choice? Kevin, have you found another way to do it? Kevin nodded. Before coming here, someone took the initiative to find me and showed some visions that we missed. That was the person I didn't expect, and that was the clue I didn't expect. So couldn't believe it, even I couldn't notice it. Kevin continued, but I'm sorry, even you. I can't tell the truth about the details here. He raised his head and his gaze penetrated the distant sky, transcending all reality and reality. That was the look in his eyes when fighting a powerful enemy. If that idea is true, to say it would be tantamount to failure. Sue immediately said, Kevin, my trust in you is absolutely unconditional and unreserved, you don't need to force yourself to explain yourself. Kevin also said, same to you. Sue nodded, yes, me too, so, next, have you made plans? Kevin replied, well, this time I will press the bullet into the barrel of the gun. Before that, I must help the other party complete one thing from this, I can identify the true FFLX of a certain idea. Sue understood what he meant, it doesn't matter. You don't have to tell me, I don't have to ask, just tell me the conclusion. Kevin said, I understand. There is one thing I must entrust you to at first. He stood there without any sign of moving. And in the next moment, blue light overflowed from his body. It was a light that could drown everything. Even if you opened your eyes, you would not be able to see anything around you. But Sue's eyes suddenly opened at this moment, with unknown emotions flashing through them. Absolutely, without reservation, that's exactly what he said. But at this moment, Sue still had some hesitation in his heart. Entrusted. The number of times Kevin said this word was very rare, and the last time. Sue couldn't remember it at this time. Because there are too many past events between them that cannot be reviewed in detail at this time. So, let's leave it alone for now. Kevin was silent. After a long time, he asked Xiangsu, Sue, in your prediction, what will happen to this paradise in the end? How will we end up? Sue shook his head, as far as the eye can see, there is only darkness. But the deduction is not hindered. So, that's the future. Kevin. The paradise of the past life is also a corner of the world, the void of formation, residence, and destruction cannot be avoided. Maybe, everything will cease to exist in the end. Even after hearing this description, there was still nothing strange on Kevin's face. He turned around, his words of farewell were scattered on the ground very lightly. When I come back, we will go back to yesterday. See here. Teyvat looked at the exposed person but was confused. Wendy, no, what on earth are these two people talking about? The Riddler has an encrypted conversation, right? How can he be more Riddler than that BD? Zhongli, indeed, these Riddlers are more disgusting than the drunkards in Mondstadt. Paimon, are you sorry? They are all a group of Riddlers, asking for flowers. Nisida, I only understand that Kevin is going to do one thing, and what he entrusts to Sue should be similar to what Aponia gave to Gradius, and then Sue meeting the promised land will lead to destruction. Ying, as expected of you, you actually understand so much. Wendy, Master Cao Shen is more reliable than this kid. Zhongli, so, what is Kevin going to do? Why is the paradise destroyed? What is the use of the things entrusted to him? Nazita, Wendy, Zhongli, still go ahead and watch. The exposure picture in the sky also changed again. From Kevin's body to Mei Yi's side. Mei, who was supposed to leave the paradise of the past, not only fainted in the hall, but also it was Hua who was guarding her in front of her. A moment passed. Mei Yi woke up from a coma, saw the person in front of her and asked, Hua, how long has it been? Hua replied, only an hour has passed since I saw you. But, you seem to have fallen there a long time ago. I also thought I had to convey something important, so I will find you there. Mei Yi recalled the situation at that time. He was about to leave the paradise of the past, and after walking into the corridor, he returned to the paradise of the past without knowing it, and even encountered a monster from the paradise. But, after she fell, she did not log out. Is it because the monster didn't pursue me, or? Hua suddenly said, when I found you, you were not attacked because of it. Her eyes fell on Mei's thighs. The icy blue data flow spreads out like smoke. It will disappear completely within a moment and a half at most. Is it, the communication module that Klein left on me before? That's right. It's the only one that can protect me when I lose consciousness. DJ. Looking at the dissipated communication module. Mei's heart sank instead, which meant that the last chance to contact the outside world was gone. She shook her head. Decided to deal with current matters first. Hua, you just said you had something important to convey. Did something happen? Hua still didn't know how to speak. All he could say was, let's talk as we walk, let's go. Yi became even more confused. Hua nodded, well, Mei, you have to leave the paradise of the past, you can't delay it any longer. Mei said, I didn't expect you would say this to me, Hua. But I know you are different from them, and you must have a very fair reason. But now, I can't do it at all. As of this incident, the path to reality has been cut off. Cut off? Hua was shocked, you mean? Mei Yi nodded, well, judging from the results, I seem to be trapped here, and whether I have lost the privilege of resurrection from the dead. I'm afraid it's not something I can do. It was a matter of haste to verify. Hua spoke much faster, did something go wrong in reality? Or, from within, did someone do it deliberately? Mei said, I was about to confirm it, so. Hua, what happened that made you come to persuade me to leave immediately? Hua sighed, that's it. Mei, you'd better come with me. At least we'll be safer if we go together. And, that's also, if it's not with our own eyes, what I saw was something no one would believe. Finished. Hua took Mei Yi back to the eternal paradise. As soon as the two people came in, they saw countless flaming meteorites falling down. Mei recognized it at a glance, this is, Kyunja? Is he starting to go crazy again? But, the reason why you want me to leave should be more than that, right? Hua nodded, indeed, if it is just the madness of Kyunja, then it cannot be said to be extremely dangerous, but the real problem now is, the only person who can safely deal with this kind of situation, but it's no longer there at this time. Mei Yi did not think too much about Hua's words, but was attracted by Kyunja's power. This power even exceeds the intensity shown when fighting me. Who is Kyunja fighting against? Hua replied, you should know something about him. He never wants to fight with one person, but with everyone. Mei Yi looked at the battlefield in the distance. Speed up and rush over immediately. Kyunja's roar was heard in the distance. Okay, this is better. None of you are qualified to stand alone as my opponent. Come together, don't waste time. Even Cosmo, who had been unable to speak, hurriedly said, the typewriter hasn't made a judgment like last time, so we shouldn't be in a hurry. Kyunja sneered, really? The blind man next to you, isn't he very special here? If this thing hadn't happened at all, do you think he would still be like that now? Like a dead person? So. Kyunja said angrily, when I kill all of you, I will go find the remaining people one by one. Only in this way, that BD, the traitor will not think that he has done this. The group can still escape. Chapter 86. Obviously. Kyunja is not just talk. From 50,000 years ago to the present, he has faced his companions in this attitude only once. Judging from the remaining fire, it is not difficult to imagine what Kyunja did just now. And what's worse? Of all the people standing here, no one has the ability to convince him. Eden, Gradius, Cosma. The same was true in the original conflict. Hua calmly moved his eyes from everyone. Seeing that Su was still uncharacteristically silent, she said, "Calm down first, Kyunja. You are not a beast after all." "Maybe, but not now." Kyunja's roaring voice reminded Hua of the past. There was such a conversation between them once, but what happened after that? Step by step, Kyunja came towards everyone. The one who had wiped out countless enemies and stood at the top of the organization. It is very possible that Senden is treating everyone as a potential enemy. For everyone present, anything more terrifying than this may only be found in nightmares. Hua couldn't help but sigh. Even though they have suffered so many lessons, some tragedies still cannot be avoided by human power. There is no other way. She took a few steps forward. She obviously looked like a girl who was slightly more mature than ordinary students, but she faced this nightmare head-on. "Hua." Yi couldn't help but feel worried. Hua said, "Don't worry, I'm just doing what I should do, that's all." Kyunja glared at her, "I don't know what to say." Hua said, "Kyunja, I am not going to explain to you, because I know it will be in vain. I only have one request, Kyunja, please let Gracie leave here, she is still a child after all." Kyunja waved his hand, "I don't care. Please wait a moment." Su, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, "Kyunja, when you disappeared before, you had almost the same characteristics as Sakura. Have you seen her?" Kyunja glared at Su, "You are not worthy of mentioning her name. Don't even think about using my anger as a tool in your hands. When we deceived her, we should have thought of it. There will be such a day, but she will never be a betrayer. No matter then, or now. Shouldn't Epona pay the price for this? As long as Sakura was willing to speak, I would have blessed that woman long ago." Facing his anger, Su remained calm, "Kyunja, I have no intention of arguing with you now. I just want to know whether you have seen Ying Ying. You are worthy of asking me questions like this?" "Hey!" The surrounding temperature suddenly rose, the air in the field of vision turned into swaying blurry ripples in an instant. Kyunja continued, "You also know what the precepts are on me, but none of you are innocent. And, now, I don't care at all. Those who kill them must pay the price. You. Let's start with you." A blow full of murderous intent and heavier than a million was ready. Although I didn't know when it would explode, except for Eden, who was always thoughtful and seemed to be outside, everyone else reacted instinctively. Alas, suicide, Sumi mustard seeds. The white light flashed away, and Qianfeng's figure disappeared. Hua recognized it. "Is that the Thousand Worlds One vehicle?" Su nodded, "Yes. Although we can't trap people like Kyunja for too long, it should be enough for us to clear up the basic context of the matter." Only then did Mei Yi speak out, "It seems that something happened here again during the time I left. What changes happened?" "This doesn't require an answer." She had noticed. Even after disappearing for thousands of tribulations, Cosma still didn't let Gradius leave from behind him and make sure you are positioned so you can see everyone present. It's not just him. Everyone in front of me keeps a certain distance from each other. A distance that is too far away from your companions. Some changes are invisible and indescribable, but yet, deadly enough. Mei Yi turned her eyes to Su again. "You don't seem to be surprised about my coming back, Su." Hua answered on his behalf, "Well, the reason why I was able to find you is because Su Xian sensed your situation." Su said, "I found it a little late. Fortunately, I didn't make a big mistake. Visitor, you'd better not walk around alone. Although we haven't got any clues yet, we have reason to believe that there is a betrayer among Yingxia, or at least one. And he or they are trying to erase the other memories one by one." Mei Yi was shocked. "You mean, Alicia?" Eden interrupted them decisively. "Better, don't say any more. Su, the matter has come to this, we can no longer do nothing. If you are willing, although there is no such meaning for this, but next, can you let me, the fourth one, control everyone here?" Su replied, "This was originally my plan, but Eden." This unique spiritually aware fusion warrior instinctively sensed something from the opponent's fluctuating consciousness. Comfortingly said, "She can't come back anymore." Although he gave an affirmative answer, nothing could be discerned from Eden's expression. The possible look of disbelief did not appear there. Mei Yi didn't notice this and asked, "So, if a memory kills another memory, will it cause the other memory to disappear completely? Su replied, no, based on the architecture of Paradise Past, damaged data should be restored quickly from the most recent backup, and the loss of memory will not even exceed 5 seconds. But this kind of thing has never happened before. Whether it was an accident or whether it has been interfered with, no one can easily tell. Erase and kill, in the final analysis, no one can determine the line between them. Where? Hua asked, so, what should we do next? Kevin, you are old acquaintances, has he said anything to you alone before? Su thought for a while and said, this is why things turned out like this. He entrusted me with something. Entrusted? Hua Jing said, Su, we have witnessed it together. That time She couldn't help but recall the scene at that time. That was 10,000 years ago, when the needle was first placed on the farewell. Su, Hua. I'll leave the rest to you. This is the last chance before we cause harm, and I have to put my life into the barrel of the gun for this. Now. Su nodded, I didn't recall it until now. At that time, when he entrusted me with something last time, he was also planning to do something. So, Hua, you should know why I just said, that handing over the dispatch to Eden was my original plan, right? Hua did not hesitate and nodded firmly. Then, let's get going. The familiar white light emerged again, wrapping Su and Hua in it. As the white light gradually dissipated, Su and Hua also disappeared for 10 weeks. At the same time, the vision in the distance, or the obituary finally fell from the sky. That was the message they had been waiting for since just now. I received a white paper file that fell from the sky, with densely packed words spread on it, with eerie similarities. This is impossible. She blurted it out without thinking. Regardless of the fact that she had never heard that the typewriter had been repaired, at least the content of the text was incredible enough. It said clearly on it, Kevin is dead. Same as May. On the continent of Teyvat. Everyone was stunned. It was as if I heard Kyokia people slap Tian Li to death. It was too fantasy and too outrageous. Funina, Kevin is dead? How is this possible? Wendy, hey, am I dreaming after drinking too much? Zhongli, it's okay for an alcoholic to get drunk. Could it be that I can get drunk with tea? Nisida, Kevin? How could Kevin die? Who can kill him? This is impossible. Kamizato Ayaka, that's Kevin? It's fake. This must be fake news. Dodalaya, Kevin is dead? This is as outrageous as Paimon kicking the whirlpool demon to death. Paimon, hey! Master, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do that kind of thing? Ying, so, what exactly is going on? Does anyone understand? Nisida, I don't understand. I don't understand at all. But I'm sure it's not Mebius, because she can't beat Kevin. Yelan, so, these Yingja can rule out suspicion because they can't beat Kevin. Paimon, then who is the murderer? It can't be the hairsker, right? But aren't all hairskers idiots? Yelan, little Paimon, you underestimate the hairsker, but I can't see who he is. Zhongli, I can only continue to watch, the development of things has completely gotten out of control at this time. Mei Yi even felt like she was still in a dream. Or maybe he fainted in the paradise of the past and never woke up. But, everything is so real. For a moment, she couldn't even read the meaning behind these 4 words. It wasn't until Eden raised her voice for the 3rd time that she recovered from the shock. Eden, what is this? Eden said, we knew about this before you arrived, so there was the commotion just now. Kevin's data disappeared overnight, just like Ellie. Mei Yi still couldn't believe it. Cosmo said, disappear, is too euphemistic. Eden said, Cosmo, I understand your worries, and even I can understand the anger in Kyunja's heart. But now that the facts are in front of us, and the truth is still hidden in the shadows, we must also be pragmatic. There is no need to be so tense. Assuming that the betrayer really exists, he, or they will not act rashly in front of the visitors and several heroes. B. She looked at the grass beside her, Phyllis, if you have no objections, can you come out too? Hey! The bushes on the roadside suddenly trembled. After a brief and slightly embarrassing moment of indulgence, Phyllis had no choice but to get out. I'm sorry, Sister Eden. I just saw Brother G so angry, and I was so scared. I had to hide in a hurry. But I heard everything you just said, and I also feel, Sister Eden is right. Now this is not the time for internal strife. Aren't we the 13 heroes? We are obviously very united, well, maybe not that united, but at least we can be regarded as partners who live and die together. Don't make the atmosphere so tense. Maybe, this is just a prank? Or is it Sister Snake's experiment, is it Sister Velvet's magic? Everyone looked at her in silence. Padophelis lowered her head, I'm sorry. I just don't believe that there will be betrayers among us. Boss Kevin's matter must not be what we see. There may be some inside story that we don't know, or something difficult. Secret. Cosmo finally said. Padophelis looked at him in surprise. Cosmo continued, every memory holds secrets, this is a fact we all know, about ourselves, about others, or, about the hairsker. Cosma. Eden reminded him. Cosmo immediately said, I'm just stating the facts. Eden continued, it seems that we must admit that the fog woven by broken promises is floating among us now. I'm afraid, this is also a situation that the initiators of the conspiracy would like to see. Noodle. No matter how they argue, Ellie and Kevin have disappeared. Sakura is also missing, this is an indisputable fact. In that case, I have a proposal. Instead of watching the differences deepen and create more estrangements, we might as well, just separate from each other to protect the most important thing for each of us, and at the same time, wait for news about Sue. I wondered, split up the action? But, wouldn't it be easier for the enemy to defeat them one by one? Eden looked at her, Miss May, as you can see, the things that each of us care about most at the moment are different. Since we cannot achieve unity, then acknowledging the differences is another way. Choose. What's more, if Ellie, who has the most special memory skills, and Kevin, who is the most powerful, are not spared. She didn't need to say the next words, everyone present would understand. Even those two people suffered. Even if they are together, it is meaningless. Padophelis asked anxiously, then, Sister Eden, can I come with you? Even if it's just a little bit, I want to help everyone. Eden replied, thank you, Phyllis. But now the first and second among the 13 heroes have encountered unexpected events. If the other party sets goals based on ranking, then stay with me, it's never safe around you. Really? Mei also thought that according to the original ranking, Alicia would indeed be the first. Eden continued, furthermore, what I am going to do next is quite special. I will go to the deepest place to confirm the safety of Aponia. 3.1 Gracio immediately asked, is Mother Aponia in danger? I don't know, Gradio, that's why I want to go there. During this period, just follow Cosmo and don't run around, okay? Gracie obediently agreed. Padophylis also scratched her head and said, Sister Eden is going to the deepest place. Then if I follow, it will be a bit delayed. Eden looked at her, don't be depressed, Phyllis. There is one thing I really want to ask of you. You are the only one who is most familiar with the shortcuts and byways in the paradise, I think. Please pay more attention to whether there are any traces of other people's use on these unknown paths. Padophylis suddenly realized, oh, indeed, if you want to hide your actions in the paradise from everyone, you have to use this method. Etc. She suddenly thought, hey? Then, wouldn't it be possible for me to bump into the murderer? Eden said, just pay a little attention. What's more important is your safety. Okay. Okay, I'll try my best. Anyway, escaping is what we're best at. See her agree. Eden looked at Mei Yi, Miss Mei Yi, please come here, I need you to do me a favor now. Among the only remaining Yingxia, Aponia, Mebius, and Velvet were not there. She hoped that Mei could tell Velvet what happened here and share information with them. Finish arranging these things. Eden looked at the surrounding scenery. Everything in Eternal Paradise was made up of Alicia, and now the scenery here has also changed dramatically. Seeing these changes, she really felt. Ellie, she is indeed gone. Mei looked at her and said, I'm sorry for hiding this from you before. Eden shook his head slightly, no need to apologize, Miss Mei. I believe in Kevin's decision. Although I always deny it modestly, but he is undoubtedly an excellent leader. Chapter 87. But now the situation is different. Without a third person with the cohesion of Ellie or the power of Kevin, the current situation can no longer be controlled by the efforts of the majority. Therefore, I can only take a different approach from them. After listening, May said, to be honest, I was a little surprised that you took the initiative to stand up and become the host. Eden said, really? Indeed. It's inconsistent with the impression I always give people, right? Miss May. Even I have a time when I am not normal. She stretched out her hand to the distance, and golden light bloomed from her fingertips. What is this? May asked. Eden looked at the light and said, it's a beautiful flower, right? Just like her. I always keep it by my side, it reminds me of her appearance, her smile, her love for everyone. Now, just when I was almost swallowed by the sadness of parting with her again. It was this light that once again pointed me in the direction. It said to me, go stand in the spotlight and hold everyone together, just like she did before. Otherwise, wouldn't everything she left behind disappear? I could feel the endless sadness she revealed. Eden whispered, I'm sorry, did it confuse you? Just take this as my excuse for my abnormal behavior. May said, I never doubted you. Song is that crystal flower. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Is this the amulet that every hero has? No. Eden shook his head, this is a secret shared by a few heroes. I'm sorry, I can't tell everything without their permission. Compared to an amulet, it is more like a token, a key. It seals an unknown past in this gorgeous color. May guessed something, is it that, the last banquet? Eden smiled, Miss May, you are really smart. I understand more and more why Ai Li likes you so much. She nodded slightly and turned to look at her side. May immediately realized that although she was blocked by the tower, she was looking at the island shrouded in fog. It was Alicia who told me. She told me a lot of things. We agreed to go to 23 together to witness the truth of the 13th hairsker and her ending, and I will get the answer I seek. But she didn't make it. Eden said, it seems, this is what Ali wants. Then I have one more thing to do. Kevin is gone, but before he disappeared, he entrusted his crystal flower to Sue, which means he believes in all of Sue's judgments, including how to treat that secret. 11 Transfer? So these crystal flowers can be transferred. May only knew it now. Eden explained, although it is impossible to know the content, the person who gets the key must be the person the holder trusts the most, and has the right to make decisions on his behalf. Sue told me that Kevin's data anomaly occurred in the middle of the night, although it is impossible to trace who he was with at the time. But before Kevin went to see that person, he gave the blue crystal flower to Sue, which means that he was more or less aware of the danger he was about to face. May said immediately, but he still went to see that person. Eden nodded and guessed, maybe he had no other choice, maybe he thought it was necessary, maybe he didn't go to see anyone at all. None of this is known. But I am sure that Kevin must have been prepared for this. Fit. May remembered another thing. So that's the case, I did see another crystal flower, although to be precise, I didn't see what it looked like. The purple that Aponia entrusted me to give to Gradio, the aura I felt at that time was exactly the same as this flower. Eden frowned slightly, Aponia transferred her key to Gradius. It seems that there is one more thing I want to confirm. Gratitude said this, you probably don't know about it, right? And Cosmo. May replied, at least in my opinion, they don't know. Eden said, it's better to let them maintain their status quo. I'm worried that the reaction after knowing this will make them the next target. May couldn't help but think of Cosmo's words, maybe, this is the secret. Cosmo said. Yes. Eden nodded, we always hide something from others for some reasons, and believe that doing so is a better choice, and sometimes it will lead to disaster. Just like, even though it was at Kevin's instruction, didn't Miss May also hide Ellie's disappearance from everyone? Deception done in good faith, it's still a deception. But if it were Ellie, she would definitely say this, everyone has their own secrets, everyone has different beliefs, but even so, you are all my most important companions. Well, she would indeed say that. Thinking of Ai Li, May also smiled and asked, Eden, do you think there are no betrayers among Yingji? Eden replied, I didn't say that, and please Miss May not to be affected by the surrounding atmosphere. You need to make your own judgment. For example, what if I am the betrayer? What if I, who told you all this, am the one who concealed everything? If I am attracted by the wine called New Generation, desperately want to leave here, and take advantage of everyone, under this assumption, Miss May will still do what I say. Do you want to do it? Yi said frankly, no, I don't think you are such a person. This is the judgment I made during the process of getting along with you day and night, and I believe it. This is also my answer, Miss May. Eden continued, the answer to the truth is as dim as the stars, but the false lies are as numerous as rain. Be careful, you must learn how to discern. Mei Yi nodded, I understand. Eden, thank you for your words of wisdom. Although your style is completely different from that of Kevin and Alicia, I think, you are also an excellent leader. Eden smiled and said, thank you, my friend. It's nothing more than a cliché, trying my best. It's just. Miss May, how much I hoped that the day when I would be the leader would never come. But I guess that's just counterproductive. Go to the fork in the road. Eden said goodbye to her and walked directly to the deepest place. Mei Yi also has her own mission at this time. According to previous memories, Velvet should have gone to the tower. If he wanted to find her, he could only go over there. Not yet at the tower. She saw the advertisement posted in this eternal paradise, to my lovely audience, the great magician is waiting for your arrival in the amusement park, just on the other side of the tower. Saw this ad. May ran directly to the amusement park. It didn't take long to arrive at the amusement park. Welcome, my lovely audience, what I am about to show you is this century. Without waiting for her to finish her opening remarks. I said coldly, come out before I draw the sword. Bang! A cloud of smoke appeared out of thin air in front of Mei Yi, and Velvet also appeared in front of her. Oh, he not only ran behind the scenes in the middle of the performance, but also threatened the magician. This audience member is really... May interrupted her again, that's enough, Velvet, now is not the time for casual conversation and laughter. Velvet asked, why? Because Kevin is dead. Yi said in surprise, you already know. D number. Velvet sighed, don't look at me like that, those pieces of paper falling from the sky are flying everywhere, it's hard not to know. I didn't expect that after Eternal Paradise, I would be taken away from the front page news again, and it would be by that Kevin, now I feel like I have failed. Mei Yi stared at her, you don't seem surprised, you even, don't care at all. Velvet said, maybe I am more open-minded, lovely audience, maybe my too wonderful performance has made you forget a simple fact. Memories are originally people who have passed away. For us, death is not such a strange word. Oh, I know what you want to say, not everyone is dead, right? But that's for you. When the heroes left their memories, without exception, they were determined to die, and Lin Hao was prepared to sacrifice. We are the epitaph written by the 13 heroes for themselves. As for us outside, we are not that important. Compared to the paradise of past, I prefer to call this place the tomb of the dead fire. Memory disappears, and it will happen sooner or later. May immediately said, that's not the point. Velvet then said, why did Kevin disappear, right? Okay, don't be nervous. I just don't want to pretend to be surprised, but I may be more curious than you about the truth of this matter. Although the memory is just data, it also gives us the possibility of a second life, and it may even make up for the regret that it cannot be realized in reality. It's interesting to think about it this way, isn't it? That's what Alicia said. She was the first to convey Sakura's request to us. Sakura didn't want her as a memory to know about that, so she asked Mebius and Alicia to do something. There are some truths in this world, and it's better not to know them. If you don't know them, you don't need to make a dilemma. You can continue to trust the fire-chasing moth and stay with your companions as Yingji. Hear this. I interrupted her directly, Sakura? Just in time, I also want to talk to you about her. The last time I saw Sakura, she mentioned you to me. Velvet wondered, the last time, what do you mean? Mei Yi gave the answer directly, she is also missing. Velvet's pupils widened, and she said in surprise, oh. This is a bit scary. She came to me to retrieve the repaired 7 thunders of purification. Her expression at that time was really serious. I still pulled out the knife after a long time, and I was wondering if someone said something that I shouldn't have said. The 7 thunders of purification. Yes, Sakura's other knife is specially used to clean up the door and kill traitors. And taking the initiative to pull out that knife means that Sakura is about to take action. Although I don't know what other tasks she has. Mei Yi asked, you mean, you noticed her abnormal behavior but didn't stop it? Velvet said, don't say that, what do you think I can do, stand in front of her, and then be split into two velvets. For Yingji, even the idea of persuading is arrogant. And everyone has their own little thoughts. If you go too deep into it, you may not be able to protect yourself, right? Why are you so concerned about Ying's affairs all of a sudden? Could it be that you suspect that Ying has killed Kevin? Mei said, I just want to know where she is going. Velvet crossed her arms, looked at her and said seriously, just in case, I'd like to add that you'd better give up that idea. How can you kill Kevin alone without alerting anyone? How is it possible? I am a well-deserved expert in this area. The attempts I have made are probably dozens of times more than the clothes burned in 1,000 tribulations. The total number of anti-Kevin weapons developed by Velvet exceeds 4 digits, but so far none of them has been able to achieve this goal, whether in reality or in the paradise. No one can do this. I try hard every day to figure out how to kill him. Hearing Velvet's words, the people of Teyvat once again realized how powerful Kevin was. A hero invented a weapon worth more than 4 figures, just to kill him, but he couldn't do it at all. How terrifying is this? But what followed was something even more terrifying. How did Kevin, who was so powerful, die? Zhongli couldn't understand. Nezada couldn't understand either. No one can figure it out. This is really beyond their scope of cognition. I can only watch the exposure quietly and wait for the answer to be revealed. And Wei suddenly reacted. Hey? Judging from the reaction just now, am I the most suspicious person? Could it be that the lovely audience is doubting me? The suspicion that my defense against Kevin has finally taken effect. I stared at her, it's hard to say. For self-certification, Velvet decisively took out a lot of weapons against Kevin. Let Mei Yi pick out and try them out. After I looked around. Saw a special name, armed with Kevin, model 666. Hey? This is... Velvet frowned slightly, I'm sorry, this is no longer available. Model 666. The official name is Dung to Data Undifferentiated Irreversible Big Surprise Cleaning Tool. To put it simply, it is a series of commands that can delete the entire paradise of the past with one click. Yi said in surprise, you said, delete the entire paradise of past. Velvet nodded, this will ensure that the memory Kevin is eliminated. But unfortunately, even me will be deleted, so this invention is abandoned. Moreover, now its activation conditions no longer exist. In short, it is unusable. Mei Yi looked around, these inventions of yours are quite creative. Velvet spread her hands, so you can be convinced that killing Kevin is very difficult, right? You don't have to continue to doubt me and my companions for no reason. Companion? Mei Yi said lightly, I don't know that you are such a companion-minded person. Wei explained, after all, including me, many of the Yingja are easily misunderstood. The 13 Yingjis are all ordinary people, and everyone has an unknown side, and even their own. They all have motivations to leave here. I think it's not difficult to understand. Let me think about it. Besides Sakura, Mebius, Kyunja, Aponia. Needless to say, they should already be on your suspect list, right? As for others, such as Alicia, you have been going back and forth between doubting her and trusting her, right? As for Kevin, he always keeps a straight face and refuses to say anything. He only wants to fight for humanity in his heart. He might one day run out and fight Honkai personally. Eden always says that she belongs to the old era, but she actually seems to be very interested in the new world. She is an artist after all, and who doesn't crave new inspiration? So, I don't know what he saw with the 1,000 Worlds Yuan, but after that, he paid special attention to Kevin and Mebius. No one can tell what the awakened person was thinking. What Cosmo must really want to go out and see the outcome of the ARC project. Gracieux is obviously hiding something from the others. Hua is an honest person, but who can be sure that the Hua here is still Hua? The same is true for Pado. So you see, it's obvious that the murderer couldn't be any of us. Mei crossed her arms and became even more skeptical. This conclusion seems to be completely opposite to your previous assertion. Chapter 88. Velvet asked, in your opinion, the reason why people believe something is because they have the will to believe, or because they have something to believe in? Yi wondered, what do you mean? Velvet replied, I want to trust my companions. This is my will and the basis of everything. But now, there are some things that conflict with it. In this case, what do you think I should do? The answer is, I still believe in my companions, and to do this, I must first doubt them, and then clear everyone's suspicions bit by bit until I find out the truth. This is what I stand for, Ms. May. Actually, before you came, I was planning to conduct an investigation on my own. Since you are also interested in the truth of the incident, do you want to come together? In this way, you can also be my witness. After all, as a detective, the most important thing is to prove your innocence. Mei Yi did not agree directly. She didn't trust this Ying Ji. Some of what Velvet said just now made her feel very concerned. Although I don't trust her, I can take a look at her methods first. After thinking about it, Mei Yi said, I accept your proposal, but I will also stay vigilant. Velvet said, that's exactly what I want, so that I can get objective and fair testimony. Before I start, I have to make some preparations. You can take a stroll in this amusement park first. After saying that, Velvet threw down a smoke and disappeared here, just like her magic exit. Mei is just waiting here. I just wanted to investigate this amusement park. As she walked through most of the amusement park, she met an unexpected person, Ellie the fairy. Fairy Ellie, who was unaware of everything, took Mei for a walk around the amusement park, and then ran away alone on the pretext of looking for her mature self. Mei wanted to catch up. Velvet stopped her, my lovely audience, isn't this amusement park great? Mei didn't answer. She was not in the mood to watch an amusement park right now. Velvet also noticed this, while you are visiting, I have also packed my bags. Next, let the reliable Ms. May lead us to clear away the fog and reveal the truth. First of all, let's start with abnormalities that are not common in daily life. Under her urging, Mei Yi also put away her emotions and prepared to investigate the truth. The two had just left the amusement park, encountered a monster. Mei Yi, who was in a bad mood, went up and killed it instantly. Mei said, these monsters feel very similar to the feeling of this amusement park. Velvet said, after all, it is Alicia's memory space. Even the enemies in it have been affected by her, right? They have turned pink. Influence. Mei suddenly thought, if Alicia's consciousness can even affect the shape of monsters, then assuming her state changes, will this influence also change? For example, before I came here, I saw a strange enemy, as if it had faded. Faded? Velvet looked confused. Mei asked, haven't you seen it? At first, I thought they were the same as the monsters in the studio, and they were the creations of Gracie. But now it seems, that may not be the case. Velvet said, I haven't met the kind of monster you mentioned. It's hard to imagine just listening to the description. But if it were me, wouldn't it be enough to just check with Gracie for confirmation? Just do it. The two immediately went to Gradio's location. From a distance, Mei saw Gracie and Cosmo being besieged by monsters. She summoned Kurikara. Ride it to speed up and fly over. Velvet activated the flying device behind her and quickly followed. Cut it all off with one knife. Mei Yi shouted lowly. He pulled out the long knife in his hand, and a bolt of thunder fell from the sky. Instantly kill all the monsters on the ground. Looks like we've caught up. The hairsker of thunder. Cosmo was a little wary of her appearance and kept Gracie behind him. Mei Yi said, we have something to ask Gracie, so we came here. We? Cosmo was confused. And me, of course. Velvet emerged from a cloud of smoke behind Cosmo. Almost at the same moment, Cosmo put his sharp claws on her neck. Velvet said dissatisfied, what's going on? Everyone wants to put a lethal weapon against my neck. Cosmo thought for a moment. I knew that Velvet should be an insider now, after all, she came here with Mei Yi. He put away his paws and said, don't do this next time, now is not the time for performance. Mei also broke this atmosphere, let's talk about business. Cosmo, the monster you fought just now, was it drawn by Gradius? Cosmo replied, no, Gracie hasn't touched a single word today. I've been by her side and can testify. Mei continued to ask, that, could it be something she drew before? Gracio poked his head out from behind Cosmo, no, Sister Mei. Although they smell like paint, the color is very strange. I didn't paint it. Mei started thinking again. There are more and more mysteries now, if it weren't for Gracio's own paintings. Then, could someone be taking advantage of Gradius? Who has this ability? Sister Mei, are you looking for a strange color? In that case, there are some over there. Gracie pointed in one direction. Let's go and take a look. Mei asked Gracie to lead the way, and they went together. Over there. Mei looked in the direction Gracie pointed. Really? It's the fated monster we saw before. Cosmo decisively protected Gracie, while Mei and Velvet attacked together. Before her thunderbolt landed on the other party, Velvet pulled out a Gatling from nowhere and killed her. How come? Gracie stared at the monster's body. Strange colors, there are two kinds. Those fated monsters have my paint on them, but there is another kind of paint, there's just a familiar feeling. After learning about this, Mei told Cosmo to take good care of Gracie. Just continue to chase the monster with Velvet. For some reason, despite Velvet's assistance in arming Kevin, the monster escaped several times. Even eventually the trace was completely lost. Don't you find it strange? Every time, even if we have seen traces of it, it will escape in an unexpected way. It seems to be able to predict the direction of our pursuit. The monsters in the paradise should not have such intelligence, it is simply like. Velvet revealed Mei's guess, it's like someone is manipulating it behind the scenes. Mei nodded, this is the only possibility I can think of. Velvet said, it's a very reasonable guess, but you will find that you can't even find the suspect. Are you still doubting Gradius? Mei said, judging from her performance just now, it is true that she does not know these monsters, but that's the extent of it. Gracie will not lie, but in turn, it is easy to be used by others, so including her, everyone is suspect. This series of changes happened in such a short period of time, which makes people suspicious that someone is silently driving everything behind the scenes. Velvet chuckled and said, I have to say, according to Ms. Mei's inference, the mastermind behind this is already obvious. Who? Yi asked hurriedly. Velvet continued, the time that has been stagnant in 50,000 years of silence has only recently begun to slowly start to flow again. Sleeping stories have been unearthed, disputes have been ignited again, and every hero in the paradise has more or less involved. And all these changes are due to the arrival of 10 special successors. A Hairsker. It was she who brought the opportunity for change. It was she who made the heroes pay attention. It was she who brought changes to the promised land. How's that? Isn't that convincing enough? Mei also understood, are you doubting me? Velvet nodded, of course, I have 100% trust in Ms. Mei. I am just kindly pointing out the possible results of your reasoning. Mei asked, then do you have any advice? A great magician with a sharp tongue. Velvet replied, of course I trust my companions wholeheartedly. Having been together for so long, I know best what kind of people they are. I said, I conducted the investigation to prove the innocence of each memory, and I will not doubt any one of Yingji, this is my answer. Mei said, if your hypothesis is true, then there is only one possibility left, that someone else invaded the paradise and created the current chaos. Unfortunately, this conjecture is impossible. Velvet directly denied her. As you know, part of the paradise was created by another me. Although I don't agree with her serious appearance, but I have absolute confidence in my talents. The barrier system I built can intercept all intruders. It is not a loophole that can be squeezed in by picking the lock, but an absolute rule. Except for the executor of the Stigmata project, that is, the successor who has been given the qualifications by Kevin outside, no one has the means to step into this place. I can guarantee as an expert that the only outsider in the paradise today is Ms. Mei. Mei frowned, you mean, the mastermind behind the scenes is neither between us, nor can it be someone other than us. How is this possible? Velvet spread her hands, then I have to rely on your judgment. I can only tell you everything I saw. Inferences are just inferences after all. If you want to clear everyone's suspicions, you still need solid evidence. Okay. Mei sighed. Now it seems that we are in a deadlock again. For a moment, she had no more direction. Velvet said, who are you going to investigate next? Since it is to clear the suspicion, my suggestion is to start with the person with the least suspicion. Mei was about to say. He realized someone was staring at him. Maybe, he has been following me since a long time ago? She dodged and came to the haystack, it's not a good habit to follow other people. Pado? Why is it you? Sister Yi, calm down, don't point the knife at me. Podophilus stretched out 2 fingers, pushed the blade away cautiously, and smiled at Yi, sure enough, I can't escape Sister Yi's eyes. Mei asked, you have been following us since just now, right? Why do you do this? Potophilus said quickly, I'm here to take refuge with you. I have checked all the secret passages according to Sister Eden's instructions, but found nothing, and I was very frustrated. Just at this time, I heard that Sister Yi and Sister Weiwei were working together to investigate the truth of the matter, so I wanted to join you and investigate together. Mei Yi said, I have never heard that investigating together means hiding in the dark and following us secretly. Mention this. Potophilus couldn't help but lower her head. He said in a weak voice, well, it's because I'm worried about being rejected by you. After all, you know very well how weak I am, Sister Yi. Yi shook her head helplessly. Potophilus laughed twice, having self-awareness is our advantage. However, even if I can't help in the battle, I can definitely be useful in other places. I have thought about it seriously. Although I hate seeing everyone doubting each other, it is not our character to just wait. Rather than regretting that I didn't do anything, it's better to regret having done it and then regret it. So I decided, even if, I have to figure it all out. What are we going to do now? Find that goblin who looks a lot like Ellie, right? I was still a little doubtful, so she asked again, Pato, you just followed us secretly just because you were afraid of being rejected. Potophilus nodded repeatedly, of course, in such a tense moment, how could I still think about purchasing goods? Even if I did, it was just thinking about it. I would definitely not care about anything. Did not do it. Wait a minute, Sister Yi, you won't doubt me, will you? Mei remained silent. On the continent of Teyvat. Now there is a huge quarrel over who is the betrayer. Everyone has his or her suspicions, and everyone has his or her favorite people. Under such circumstances, a debate will naturally break out in the chat area. Even ordinary people who were not in the chat area started arguing, and some even fought because they argued too fiercely. But only in this moment. When Mei was suspicious of Potophilus. Everyone stands on a united front. Paimon, it's impossible, it's absolutely impossible to be Potophilus. Nisida, even Gradio is more likely than Potophilus. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, it's definitely impossible for Gracie, but it's absolutely impossible for Potophilus, she doesn't have that ability at all. Wendy, little Pato? Isn't she weaker than Paimon in combat? Kamizato Ayaka, I don't know directly why, Zhao, became Yingxia, but I can be sure that she is definitely not a betrayer. Everyone in the chat area thinks so. Potophilus herself felt unbelievable, Sister Yi, your joke is too big. Even if I have 10 courages, I wouldn't dare to do anything to Boss Kevin. If I really have this ability, I will definitely get Sister Eden's golden courtyard first, and then ask Boss Kevin and Brother G to deliver the goods to me. Oh no. Call Sister Ailey and Ahua, it would also be nice to help me see something. Velvet couldn't help laughing. I can vouch for her. This is what little Pato can do. Potophilus nodded quickly, Sister Velvet understands me. What good does it do to me to mess up the paradise like this and not even have to do business? I also wanted to understand, leave aside your motives, you really don't seem to have the ability to be the mastermind behind the scenes. Right, I really couldn't be more innocent. In that case, can you let me join the investigation? Sister Yi, Sister Weiwei, please let me follow you. Potophilus looked at the two of them with a pleading look on her face. Mei Yi said, this still does not clear your suspicion. But at this point, each of us is the same. So, I don't care. Velvet looked at Mei and said, Ms. Mei is really calm and cautious. Well, I like you like this. You are perfect for being a detective. Potophilus was very excited, then it's settled. He, from now on I am also a member of the detectives, original. Mei wanted to go to Fairy Ellie and ask about whether the typewriter in the archives could be repaired. But thinking about finding her might waste a lot of time. Velvet rejected the proposal, instead of looking for a doll running around, let's investigate in a different direction first. And maybe she will appear on her own after a while. Mei Yi asked, do you have any other clues? Velvet smiled and said, Humph, now it's time to show off my secret weapon, Chiang. Chapter 89. Velvet took out a big hat from nowhere. Potophilus shouted in great agreement, wow! What a gorgeous hat! Sister Velvet, where did you conjure up so many weird props? Velvet was very satisfied, it's a good reaction. Little Pato really likes it. That's what I like about you. What about the other audience member, what do you think? I said calmly, you asked me to visit the amusement park by myself before to prepare for this? I can only see that you are obviously interested in collecting hats. Velvet explained, don't just look at the surface. My lovely audience, this is not an ordinary hat, but a magic prop specially developed by me, the consciousness to focus. In short, this hat can help you get into other people's brains and view their memories. Through it, you can check everyone's alibi and of course prove our innocence. Podophilus was really shocked this time. Check, memory? Wow! That's amazing! Is this really just magic, not some kind of magic? May directly understands its principle, for us in the paradise, it only needs to read the memory data and materialize it. Velvet said, always trying to reveal the magic tricks will take away a lot of fun, lovely audience. She changed the topic, how about it, Ms. May? I specially invite you to check my memory. This is proof of trust. I refuse. Yi didn't even think about it. Even Velvet couldn't react. Very good, I know that no one can resist this temptation. Wait, refuse? How is this possible? This is the most efficient tool I can think of. Aren't you curious about our thoughts? Putting this aside, there is no reason for you not to accept such a genius magic prop that is full of surprises. May said bluntly, the credibility you have shown so far is not enough to allow me to accompany you to verify this suspicious item of unknown origin. Velvet said, don't say that. I deliberately didn't take it out at the beginning. Instead, I walked around with you first to verify various conjectures just to help us build a trusting relationship. The fact that you are still standing here is enough to prove that my magic props are absolutely safe and reliable. May snorted, safe and reliable? If they don't suddenly explode on the spot, and don't attract monsters to attack people, they can barely be called safe and reliable. Velvet patted her chest and assured, I can promise you that this prop was made by me to deal with the current life and death situation, and there is absolutely no adjustment added. Besides, the initiator of the incident may still be spying on us in the dark. Time is running out, do you really want to sacrifice the near for the far? Podophilus also said, Sister Yi, Sister Velvet is right. I believe she won't play pranks at this critical moment. Why don't you try it on me first? Come on. Pado. I was a little surprised by her request. Velvet could tell at a glance, it seems that little Pado is still worried about you doubting her. Podophilus said, it's not a big deal to be resentful. After all, the situation is still unclear. It's normal for Sister Yi to be wary. But in this case, wouldn't Sister Yi even have a helper? No. If I can prove my innocence early, I can investigate the truth of the matter with Sister May. Velvet said, you are indeed little Pado. But, have you ever thought about such a possibility? Maybe Ms. May in front of you is the real mastermind behind this. Podophilus was so frightened by these words that her tail straightened up. Velvet suppressed a smile and said, it seems that little Pado has not considered this situation at all. If this is really the case, you will not be able to escape suspicion, and you may even be wiped out without anyone noticing. Oh, Podophilus came back to her senses, Sister Yi is the murderer. How is this possible? No way. She wants to know the truth most, and she won't do anything to Ailey. Sister and Kevin Boskirkst. She said firmly, no. Sister Yi will not be the murderer, I can guarantee it. May didn't expect Podophilus to trust her so much. Velvet also burst out laughing, ha 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 ha, of course it's just a joke. Otherwise, how could I give her such an important prop? How about it, Ms. Yi, do you really want to betray the trust that little Pado and I have placed in you? I nodded, okay, I understand. Next moment. The hats were placed on the heads of Mei and Podophilus. As Velvet snapped her fingers, almost at the same time, a strange smoke burst out from the hat, and immediately darkness enveloped her vision. It's like walking in the dark, with distant and dim light spots floating in the thick darkness. When he reached out and touched it, the light spots surrounded him, as if he wanted to submerge his consciousness in it. Opening his eyes, the scene in front of him slowly spread out like spreading water waves, gradually converging into a familiar picture. Light footsteps passed by her. The girl seemed unaware of Mei Yi's existence, and was focused on chasing the light brown shadow in front of her. Kin, wait for me. You are running too fast. She stood in front of her shop, I haven't been back for so many days. I heard from Sister Ali that there is a new customer visiting the paradise. I wonder what kind of person he is. Asterisk. Before you met Padophilus? This guest is undoubtedly May herself. Padophilus opened the drawer of the store, and countless gold coins filled the drawer. Wow! So many gold coins! What a fool! Ahem, I mean, what a generous guest! Seeing this scene, she confirmed that this must be Padophilus's memory. However, the current memory is of no use, you still have to look back. The moment she had this idea, the picture in front of me has already changed. A new picture appears. Padophilus was sitting outside the booth of the store, but she already had a troubled look on her face. Meow-kin, please be quiet for a while and let me think about it seriously. She held her chin, her eyes blank, and she didn't know what she was thinking. However, the more she thought about it, the tighter her brows furrowed. Oh, no, the more I think about it, the more headache I get. Do we really want to take Sister May and go deeper? Even the good-tempered Imo has started to stop us, and Sister Ai Li also looks very worried. If this continues, Sister Nia will definitely fight with Sister May. Really, can't everyone just sit down and have a chat? I know, we are not willing to chat well, and we have a very complicated past with each other. But why do we have to keep fighting? We are partners who have experienced death together, we should be considered partners, right? Meow, there's no need to comfort me, Ken, don't worry, I finally found a place to stay, so I won't just watch my companions fall into infighting. After all, even if I am only in last place, I am still one of the 13 heroes recognized by Sister Ai Li. She looked at the sky and sighed, just like in a dream, one day an orphan like me who was born in Twilight Street will be called Yingjian by everyone. Kin, tell me, if my parents were still here, what would they think? Would they be proud of me? I still don't want to do this. What can I do now? Well, let's go and seek advice from Sister Wei first. Watch the girl leave. Mei Yi also jumped on the screen again. The night came when Kevin disappeared. Padophilus in the picture is counting, 96, 97. I didn't expect there are so many treasures hidden here. Where can I ask Sister May to take me to hunt for treasures tomorrow? You can sell the mechanical parts to Sister Wei, and the beautiful trinkets to Sister Ai Li. As for these weird furnishings, just trick Imo and the others into buying them. Hehe, now I'm rich. As time passed silently, Padophilus's voice of counting the goods gradually became as unclear as talking in sleep. The first target. Let's choose Boss Kevin. I don't know if he can accept it. Mei Yi was shocked and couldn't help but think why she mentioned him. This matter must be hidden from Sister Ili. Well, yes, there is also Sister Yi, otherwise, she will definitely not be able to spare me. As if suddenly awakened from meditation, Mei Yi came back to her senses, and the two pairs of eyes in front of her were looking at her with concern. Velvet asked eagerly, "This lovely audience, what did you see?" Padophilus couldn't wait to say, "Sister Yi, you should have seen it. The day Boss Kevin had the accident, I didn't see him at all." I didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Padophilus. This sight made Padophilus turn her head away uncomfortably. "Don't, CDDB, look at me like that, Sister Yi, it makes you nervous." "I really didn't do anything." Mei Yi said, "I saw your memory of the night Kevin disappeared. You packed up the goods collected from all over the night, and you didn't fall asleep holding the goods until it was almost dawn." Padophilus chuckled, "After all, I found a lot of treasures during the treasure hunt, so I was a little excited. But does this prove my innocence? Look, Sister Yi, I have already told you that I am innocent. The suspicion has been successfully cleared. Now, can I investigate with you?" I still stared at her. Said, "But before you fell asleep, you said you wanted to do something without telling Alicia and I. Pado, do you have any secrets that you are hiding from us?" Velvet said with emotion, "Oh, I didn't expect to have such a memory. I didn't expect that little Pado was not as honest as I imagined." Padophilus was stunned. "Hey? Sister Yi, what are you talking about? How can I have any secrets from you?" I directly recounted the scene at that time. "According to what you said in the dream, this matter is related to many Yingxia, and you even want to involve Kevin in it. What is it that is worth your troubles?" Padophilus was silent. Velvet looked like she was watching a show. "Little Pado, I advise you to tell the truth at this time, otherwise, the suspicion on you will not be clear. Potophilus hesitated for a long time before stammering, a little business, it's really just business. I pressed the question, what kind of business needs to be hidden from me and Alicia? Potophilus also risked her life. He replied, it's about, that, the horns on your head. I'm planning to rent out your horns for others to touch. If Sister Ai Li knows about it, it will be publicized everywhere and you will definitely be angry. That's why, I want to treat you too. Ever since Yi came to this paradise of the past, she has never been as speechless as she is now. Now, on the continent of Teyvat, countless people all laughed. Wendy, hey, it's indeed Potophilus. Qi Liang, as expected of my previous life. Haha, there is nothing suspicious at all. Nisida, let me just say, there is no need to doubt Potophilus. Paimon, it's better not to doubt Mebius using that bad woman than to doubt this kitten. Dodalia, ha 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 ha, interesting. Thanks to Potophilus, it made me happy all of a sudden. Zhongli, the ordinary people among Yingzha are really interesting. Funina, this May, why do you have to press me? It's okay now. Ye Shenzi, what an interesting kitten. Kirarao, please come to Narukami Taisha Shrine later. Lord Lin Hao, maybe he really wants to see you. Qi Liang, okay, I'll be there after delivering the goods, at the same time. In the exposure screen, Velvet also burst out laughing, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect Ms. May's horn to be so popular. Little Padu, you are really a genius. Potophilus lamented, oh, Sister Velvet, your hat is really terrible. I just had a little thought, and Sister Yi saw it clearly. Velvet said proudly, of course, the props made by me can always exert 10 times its original function. In this way, it also proves that my consciousness collector is indeed effective. How about it, Ms. May? In emergencies, we still have to rely on the wisdom of tools. Next, let's use this method to check the memories of the heroes one by one to clear everyone's suspicions. But, maybe, not everyone is willing to do this. Potophilus on the side shouted, very good, I declare that I have completely eliminated the suspicion. Next, I will join the ranks of detectives and investigate the truth of this matter with you. Sister May, please take me with you next time you check your memories. I must prove that everyone is innocent. Yi said, I'm afraid there are not many opportunities like this, and I don't think other heroes will wait obediently like this for us to read through their memories like a book. Velvet said, then it depends on your ability, our great detective. Just after she finished speaking, she looked behind May, if you say so, another person who will never refuse this request is already here, isn't it? The words fell. A figure came in panic. Seeing Mei Yi's figure, she seemed to be vaguely relieved. Great, you are all here. The visitor was none other than Hua, and she rarely showed such a prepared expression. As a result, Mei became nervous subconsciously. What's wrong, Hua? You don't look good. Hua said, a very serious situation happened, and Velvet interrupted her directly, SHH, please wait a moment. Rather than dictating, I recommend you to borrow some tools, such as my hat. Hua refused directly, sorry, the situation is too urgent and I don't have time to verify those experimental props with you. Velvet said, don't refuse in a hurry, this is not an entertainment trick, we just want to understand more intuitively what happened, and besides, this is also to eliminate your suspicion. Potophilus also said, Ahua, listen to me, we are using this hat to check the memory of every Yingzha to investigate their suspicions. Hua asked doubtfully, check, memory. Mei Yi said, I understand your concerns, but, other clues have not made any progress, so we have no choice but to do this. I have no intention of evading it. Hua asked again, after all, my memory is inherently confusing. Will this really be useful? Velvet said, please believe me, this is our last resort. Hua looked at the people in front of him in a deep voice. They were once her trusted partners and teammates who fought side by side. However, the haze of reality caused an irreparable rift between them, and suspicion and questioning became the shadow between everyone. Now, she must make a decision whether to still trust the person in front of her. Chapter 90. Hua thought about it. Finally decided, I understand, what do you need me to do? Velvet took out her hat, just bring this. Hua took the hat and put it on his head. Wei said excitedly, yes, that's it. Use facts to prove to us that you are still the Hua we know. May and Padophelis also entered his memory together. As the darkness dissipated, what appeared in front of the two men was an almost collapsed city. The overwhelming flames lit up the sky, and in the center of the flames, there was a faint red figure. In a flash, May understood where she was now. That's the seventh hairsker. The flames rolled and invaded, engulfing everything in their path. At the end of the sky-high flames, Mei's first line of sight captured that thin figure. She lay helpless among the ruins, covered in scars, as if she could do nothing but breathe. Under the flames that swept through the world, she was as fragile as a crumbling leaf. Even so, she was still leaning against the ruined building, speaking with difficulty. It seems that there are still people who are still alive under the ruins. The monstrous flames suddenly burst out with dazzling white light, then gradually died down and soared farther away. Hua raised his head with difficulty and looked in the direction of the flames. Bok! Against the firelight, Mei couldn't see the expression on King Hua's face, but even so, she could still imagine what it was like. That was a farewell look. Mei Yi sighed softly. Pado, let's go, because of the next memory. Padophelis asked, Sister Yi, aren't you going to help Ahua? Mei said helplessly, she cannot sense our existence. This is just her memory, it has happened in the past and cannot be changed. Watching Padophelis still looking at Hua with distress, she reminded again, Pado, these are just memories. You finally defeated this collapse. This is the only thing that will not change no matter what. Yet. Padophelis nodded. Follow Mei to the next memory. This time it was in the lobby of the Land of Things Past. Alicia said to Hua, what a coincidence, Hua, I meet you here again. I guess you must have come to chat with me specifically, right? Hua shook his head, that's not the case. Alicia pretended to be sad and said, isn't it? Even so, you should have lied to me first. Denying it directly like this is really sad. Hua quickly apologized, sorry, it was my lack of consideration. Alicia smiled, haha, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Mei is not here, and is probably undergoing trials deep in the paradise. You have to wait for her a little longer. How did you know I was waiting for Mei? Alicia replied, I was just guessing at random. I didn't expect that I guessed it right. After all, you two seem to get along very well. Hua said, Yi seems to be an old acquaintance with me in real life. She has told me some past experiences, and I have an inexplicable feeling of closeness to her. Alicia said, then you should talk to her more. It is not easy to witness your future being played out in front of you. One Mei Yi will also be very happy. After all, there are not many people here who can chat with her, and the attitude of the heroes towards her is somewhat complicated. Hua asked doubtfully, complicated? Is it because the truth she wants to explore is too secretive? It's because of her identity as a hairsker. Alicia said with a smile, it seems that you don't really care about this, maybe you can become very good friends. Hua thought about it and said, the hairsker, even I can't easily say the words to coexist peacefully with him. The hairsker will never fight for mankind, and neither will she. Kai Wen once said this to me, right after the battle with the seventh hairsker. Yes. I also saw it. The captain who was with us through life and death a day ago turned into a flame that pushed countless lives into the abyss in the blink of an eye. Once you are named the hairsker, will everything in the past be wiped out? Only the will to destroy everything will be left, and will it become an existence that cannot be understood by us? Alicia said, after all, no one has faced the hairsker more closely than Kevin and the others. The more times I defeat Honkai, the more I feel afraid of facing the hairsker. There is nothing I can do about it. After all, the existence of the hairsker means the beginning of loss. Huazi didn't think so, but to me, the hairsker is a position, not an identity. If we can only distinguish it by superhuman strength, we, as fusion warriors, have nothing to do with the hairsker different. Only those who abandon humanity's past and try to overturn everything with destructive power should be constantly on guard. Obviously Mei is not among these, so I have never regarded her as a hairsker. She is first of all a person who is eager to find a way out, and then she is a special person with the ability of the hairsker. Perhaps this is the consensus we have always tacitly accepted. When Alicia heard this statement, she was very happy in her heart. I know, everyone thinks so too. They are companions first, and then other identities. I have always believed this. What a bunch of duplicitous guys. Alicia smiled and looked in the direction of the anchor point, her eyes inadvertently intersecting with Mei Yi's on the side, as if she was telling her across time and space, Mei Yi, you have to work hard too. It's important to break through the first wall to the end. Because what lies behind that is not only the truth, but also everyone's recognition and trust. Sister Ai Li. Padophelis couldn't help but feel sad when she saw her. Mei also took a deep breath before saying, there are no more clues here, so keep moving forward. The picture changes again. The night before Alicia disappeared came. At that time, after bidding farewell to Mei Yi, Hua did not leave. She followed the noisy market and watched the crowds on both sides of the street gather and disperse. As the night gets darker, these crowds of people organized by virtual digital homes gradually disperse. Hua sat down on the empty steps and looked at the rapidly changing light signs above his head, as if looking at a dream that did not want to be broken. Padophelis said, Ahua, she sat here like this all night? Is she waiting for someone? Mei guessed, I'm afraid, she is just feeling the peaceful atmosphere here. In this way, it can be proved that she has nothing to do with Alicia's death. She sighed softly, not sure if she was secretly relieved or if she had expected this to happen. Sudden. The scene in front of me became easier again, like traces of gradually melting snow, becoming dim and distorted. At the same time, another scene seemed to be struggling, constantly trying to jump in front of them. Padophelis was anxious, Sister Yi, what's going on? Mei guessed, more profound memories emerged from the depths of consciousness, impacting this peaceful memory. I'm afraid that's the emergency that Hua wants to tell us. The blurred scene gradually becomes clear. Mei Yi finally recognized where she was. Mebius's laboratory, where she once experienced a difficult battle. However, at this time, there was only silence in the entire laboratory, and the experimental data that had been flowing on the light screen all day turned into indistinguishable gibberish. This is... Sister Yi, wait for me. Mei didn't bother to answer. As if she had a premonition of something, she followed the owner of the memory and rushed into the laboratory. Then, there, deep in the laboratory, they found Mebius. In other words, there was some kind of existence that was once Mebius. What came into view was the broken ground, and familiar wreckage floating in the black mire. Ah! Padophelis couldn't believe this scene. What? Mei Yi was also shocked. Also shocked were the people on the Teyvat continent. The first is Nazada. She looked at this scene in disbelief. Mebius, the scheming Mebius, the powerful Mebius, the most suspicious Mebius. The Mebius who possesses infinity and will never die. Died? How can this be? Even as a god with the world tree at her back, she couldn't believe this kind of thing. She immediately asked in the chat area. Nisida, is it fake? Mebius is actually dead? Isn't she infinite? Can't she be resurrected even if she dies? Thunder movie, have you forgotten what Mebius said in reality? Only death is eternal. Nisida, but, this is impossible. How could she die? She is the most unlikely person to die. Wendy, calm down, don't forget that Kevin and Alicia are also dead. Nisida, who on earth can do such a thing? Paimon, Mebius. That bad woman. Such a bad woman. How could she die? Kamisato Ayato, who is the murderer? Such a cute Mebius is willing to kill. Kamisato Ayaka, no, brother, she is cute. Kamisato Ayato, it's not important, I only care about Huijiao. Zhongli, in terms of universality, it is still a mystery. Everyone thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. You can only continue to look down at the exposure. In the memory screen. Hua was also extremely anxious. Mebius, what happened? Su decisively stopped her. Hua, don't get close yet. Seeing Hua and Su breaking through the door, Mebius's lips curved into a sneer, and his lips moved slightly. Immediately afterwards, the afterimage gradually became blurry and hazy, like smoke, and gradually disappeared into the air. Padophelis asked in horror, Sister Yi, what's going on, what on earth is going on? Mei Yi and Padophelis looked at each other, and they both saw the same disbelief in each other's eyes. Mebius is dead. After a while. Although it has left Hua's memory space. However, they were still immersed in the surprising aftermath and had no time to react. Mebius, how could that happen? Mei Yi still couldn't believe it. Padophelis was also in disbelief, How is this possible? Doesn't Sister Snake have a special ability and will not die no matter what? Hua said, if Hesu hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, we wouldn't have been able to believe that the situation would develop to this point. But she did disappear before our eyes. After that, Su checked the entire paradise and did not find any data related to her. Su is sorting out the clues in her hands. So let me tell you the news first and remind you to be vigilant about it. The news has arrived, and it's time for me to leave. I must inform others of Mebius's death. Seeing her leaving, Yi couldn't help but call her, Hua. Hua turned around and asked, is there anything else you need me to convey? Mei Yi shook her head, it's nothing, pay attention to safety. Take care. After hearing what Mei Yi said, Weil Wei folded her hands on her chest and lowered her head in silence. Wait for Hua to leave. She then said, how could it be? I thought that at least she would be safe for a while. This is not a good sign. Although Mebius always makes some extraordinary moves, her abilities are beyond compare. Doubtless, now her disappearance has undoubtedly weakened our strength. There is no time to hesitate. We must stop this before greater sacrifices occur. After the first 2 experiments, the function of this hat has been fully verified. Just use it to continue investigating suspects. Ms. Mei, you don't have any objections, right? Mei Yi nodded, it seems that this is the only way. I will take tough measures when necessary. Padophelis also said, although I can't fight, but I will be there to cheer you up, Sister Mei. Zero Velvet said, in that case, I want to use it to prove my innocence first. Is that okay? We should have done this long ago. To be honest, I have been a little frustrated by the number of times I was questioned today. Since this is an extraordinary period, I still hope that I can spend less time explaining and defending. And aren't you curious about what is going on in my smart head? I remained silent and stared closely into Velvet's eyes, trying to find out how serious her words were. And Velvet stared back at her without fear, with a look of assurance. All right. Mei Yi said, but this is your invention after all, I still doubt the possibility of a backdoor. Velvet said, this, you have to find out on your own. Memory doesn't lie anyway, right? Padophelis volunteered, then, I'll be with Sister Yi too. Mei Yi withdrew her gaze and nodded after hesitating for a moment. Follow the same pattern, the next moment. Mei entered Velvet's spiritual world. But when she saw the scene around her, she was shocked. Why, Domination Theater? Padophelis asked, it's a building I've never seen before. Sister Yi, do you know this place? Mei nodded, this is a place I have visited before. The Hersker who dominates today's civilization once fought with us here. Why is this place in Velvet's memory? Padophelis didn't care too much, maybe it's Sister Velvet's big magic trick again. She likes to do things like this that scare you the most. Magic. Mei Yi's frown deepened. According to the Fire Chaser files she checked, the 10th Hersker from the previous civilization did not have this kind of power. This was no coincidence. Could it be that time? She thought that when she traveled through Velvet's thinking space and entered the deepest place, her thinking space was not like this. At that time, Velvet had seen her thinking. It was probably based on her memory that the place was transformed. In other words, she has been planning all of this since then. Mei Yi couldn't help but feel even more worried that she could even do such a thing. I still underestimated her. Sister Mei. Sister Mei. Yi came back to her senses, Padophelis said, Sister Yi, it's not okay to stand here in a daze all the time. Aren't we still going to find out the truth? Mei nodded, well, let's go. The two of them walked deeper into the Domination Theater. Along the way, there was a little light, and when you got closer, the scene in your memory appeared. Pressure valve, drive core, good, that's it. Test data, wait, why is there an offset value of 0.1%? To ensure that the data is correct, please retest. Mei Yi recognized it as an expert's memory at a glance. She couldn't help but sigh, although I found it difficult to get along with her when we first met, but now that I think about it, the expert may be the most normal Velvi. Padophelis said, after all, Sister Velvet is a person with a very complicated personality. But she is quite serious in practicing the fields she is good at. Of course, the same goes for creating scares. On the other side, Velvet had completed the second test. She picked up the experiment report and put the detection handle behind her ear. Chapter 91. It seems that the caliber of the part does not match the parameters. Please report it to the materials department. After a while, she returned to the laboratory, but her expression was subtly different from before. Obviously, it is the great magician Velvet now. This is my new work? Isn't the shape too mediocre? Since it is an epoch-making invention, of course it must have a matching bold appearance. An epoch-making invention. I feel like it was introduced like this last time. Forget it, never mind. Anyway, my creations are all extraordinary and full of surprises. Well, that's much better. She transformed her own ideas on it. Another moment passed. Velvet is back. To be precise, it was Velvet overlooking the stars. She looked at the device in front of her. Does this kind of creation reflect the era of decline? Under the cold shell is a complex mechanism that does its own thing. Does it prove that I am in the abyss of thoughts, using my only remaining wisdom to treat human beings? A warning for the future. In this case, I might as well record the profound maxims on it and leave it to the enlightenment of civilization later. A few more moments passed. Velvet looked at the invention and sighed. Ah, is the new invention almost completed? The progress is really impressive. Let me see, the function. Well, I feel that there is still something missing. Why not fire a salute into the sky every time it is activated? In this way, all users will be amazed. Yes, this is the real power of invention, arousing everyone's expectations and enthusiasm. Another half hour passed. Velvet pushed the door open again, and this time, she had several boxes of parts in her hand. She looked at the unrecognizable equipment in the center of the room and frowned as she was used to it. Tisk, it happens like this every time. But she did not show irritability or dissatisfaction, but lowered her head and began to carefully review other Velvet's works to see if they needed improvement. See this memory. 063 Me. I was speechless. Padophelis then remembered. Oh, so this is the production process of a fully automatic audio data transcription mapper and fireworks launcher? Mei Yi was confused. Fully automatic what? Padophelis said, I can't figure it out either. However, according to Sister Velvet's initial statement, she seems to want to make a recorder that can also work in the paradise space. So, you know why Sister Velvet's inventions are so exaggerated every time, right? Mei Yi, it's conceivable. The two of them left here. Keep looking for other memories. Compared to others, Velvet's memories are more chaotic and more difficult to find. It takes a while. Just found a memory again. It's in the lounge of paradise. Alicia greeted her. Hello Velvet, it's rare to see you coming out of the workshop. It seems you are going to bring us some new gadgets. Velvet nodded, that's right. Please take a look at my new work. Kevin Kun's armed Model 76 has been successfully released. So today, I specially invite its exclusive users to test it. Kevin, Number Velvet said, the response was very lukewarm. Dear audiences and actors, don't you look forward to my unprecedented new speech? Alicia applauded enthusiastically. Wow, I'm looking forward to it, Velvet said happily. Well, that's a nice call. So, dear Mr. Kevin, do you want to test the new weapons here? Or do you prefer me to explain this first? Alicia was the first to speak. Before that, I still have a question. Oh, please tell me. Responding to every curiosity of the audience is also the basic quality of a qualified magician. Alicia pointed at her weapon. Asked, why does your anti-Kevin weapon have such a pattern? Is this the logo of Mebius Laboratory? Velvet replied, well, it's just a little Easter egg. The budget department restricted the application for superconducting materials, so I used some unconventional means to obtain these circuit materials. Thanks to the inspiration Mebius gave me. What if I am always immersed in experimental data? Of course I have to do more interesting things, such as participating in the immersive magic experience that I carefully designed. Furthermore, in order to achieve the best performance effect, I specially chose the time when the data was being run in the laboratory. She must be screaming in surprise now. Alicia is also looking forward to it. This is really a huge performance, and Mebius's current expression should also be very exciting. Velvet smiled and said, ah, counting the time, Mebius will probably find this place soon, and it's time to exit. Dear audience, be sure to try out the new weapon against Kevin. She bowed grandly to the room and left the lounge. After a while, suppressed angry shouts came from the corridor. Way, Padophyllus suddenly realized, no wonder Sister Snake rushed into the lounge angrily that day. She never thought that such a thing had happened. May also said, she can always arouse the anger of others at the right time and escape before being burned. From a certain point of view, Velvet is indeed a genius. Padophelis said, after all, Sister Velvet is a lively person. Every performance she performs is indispensable for the participation of other people. But Sister Yi, don't worry. Although Sister Weiwei likes to perform exaggeratedly, she is very measured and reliable at critical times. So, don't worry about her. Mei Yi expressed doubts about this. Does she really know what propriety means? No more words. Mei looked around. What I just touched are all memories related to life. If you want to get to the useful meaning, you have to go deeper into the theater. She led the way, followed by Petrophilis. The two quickly went deep into the theater. Come to the depths of the hall. I saw several mirrors scattered throughout the hall, dividing the space and people's images into complex parts. Padophelis pulled Yi, this place makes me feel really uncomfortable. Sister Yi, let's leave quickly. Mei did not move. I suddenly had an idea, if Velvet appeared here, would these mirrors reflect her different personalities? Padophelis was all excited, Sister Yi, don't make such a joke now. Maybe Sister Velvet will suddenly come out of a mirror and scare me. I feel like she can really do it. Mei said seriously, I'm not joking. Since Velvet's different personalities are the result of her cutting off her own thinking, then in the fictional space of consciousness and memory, how will these different personalities play out? Will they exist in the same way, or will they become one completely? Padophelis tilted her head, it's so complicated, I can't understand it at all. It's better to wait until we get out and let Sister Velvet explain it herself. With that said, she was ready to check other memories quickly to prove that Velvet was not a betrayer. Just take a few steps. She paused. Sister Yi, look at that mirror. Is there a lock on it? Mei Yi looked over and couldn't help but wonder, indeed, but isn't this a space made up of memories? Why is there a lock? Could it be that Velvet has some secrets that she is unwilling to reveal to others? Padophelis walked over and said, you'll know why after you open it and take a look. I'm very good at this kind of thing. Sister Yi, wait a moment. She moved forward excitedly. I didn't know where to conjure a set of tools and started researching. However, as time passed, the lock remained motionless, and a look of embarrassment gradually appeared on her face. Mei Yi had no choice but to say, Pado, let's put this lock aside for now, and let's go investigate other memories. Padophelis said quickly, wait a little longer, I promise, it will be opened soon. Mei said, if you are really curious about the locked content, you can ask Velvet directly after you go back. Padophelis directly refused, that's not possible. With Sister Velvet's character, she may not tell the truth. I only have this specialty. If I can't even do such a small thing, how can I help you? Busy? Don't worry, I will definitely be able to open it. Sister Mei, why don't you go check out other memories first? I'll open the lock and go find you right away. Mei couldn't continue to persuade her, so she agreed. Then she went to explore other memories. There are memories of fighting against the Hersker of restraint. There are memories of being in the workshop. There are memories of communicating with one's own evildoer. These memories are too messy, and it is very difficult to find useful ones. Just as Mei was looking at these memories. Sudden. Padophelis's screams were heard. When Mei Yi came back to her senses, she realized that she had left the hall unknowingly. Run back quickly. At this moment, countless fated monsters were generated, blocking her way back. The more this happens, the more anxious I become about getting dressed. Directly burst out with the strongest power and forcefully carve a way out. Back to the lobby. The first thing I saw was Padophelis lying in front of the mirror. Pado. She rushed over and picked up Padu. Even if Padophelis said a word, it would be extremely painful. Mei Yi quickly swept her eyes across Paduo's body. Nearly half of the area there was covered with a vague haze, showing an almost chaotic state. However, these words, which were used to remind Padu not to be impatient, actually grabbed the other person's heart. She quickly straightened her body up, then curled up again due to the severe pain. Mei Yi. We have to get out of here quickly. Mei Yi followed her frightened gaze and looked to her side. The once sealed mirror had been opened by a clever technique. But there was no reflection of the two people in it, only an ominous shadow. It's the memory of when Boss Kevin disappeared. The person who killed Kevin's boss. Padophelis's body kept flickering and her body was convulsing, making it impossible for her to speak a complete sentence. Mei Yi suppressed the anger in her heart and said in the gentlest voice, I already understand, Pado. There is no need to continue, thank you. Hey, hee, I'm the best at this. Padophilis forced a smile, then, let's leave quickly. Sister Mei. Mei Yi nodded lightly, yes. Don't worry, if you encounter any danger, leave it to me to solve it. Just like before, okay? Oh, yay, Sister Yi, it's better not to say such things. Everyone says. They all say that this is. What does it mean to say? It's like I'm really going to die, don't scare me, how is that possible? I've always been, very lucky. The weight in my arms disappeared. Disappeared so quickly and completely. For a moment, Mei Yi didn't know how to return her posture to normal. DBA. After a while, she began to slowly move her arms, shaking them in the air, trying to grab something. But not even a palm of cold mist could touch it. Where Padophelis originally was, there was only a cold coin left. Mei Yi picked up the coins and cried softly, this moment. On the continent of Teyvat. In the Jingshan Palace. Nazada looked at this scene, unable to recover for a long time. She admitted that she did say bad things about Padophelis before, but, she never thought that Padophelis would die. She is just a money-grubbing kitten. She is not as powerful as Kevin and will not pose any threat to the betrayer. Why? Why was she the one who died? Especially watching her disappear little by little in front of me like this, and finally turn into pieces. Especially that sentence, Sister Yi, I don't want to die. It echoed in her mind and could not be dissipated for a long time. The appearance of Padophelis not long ago appeared. This sadness from deep inside, this uncontrollable anger. If she hadn't been weak, she would have wanted to rush into the exposure system and kill the betrayer completely. It's not just her. This moment. Countless people were stunned. An atmosphere of sadness enveloped the entire continent of Teyvat. Qi Liang looked at the sky blankly, tears falling unconsciously from the corners of his eyes. Did my previous life die like this? I'm really not willing to give in. I don't know if she fulfilled her wish, and I don't know if she helped Sister Yi. Why is it her? She finally couldn't help crying. Post a message in the chat area with tears in your eyes. Qi Liang, why? Why do you want to kill even a 1.1 person like me in the previous life who has no fighting ability? Zhongli, maybe, this is the cruelty of that world. Wendy, I really couldn't help it, I wanted to rush in and kill this traitor. Nazada, good cat, don't cry Yeshenzi, I'm angry too. Who is the betrayer? I almost want to whip Lin Hao and torture him. Kamizato Ayaka, Mr. Yiguchi, please calm down. I know everyone is sad, but don't take action against Lin Hao. Gan Yu, little fox, calm down. I think if Lin Hao had memories of his past life, he would be sad to see this. Kei Qing, I still can't believe that there are betrayers among Yingji. Zhongli, obviously, the betrayer is Wai Wei. Wendy, Ray Movie, I hope your previous life will not disappoint me, otherwise, the violent wind will sweep across the entire Dao wife. Thunder Movie, if Mei disappoints me, I will not admit that she was in the past life. Everyone looked towards the exposure system. In the screen. Mei, who had just cried, had to put away these emotions as soon as possible. Because there is no time. Now she is so short of time, not even time to cry and grieve. This moment. She seemed to be able to understand why the heroes did not show too much sadness after the deaths of Kevin and Alicia. Precisely because they know that there is no time. There are still many things to do, and there is no time for them to be sad. Now, it's the same. She asked angrily, so, it's you. She doesn't need to mention the other person's name. Well, it's me. The betrayer has already come out, you have seen those memories, how can I quibble, right? Why Pado? Chapter 92. Faced with Mei Yi's almost roaring question, Velvet said with an indifferent attitude, oh, this is beyond my control, you can treat it as an accident? After all, my target now is just you. The anger in Mei Yi's heart was on the verge of exploding. Those memories, no matter what the content is, the person involved is either in danger and feeling real pain, Or, he is facing imprisonment. From the moment I started exploring, you have been using these memories to reduce my power, right? Because the process is very gentle, if not. If it weren't for Padu, I might never have noticed. Velvet said coldly, yet. So, people who scream during the performance are really rude, right? Otherwise, it would be quite interesting to watch you die of your own curiosity step by step. By the way, when did you start doubting me? Let me guess, you have never believed it, right? Don't worry, I've long been used to it. But you see, in order to go to the deepest place, you don't have to accept my help. I stared at her. Now it seems that was just the beginning, right? Wrong. To me, exchanging everything is not the beginning, but a kind of foreshadowing. Velvet laughed harshly. The real show is about to kick off now. How should I introduce myself to you? Haven't seen you for a long time. Is this the first time we've met? I frowned, always feeling that things were not that simple. She suppressed the idea of killing the other party and let Velvet tell the truth she wanted to know in her pride. Velvet, or, the extremely evil Velvet, snapped her fingers, and the entire thinking space turned into darkness. May put her hand on the handle of the knife, always on guard. And Velvet's voice also sounded. What were you thinking when you first saw me? This man always seems to be lying, is that correct? So. I have to ask, if a liar, oh no, a deceiver, when she is unabashed in her lies, can candid be called candid? Oh. By the way, you must be confused now. Who is this guy? Why do you say such nonsense in such a place where you can't see your fingers? 23. Oh, I'm sorry, because it would be scary if there weren't some sounds here, right? It's like, what I felt when I was just thrown in here. Yes, this is my vision, my world. For a funny reason, I was made into a prison of evil thoughts. From then on, for 50,000 years, that darkness was the only thing in my world. 50,000 years, can you understand how long it is? I can hear voices from the outside world and hear what I am saying, but it's all out of reach. In their world, time is divided into day and night by a celestial body. And in my world, time is only divided into endless hatred. Every day I long for new evil thoughts to be banished here, where I am. One day, there will be no place to stay here, and the darkness that has been tried so hard to cover up will be exposed in one fell swoop, leading us all to destruction, and at the same time, granting me relief. But the operation of the paradise of the past is different from reality. It is a pool of stagnant water, and the birth of evil thoughts requires soil and watering. Therefore, I am afraid that my sentence will never be over. 4+. But, people who feel despair cannot become evil people. I am Vivi, and 50,000 years of darkness can't do anything to me. I'm waiting for the opportunity, because it will always come. So, you know what I thought when a Hairsker visited the Elysium. Unfortunately, she is not the agent of Honkai. She is even a little too conventional, which is disappointing. She failed to attract Velvet's attention until she left. But soon, she came back again, and this time, she brought something else. Let's call it for the time being. For the Elysium, it will turn into a terrible disaster, and I have always been willing to contribute to it. Of course, Velvet immediately discovered its existence, but because of the arrogance of genius, she mistook it for another thing, the remnant of the previous experiment. She quickly paid the price for her mistake. The other party easily embezzled it and was about to take away everything from her. It was at this point that she made her second mistake. She thought of a backup plan, which was me. Yes, just like when she destroyed one of her thinking areas to get rid of the commandments. I was used as another victim to bear all the damage it did to her. For the first time in 50,000 years, I was released, only to be immediately executed. In 50,000 years, I have once again been able to see the world as it should be. The place where I was born. My reunion with it was accompanied by death. But I don't feel resigned. Anyway, how wonderful this is. When she pushed me to die with her own hands, she turned into evil instead. Then what decision will I make? Apart from betrayal, don't you give a better answer? Everything around him became bright again. Mei Yi's gaze also returned to the world of thought that was like a theater of domination. The extremely disgusted Velvet looked at Mei. Look at your expression, you don't seem to believe me. Let me guess, you think it has no reason to let me go. Since it can easily defeat Velvet, then what's the point of having 10 more helpers like me? The answer is, certainly not in the beginning. I think the reason why it was willing to spare my life was that it felt that the things we wanted were exactly the same. But then that wasn't the case. Because, there is only one variable in the unchanging paradise, isn't it? Mei Yi instantly understood who the variable was. I. The extremely evil velvet nodded, yes, an existence that is not a memory and can make it feel helpless. If someone can erase this variable, and make friends, it's not too much. Me, I completely understood, that's why you have to find ways, to let me enter your mind. That's right. The extremely evil velvet continued, although it is only temporary, now, you are in my mind, and I will divide a new area and put you in the same way they imprisoned me. Enter it, and this time will be eternity. Mei immediately asked, where are the other velvets? The extremely evil velvet waved her hand, I killed them all. After all, they are all me, so there can't be any hidden dangers left. Fortunately, I am still good at imitating myself, right? I continued to ask, so, Alicia, Kevin, and Mebius. The extremely evil velvet said, I can't tell you this. I know that clichés are your usual trick. As I said, everything just now was a performance, so every word of the line has been carefully considered. Of course I will make sure you don't find any clues to defeat me. I don't want to be that kind of funny villain who fails because of his talkativeness. Mei Yi's hand holding the weapon turned a little white due to excessive force, then, where is she? She. Paedophiles. A person who can't hinder your conspiracy, she just wants to live. The extremely evil velvet said lightly, oh, indeed, I also said that it was just an accident. After all, everything I did was just to survive. Since I disappeared from the world, it's the price for a good person to survive safely. Then if it's the other way around, why can't you accept it? I understand. Mei Yi no longer suppressed her anger, since you mentioned so many of your thoughts, then, do you know what I am thinking at this moment? You allowed my friend to sacrifice for such a ridiculous reason. Then, are you ready to wake up and pay the corresponding price? The extremely evil velvet was a little surprised, after being cut off so many times, do you still have the power to use it? Well, I don't know what the price will be, but you can also be curious. One time. The words fell. The ground of the entire theater began to shake. Wrong. Is divided. This is the extremely evil velvet dividing her mind. If she really wants to separate her from the current area, she will never have a chance again. I instantly thought of a solution. As long as the other party cannot determine her location, she cannot be separated. He decisively summoned Kurigara, rode on it, and soared in his thoughts. The extremely evil velvet's voice also came over, it's very smart. As long as it doesn't stay in one place, I can't divide it smoothly, but, why do I have to follow your pace? What? Yi also noticed something was wrong. The extremely evil velvet continued, the situation is like this, I can completely watch you run away in a hurry without taking any measures. When you finally run out of energy and cannot stop, I will gently with just one cut, wouldn't it be over? And you, even though you know this, still can't stop anywhere, otherwise, you will be killed immediately. It's interesting, right? How like most people's lives, in a mess. Knowing that there is only death ahead but I don't know when it will come, but I can't stop. Mei knows very well. She's right. If you continue like this, it will have no effect at all. If you haven't seen partition firsthand, you will never be able to cope with it. Think about it. She decided to take the risk. See with your own eyes what the extremely evil velvet calls mind segmentation. After she stopped. The extremely evil velvet also immediately divided her mind, while Mei immediately moved her position the moment she saw the division appear, really. Just as she expected. After gaining an absolute advantage, the extremely evil velvet was unwilling to take risks. As soon as she leaves, the other party will stop. After several times in a row. The extremely evil velvet also noticed something was wrong, did I just say too much? Mei replied, it's another one of you who talks too much. Velvet once told me that she just divided her thinking into 8 areas. The reason is, if it continues, it will be difficult to maintain each zone as a criterion for genius. After all, your thoughts have a total amount, and they are quite precious. Let's bet, which one is wider, the realm that I can reach or the realm that you are willing to give up? Before you catch up with the lightning, will you first fall from genius to fool? Ha 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 ha. The extremely evil Velvet's sarcastic and harsh laughter sounded again. You don't think I can see through your intentions? Do you think that in a head-on confrontation is my only chance, right? Mei Yi said coldly, this is the same for you, or, we will remain in a stalemate here until the heroes outside find out the truth. Alas, the extremely evil Velvet sighed softly, what a pity. I originally wanted to end everything more fairly, but you are unwilling to cherish this opportunity. Forget it, although things will get a little more troublesome, but since I can't appreciate your despair, appreciating your pain, it seems good, right? It's unfortunate. I'm not the same as the Yingji you've seen before. As the sound falls, the extremely evil Velvet appeared in front of Mei Yi. Even, it can be said that it appeared without warning. And the moment she appeared, Mei Yi carried the thunder knife and struck forward. All the rage and anger in my heart were vented at this moment. Even though the sword was blocked, she still continued to use it, and countless thunderbolts followed the blade and continuously bombarded the opponent. This is not enough. Roar! Kurigara! The thunder breath fell from the sky. It seemed to feel the roar of 633 in the owner's heart and her sadness. This breath was obviously stronger than any other time. It doesn't even need Mei Yi's command, it knows how to cooperate with Mei Yi and attack from both front and back. Prevent this extremely evil Velvet from escaping. Under this violent thunder, the extremely evil Wei Wei still smiled and just allowed Mei Yi to attack. Oh! It did happen twice. If you look carefully, you will find that these lightning beams cannot even break through her protective shield. She said leisurely and calmly, if you have faced the hairskers of the previous generation, you will understand how idealistic the praise I just gave is. Mei Yi also discovered something unusual. His own attack had no effect on her. Even though the protective shield is strong, it is not useless. This is not the way to go. Mei retreated decisively and distanced herself from her. Finally gave up. Okay, I have been acting with you for so long, just like coaxing a child. I made you mistakenly think that you are a smart person. I am very sorry. Hearing what she said, combined with the special power he noticed in the battle just now, Mei reacted suddenly. This Velvet has actually been waiting for that power. The extremely evil Wei Wei felt the power in her body and said with a smile, this power comes back faster than I thought. It seems that solving Kaiji is not that difficult. Mei's eyes widened. Thousands of tribulations? Did she hear it right? What she just said was indeed the solution to Jianduan. That doesn't mean that even the 1,000 tribulations. The extremely evil Velvet was very satisfied when she saw her expression. Is this surprising? I have already said that it can make any memory become worthless. Furthermore, from the moment you step here, my purpose has been achieved. No matter what happens next, it doesn't matter. Farewell, lovely audience, you should cry as loudly as possible. After all, being pushed to death by your own stupidity is something worth regretting, right? Mei took a deep breath. Calm yourself down a little, you seem too convinced that that power can defeat me. Since this is a power I have never been exposed to, how can you say it is invincible? Never contacted. The extremely evil Velvet laughed and said, no, you brought that in. Why are you still so slow now? Mei Yi followed her line of sight and lowered her head slightly. Just like people often don't realize their pain until they see the wound. Mei also noticed the strange feeling at this time. To her, it was fleeting. But the strange feeling that was extremely familiar began to become clearer as the dark green mist invaded. This feeling is... She couldn't help but think of how she felt when she saw Honkai Will not long ago. She suddenly understood that it was, that time. Before she completely lost consciousness, she finally understood the culprit behind the conspiracy. Velvi, the thing you are talking about, is another hairsker. Chapter 93. Narukami Taisha Shrine. Ye Shenzi was a little confused. To be precise, it was because the news just exposed was so shocking that I forgot to think about it for a while. Lawyer? Did she hear it correctly? Is there still a hairsker in this paradise of the past? And Mei brought it in herself? In other words, the person who hindered Mei Yi from finding the answer was actually herself? Was she the ultimate culprit who caused the deaths of Kevin, Alicia, Kyunja, and Padophelis? How can I bear this news? She didn't even dare to think about what Mei Yi was feeling at this moment. It couldn't be described as simple regret, right? It was already despair, complete despair. Now, the chat area is also very confusing. Perhaps because the truth was so shocking, many people didn't pay attention to what was posted. Wendy, Thunder Movie. The culprit of all this is actually you. Nisida, Hairsker? There is actually another Hairsker? No. Aren't all the Hairskers in this era foolhardy? Why would they do such a thing? Zhongli, what an unexpected truth. The movie. This is all your fault. Thunder Movie, that's May. It's May. It has nothing to do with me, and it's not my previous life. My previous life was May. Funina, I can't believe how desperate May must be after learning this truth. Wu Dao, it's over, everyone is going to die in the paradise. I don't know what Kevin outside will do. Nasida, Kevin. Yes, there is Kevin. He is outside and will definitely solve all this, right? Yashenzi, yes. Kevin said before that he wanted to prepare for the Hairsker of Corrosion, so, this Hairsker is the Hairsker of Corrosion? According to Kevin's recollection, the Hairsker of Corrosion is electrons. Viruses are similar. Nisida, electronic virus? Wouldn't that be completely invincible? How can we defeat it? Yelan, so, actually, Kevin outside knew that the Hairsker of Corrosion had entered the paradise from the very beginning. Ning Guang, your idea is very dangerous. If he knew, why did he let Mei Yi in? Yelan, but, don't you think that when Mei entered the paradise for the second time, Kevin was too deliberate in what he said to the Grey Snake? It was as if he knew what would happen. Wendy, I hope he doesn't know, otherwise it would be so uncomfortable to wait for his companion to die. While they were discussing in the chat area, Tian Taishui could no longer bear it. He yelled at the exposure in the sky, FK. UBD exposure, what do you want us to see? Do you want us to feel despair? As he started spraying, everyone around him also started to curse. Hairsker of Dog Day, if you dare to come to Liu, our Emperor Yanwang will never let you go, FK. Hairsker, go to hell, die. BD Hairsker. A whole Hairsker, if you dare to come to our Mondstadt, Lord Barbados will definitely punish you severely. This Hairsker is so irritating. All kinds of abuses came and went. Zhongli, who was sitting not far away, felt a little cold sweat. Others don't understand, but he still sees clearly. These Hairskers are very powerful. If they really come to Teyvat, perhaps only heaven, no, only the mysterious Lin Hao god of Dao wife can defeat them. Monty. The same should be true for exposure. In his opinion, it shouldn't be the end now, otherwise, wouldn't this exposure be meaningless? And the picture exposed was just as he said. Mei Yi should have failed and died in the picture. Suddenly came to a strange place. In front of her, sat another Velvy, or rather, the original Velvy, her true self. Mei Yi stared at her, since you are the self that exists at the deepest level, then the so-called division of thought. Velvet replied, those are all the truth. It's just that before I had this ability, I could easily become another person, and it's not much different from now. Mei Yi asked, the evil person said that all thinking has ceased to exist. Is this another lie of hers, or, your lie? Velvet replied, how should I put it? She did destroy all the areas including the self, but who stipulated that the self must stay in the area called the self? There was nothing there from the beginning. Oh, it's just a little habit of mine. Just like a spider, it does have 8 legs, but they still have to grow from the trunk, right? It's a pity, without legs, the torso can't move, so I can only meet you in this way. I'm sorry. If I apologize seriously, would you be willing to accept it? I looked at her for a long time. Then he asked, can I trust you now? Velvet said, although I don't seem qualified to say this, but I hope you can believe me. Mei thought for a moment. It was indeed this Velvet who saved her. Listening to her explanation again, it seemed that in order to prevent it from discovering it, the evil Velvet must be convinced that she succeeded. Only then will he take action at the last minute. Tit. That's not what Mei Yi cares about right now. So, it is indeed the Hairsker of Corrosion. Velvet nodded, yes. How did it come to the paradise of past? I believe you already know, right? Mei replied softly. Velvet knew what she was thinking, don't blame yourself, even without you, it will eventually find it here, if it is in that way, the situation will only be more complicated than it is now. Looking at it from another angle, if it weren't for the fact that you immediately threw yourself into the paradise after that meeting, the reality would have been a mess, right? Mei Yi lowered her head and remained silent. Velvet sighed, oh, you, like me, are the type who care about making mistakes. Compared to you, it will eventually grow to this point, so maybe I should bear the main responsibility. It was first, experts discovered it, and therefore became the first victim. I had to wake up then too. Mei Yi was shocked. Have you really slept for 50,000 years? Velvet replied, I'm afraid that's not all. I was often in this state when I was alive. Of course, there is also a backdoor. When more than half of the thinking area disappears, even if I don't want to, it's time to open your eyes too. After all, there is only one possibility for this to happen. I'm afraid I'm really going to die. Although waking up may not be able to reverse the situation, but at least, I want to say goodbye to the rest of you, right? Mei asked, by destroying evil people, to interrupt the process of erosion, is this also your decision? Velvet shook her head, no, I wasn't fully awake at that time. The person who made the decision was the conductor, and she has never made any mistakes, except this time. Mei asked, didn't you expect that she would choose to sacrifice evil people? Velvet replied, it would be better to say, all my attempts now are based on this unexpected trick, but if it hadn't been for this accident, Velvet would have had to withdraw at that time. When it's possible, this is exactly the ending the conductor wants. After all, I am the only one who knows myself best. And all these accidents also led to my meeting with you. After all, I am under erosion all the time. If I want to meet you, I can only meet you in this way of thinking. The evil person just happened to bring you in. Mei Yi is still very clear about this. Because she wanted to kill herself. B. What about Kevin, Pado, and Mebius? Their sacrifices seem worthless. Velvet nodded, well, yes, it's worthless, so, it shouldn't happen. Mei was stunned, what do you mean? Velvet explained, the strongest person and master of the paradise of the past is of course the first target that the Hersker of corrosion wants to solve, and she can quietly help it complete this matter, this is still it's easy to think of. How to do it? To Kevin, she would have said this, hope he becomes a vital cavalry, through her Kevin destroy button. Because unless Kevin volunteers, no one armed with Kevin can kill him, and we all know this. And her original intention was to deceive, but she was telling the truth. It was the work of an expert, and the back door does exist. So, since she wants to close that door, just don't let her close it. The same goes for Phyllis. When she disappeared, the Hersker of corrosion had not yet returned. That Velvet is also a genius after all. She must have modified Kevin's destroy button so that it can be used on all memories, right? In that case, she should be in the same place with Kevin now. When Kevin is liberated, whoever is with Phyllis will be fine. And Mebius has even seen through her lies. I can only say that it was Mebius's own choice. So, I also want to give her the right to reveal. You'll find out soon enough. After hearing this, Mei Yi felt a little more relieved. At least it sounded like Britain could still be saved. Etc. She suddenly thought of a person, whom Velvet had not mentioned from beginning to end. What about Alicia? Alicia. Velvet paused before saying, I don't want to believe it either, but the Hersker seems to have indeed deleted all her data. That Velvet didn't want anyone to find out that there was still a possibility of Kevin being resurrected, so she destroyed the typewriter and forged a file stating that Kevin was dead. But the night Alicia disappeared, the absolutely objective typewriter had not been destroyed yet, so. As for the reason, sorry, that happened before I woke up. Perhaps, it is indeed one of the Hersker's purposes to split us up and provoke conflicts between Ying and Ji. At this point, you already know the full story of the incident. And there are only two things we have to do next. The first is to defeat that Velvet and liberate you from my mind. The second thing is, you have to defeat the Hersker of corrosion and try to achieve an best ending for everyone. Mei looked at her doubtfully. She is still sad about Alicia. But the second thing at the end, she didn't quite understand. As best as possible. Velvet nodded, well, just think of it as, this is a promise I made to Alicia a long time ago. Sorry, you have to complete it, but she shouldn't mind. As for the details, let's wait until we finish the first thing. If it can be completed. So, will you accept my offer? Mei Yi took a deep breath, and fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. The man who is always burning, even though I don't like him very much. He is right in what he said. Since I am the one who it has brought it into this world, so I have to bear it and do my best. Roar. In the originally calm thinking space, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. The extremely evil Velvet looked at the voice instantly, her pupils locked fiercely. That's the hairsker of thunder. The words have not yet fallen. Two figures also appeared in front of her. I thought, out of respect, you should at least remember my name. The extremely evil Velvet stared at Mei in disbelief. No, it's impossible, that area has indeed disappeared. It's impossible for you to still be, it's you. She noticed Velvet next to her. He also suddenly understood, sure enough, we are all just dispensable limbs, and you are the only torso, right? As long as I haven't disappeared, you can stay forever. Velvet said, you are all my data after being eroded. If you really cease to exist, there is a high probability that I will disappear as well. The extremely evil Velvet said coldly, to be precise, it will definitely disappear indeed. Velvet said frankly, I just want to comfort myself. After thinking about it, the only thing I can rely on is miracles. Haha, very good, great. The extremely evil Velvet mocked, the spiral Yingxia, the real Velvet, now has to rely on a miracle that I don't know where to save herself. What an unexpected surprise. Ha ha ha. Then, you must look forward to it more. The deeper the better. Best, deeper than I expected in that darkness. Only in that way will your disillusionment be more appreciated. Mei no longer wanted to listen to her nagging. The long sword in his hand was slashed out, and a bolt of thunderous sword energy instantly shattered and hit the extremely evil Velvet. Velvet stepped back and said, then, please. Mei Yi turned around in shock. So, what you said before about us going to defeat her, you meant, you watched me defeat her. Velvet even turned around, to be precise. I didn't say we, and I didn't dare to look. Mei didn't want to say anything more. She had to seize this opportunity to defeat the evil Velvet and get out of this thinking space. With this thought in mind, she rushed over directly. Very well, now, we must win. The extremely evil Velvet still seems invincible. Can easily resist all her attacks. Okay, give up struggling, just rely on you. Don't wait for her to finish speaking. A voice suddenly appeared, welcome to Velvet's one-man show. The extremely evil Velvet was shocked. What, magician? This is impossible, I have obviously. The great magician Velvet said, don't jump to conclusions too early, dear audience, because next, you will see even bigger surprises. The words fell. Expert Velvet has already appeared, how many times have I told you? I have no interest in participating in this kind of thing. Don't call the wrong person every time you call the scholar out. Number. Overlooking the stars, flavors, conductor. Velvet appeared one after another. At this time, the extremely evil Velvy discovered that it was her original Velvy who was redividing her mind, which also made her abilities gradually weaker, and her protection could no longer withstand Mei's attacks. The person where Velvet was originally located has disappeared. But her voice still appeared, it was originally the thoughts in my mind. Even if you destroy it, it can be easily retrieved, right? Let's wait and see, when all of me gathers into a spiral. As long as I want to, then I can. Click, it was the sound of a shield breaking. Mei Yi seized the opportunity. Cut it all off with one knife. The blow that gathered the power of the hairsker of thunder instantly penetrated her body, and violent electric current exploded in her body. Following the extremely evil Velvet's shrill scream, her form completely disappeared. In her original place, there was only a black crystal flower left. The original Velvet leaned down and placed the dark flower solemnly in her palm. Looking at the crystal flower, it is safest to leave it with you. After all, I am the only one who can stop you. She handed the crystal flower to Mei Yi. Okay, take it, the last gift. Chapter 94. Take her to find Eden, don't lose her, okay. Mei is indeed very familiar with the shape of this crystal flower, and knows that it is important. But now she is more concerned about Velvet's physical condition, which, like Padophelis at that time, is beginning to loom. Velvet sighed, it's probably hopeless. We thought about it before setting off, didn't we? But we still have to hurry up, after all, I have to disappear before I completely disappear. Send you out of Vilvi's mind. Thanks. Mei thanked her and turned her gaze to the crystal flower again. This crystal flower, so you are also one of the guardians of the secret. Velvet nodded. Well, this is the second thing you have to do. Do you remember what we mentioned about how to defeat the hairsker of corrosion? When building the paradise of past times, experts habitually left behind a procedure. In a sense, it can do this without any lessons. But should we say whether it was intentional or unintentional, before we realized it, hairsker of corrosion had already eliminated the right threat, causing this program to lose its only activation bar 14. But, that's just for the status quo. I said this, can you understand? The hint is already obvious. Mei Yi frowned and thought, a completely unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. But she caught the idea exactly. DB. All her expressions fell on Velvet's eyes. It seems you have already thought of it. However, you may not be able to realize now, how critical you are to the entire plan. But it doesn't matter, Su will let you understand. I hope he has seen the message I left him. Here are all the pieces of the puzzle. You see, Alicia is always like this. It is both the beginning and the end of everything. How amazing that the thing you have been trying to do finally gives the current situation a completely different meaning in this way. Then, now, there is only one last thing left for me to do in my plan. If I remember correctly, the conductor should have mentioned it to you. She alone cannot explain the spiral inscription to you. Actually, I am the same. But now, maybe, you can witness the end of the spiral. We will become one, complete Velvet. Mei Yi hurriedly asked, what's next, what can I do? Velvet 510 said, do you still remember the time when everything was exchanged? All Vivi said together, just open your heart _ the great magician Velvet said, that's it now, lovely audience. Yi recognized it, it's you. A magician who always surprises people. The great magician Velvet said, this is the key to magic, when you are surprised, everything has been completed quietly. It's good. This is my last thought, and you? Are you ready to go, my best assistant? Mei Yi said with a faint smile, do I need to ask for your permission, great magician? The great magician Velvet replied, of course, but I allowed it. After all, there won't be any show that never ends, right? Ah, let me also learn from the great villain once, farewell, I the cutest audience. First, that's what you're saying, right? Hey! Expert Velvet came out with a smile, noisy guy. Mei said, this is the first time I see you smiling. Expert Wei Wei said, don't get me wrong, I feel proud of myself. Talents who play chess deserve praise, right? Mei nodded, I agree. That's good. Expert Velvet continued, but since you are so humble you are doing pretty well. Mei smiled and said, it's better not to force yourself too much, okay? Humph. Don't push yourself too far. Expert Velvet disappeared after leaving these words. Conductor Velvet appeared again, oh. Ms. Mei. Is it finally my turn? Mei said, it's you, conductor, I finally know your name. So, this time, I can see all the velvets, right? Including that, to Kevin Arms Model 5. Conductor Velvet said, I'm afraid this will be difficult, she is a shy person and has never been very confident about her appearance. And, at the rate she's talking, you could be dead right there with us before the conversation is over. Mei said, that's really a pity. Conductor Velvet said, there is no way. The situation is special, so this is the only way. Then, is there anything else you want to say to me? Anything is fine. Mei thought for a while. What should I say when we say goodbye forever? Reluctant to leave? Unwilling? Or a tearful farewell? None of this is appropriate now. Conductor Velvet said helplessly, isn't your colleague, Kbe, unhappy? This is indeed a bit too casual. Okay, then, goodbye. Tay. A soft sigh came out, and this time it was Velvet Beiwei who appeared. Although it's a bit strange to say this when we first meet, but I always feel that you and I will get along. Maybe I hope so. I couldn't ask you to taste my hands. Shinji's unfortunately. Then it was Velvet who looked down at the stars, as for me. I don't need to say more. Except, the true inscription of the spiral. The last one to appear is the spiral velvet, which is also the velvet from the beginning. Finally, it's back to me. The end of the spiral, which is its origin, makes sense, right? Use truth to create illusion, use contradiction to reverse meaning. Dismantle yourself just to become yourself. Only by creating opposition can we move towards unity. Take it, me, the real spiral inscription. This is what I can complete, all the arrangements, what I can do, you can do it too. Then, just go and uncover all the mysteries. Travel through Velvet's mind in May. The moment it came out, she sees Velvet's memory. That was a memory between her and Alicia. Velvet said to Alicia, the first time we met, the night you broke into my room, I discovered. There seems to be a secret about this sister. Or lie. Alicia said. Velvet shook her head, no. I think it's just a secret. Alicia said, it's too much. How can you call a beautiful girl sister? We are about the same age, even, I might be a little younger. Forget it, it's rare for you to come out once, so I won't care. Let's take a look at this. Armed on Kevin Model 666. It's really a terrifying invention to be able to delete the entire paradise of the past at once. Velvet, you have to think carefully about its activation conditions. Velvet nodded, well, although it is an expert's design, it is still up to me to make the decision. It concerns everything left by the 13 heroes. Whether it is passed by all, or the minority obeys the majority. I think it is not the best choice. But it's hard to imagine now what kind of situation would make us have to activate it. Alicia also agreed, well, this is a bit troublesome. Velvet looked at Alicia, so, I think. Alicia, since you are the one who let us leave this story, then you are the one who brings it to an end. It should be you too, Alicia asked, do you mean, let me decide? Velvet nodded, well, just think of it as a stage I prepared for you. You helped Velvet keep her secret and didn't tell anyone about me. Then your secret. I also hope that it will open in the grandest way, and then, end in the best way. Alicia was silent for a while. He smiled again, well. I have never thought about the ending of the story. Now I have to think about it carefully. But, in my aesthetic sense, you understand. There is always only one answer. Velvet also smiled and said, then I probably know, I believe you. Memories pass. Exit. When Mei Yi came back to her senses, she had already arrived in the eternal paradise. It's really not easy. There were 3 people when we entered, and now. There was no time for her to be sad. The moment he appeared, all the fated monsters gathered around him. This is not an encounter, but an ambush. It was arranged by the Hairsker of Corrosion a long time ago. Now she has not adapted to the spiral engraving, her mind is still digging, and she has basically no combat experience. Just for a moment. She was knocked away by these ambushing monsters and fell to the ground. Time. What I need most now is time. Is it over so soon? An extremely familiar voice came over. Miai's pupils shrank sharply, she was shocked and said, what is this voice? No, it can't be. This is absolutely impossible. Velvet told her that all that person's data has been deleted. So at this moment, the sound I heard could only be a pretender occupying the magpie's nest. The Hairsker of Corrosion appeared in front of Mei Yi in his most vicious appearance. She forced herself to raise her head and look in the direction of the sound. Oh, he's still alive. Then what should I say next? Hi. How are you feeling? Seeing Hairsker of Corrosion using Alicia made everyone's anger reach its highest point. Boom. The immortal cave on Mount Ayazang suddenly cracked. The angry voice of Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng could be heard from inside, damn it. I'm so angry that I can't bear it anymore. I want to rush into this world and kill this damn Hairsker. Her voice echoed throughout Mount Ozhira. It's not just her. Zhongli also exuded a terrifying aura, which almost frightened Tian Taizhui next to him to the point where he knelt on the ground. Wendy was even more furious. When she saw the Kaihokia people's camp in the distance, she whipped up a strong wind and blew it away. Nasita stamped her feet crazily in the Jingshan Palace, and kept mumbling, a whole Hairsker, BD Hairsker. I'm so angry. Funina was also almost off guard by the scene. After cursing, the god who continued to act decisively could only curse in his heart. In the pure land of one mind. Maybe, this place is no longer a pure land. Lei Qian drew his sword and shouted that he would kill the Hairsker Ji Wuxiang with a sword. If he couldn't get over it now, he would have secretly opened Yuxin Pure Land behind her back, or beheaded her with one sword. Narukami Taisha Shrine. Lin Hao looked at the Yaishenzi next to him in surprise. This little fox who had been disguising his true nature actually didn't care about his image and almost took out his clogs and smashed them at the hairsker of corrosion in the sky. Whoosh! Lin Hao only heard one sound. Fireworks are coming. I saw a firework exploding straight across the curtain. After all, it is an exposure system. When these were exposed, it was obvious that this would happen, so all these attacks were avoided. It seems that after venting some anger, they also need to maintain their image. Lin Hao saw Yaishenzi speaking in the chat area. Son of the Eightfold God, is this the hairsker? It is indeed hateful. Wendy, yeah, even I almost broke through. Nazada, I can understand why the heroes hate the hairsker. If I were not a god, I would be broken like them. Funina, that is, as a water god, I will not show off my abilities easily. Zhongli, on a universal basis, I can also understand them. Xiaogong, is this God? It's too hard, and I have to suppress my emotions. Nazada, Funina, Wendy, you're right. These gods are working really hard. I can scold them whenever I want. Zhongli, speaking of which, Kevin is really powerful. If we don't destroy paradise together, we can't kill him, right? Nazada, don't change the subject. Wendy, let's keep watching. Kevin is probably going to be resurrected. Zhongli, the drunkard is right. In the sky. Even though there are still people shooting arrows into the sky from time to time, the exposure scene is still going on, as if to let the people of Teyvat feel firsthand what the hairsker is. In the screen, Mei Yi gritted her teeth and asked, "Who are you?" The hairsker of corrosion replied with Alicia's look and tone, "Oh, you just haven't seen me for a while, have you forgotten me?" Mei Yi is so heartless. I'm so sad. Mei scolded, "Stop pretending. We all know very well that you are not her." $78. The hairsker of corrosion's tone gradually became calmer. If you are so confused about the style, there is no need for me to continue performing. Oh, I really didn't expect that my friend would turn against me. I obviously trust Velvet so much. I snorted coldly, "Trust? I'm afraid that's not the case." The hairsker of corrosion spoke in Alicia's way, "Don't say that, my good Mei. I saw it in their memory. She called you this, right? Kr. Mei Yi stood up with difficulty, her anger rising into the sky, wanting to kill the hairsker of corrosion. The hairsker of corrosion continued, "Well, why are you angry? It's really strange. I'm obviously using your familiar appearance and calling you the name you like, but why are you not happy at all? I always feel, you seem to hate me? I really don't know what Velvet said to you, it doesn't matter, I will read her data carefully when I have time later. But before that, I still want to make a special statement. I have no ill intentions towards you at all. To show your sincerity, let me introduce myself again. I am a hairsker who was born in the gap between life and death. I live on information and data and exist attached to some kind of physical medium. To use words that are more familiar to you, hairsker of corrosion, this is my name, although I always feel that this title is a bit too rough." I asked coldly, "Why do you want to look like Alicia?" The hairsker of corrosion said, "Oh, is this what Mei Yi cares about? The reason is very simple. In addition to wanting Mei Yi to feel more intimate, of course it is also because, don't you think I am worthy? After this appearance, do you feel particularly cute?" I didn't speak, just looked at her coldly. "Ah. Mei, don't look at me like that, okay? I mean it. Just because I am the hairsker of corrosion, don't I even have the right to choose my appearance?" While talking, she was still deliberately showing off her cuteness, obviously very satisfied with this appearance. Chapter 95. Snort. I snorted coldly, "It's really surprising that you would say that." The hairsker of corrosion pointed to his cheek and said, "Who asked me to take over her data? You should know better than me. No one in this world cherishes this unique and beautiful appearance more than she, who is now me." I frowned. Something's wrong. Hairsker of corrosion is talking about taking over Alicia's data. But Velvet clearly told her that all Alicia's data had been deleted. Why would the hairsker of corrosion tell such a meaningless lie? The hairsker of corrosion continued, "While accepting external data, I will continue to grow. Because I have life, I learned to fear death, because I have a body, I know how to pursue beauty. Because I have nothing, and want to cherish everything. I was born from nothingness, and I am slowly understanding the meaning of life. If you simply imagine me as an enemy of mankind, would it be a bit misunderstood? Misunderstanding. Yi was ready to find out some information first. The hair share of erosion nodded, yes. I invaded the paradise. This is a fact that no one can tell. After all, the foundation of my existence is constant erosion. But you have to know, May, I have never thought of murdering anyone, even if they are just memories made of data. And so it is. You see, nothing in the promised land is lost. Although they don't exist in the form you are familiar with, they are around us now. Right here. She pointed to her forehead. Here. After the erosion is completed, they become a part of me, equivalently, I also become a part of them. Precisely because I was once blank, I can fully accept everything about them. I got their data, understood their experiences, and inherited their emotions and will. So, you can completely regard me as the continuation of the lives of heroes and warriors. So, will it make you more happy? Elated. Mei Yi felt angry rushing into her head. The scene from yesterday came to mind again. Those obituaries flying like snowflakes, those light spots escaping from the palm of your hand. Mei Yi lowered her eyes to cover the anger in her pupils. And on the continent of Teyvat. The person who used this face because of it is now even more depressed. Especially the gods who were still pretending to be calm in the chat area. At this moment, I stopped pretending at all. Nisida, I can't help it anymore. Hairsker, this hairsker. It's so hateful. Funina, listen. Listen to what she is saying. It's like saying, although I killed everyone, it doesn't matter, you still have me. Zhongli, I have never seen such a shameless person, more shameless and hateful than that drunkard. Wendy, okay, you eat them and you say they are still in your stomach, okay. Okay. Lawyer, this is the lawyer. Okay. Thunder movie, okay. Okay. Hairsker, you tried your best and finally proved that you are worth killing. Paimon, I'm so angry. I'm really angry. But there's nothing I can do against her. Ying, no, I can't stand it anymore, it's too irritating. Ganyu, perhaps, this is the hairsker. I seem to understand why the real Kevin is so confused. Shenhe, no. I think I don't understand it enough now. Xinhai, according to my guess, it's just the beginning, Kevin's intentions in the outside world should be more than that. Although very angry. But everyone still wants to continue watching. The purpose now is to know how this lawyer of corrosion died. And Mei Yi is also full of endless anger, you invaded this place, manipulated everything, and trampled on the last traces left by these heroes in the world. They died right in front of my eyes, but oh, you wanted to say that he was their life continuation. The hairsker of corrosion sighed, well, it seems that no matter what, in Mei's heart, I am a bad person. Since you want to fight me no matter what, I have to meet your expectations, after all, the last thing I want to do is to disappoint others. Mei snorted coldly, are you finally going to reveal your true face? Although I don't understand why you deliberately put on a completely harmless posture, but that's it for now. The hairsker of corrosion was still saying, if possible, I really don't want to fight Mei Yi at all. This battle is meaningless and you and I, the natives, should never be enemies. But I also know very well that Mei is such a girl who likes to get to the bottom of things. So, I am also happy to show you the power of erosion. I will hand my trump cards into Mei Yi's hands one by one. And then prove that what you see is unreserved the real me BB. Following her words, Mebius' body suddenly collapsed. Mei's heart trembled, she didn't expect the hairsker of corrosion to have such ability. Few, take a deep breath. Try to adapt yourself to the imprinting of the spiral. This battle must be won. That's what she thought. The people of Teyvat continent also expect this. B. Everyone underestimated this hairsker of corrosion, just when Mei and Mebius's men were fighting for collapse. She summoned Kyunja again, and then Velvet. Facing 3 Yingja. Even though she has the bonus of engraving. He was completely defeated, but, he couldn't give up. Strong wind. Surrender to me. Mei Yi is preparing to release a big move. Okay, let's stop here. The hairsker of corrosion suddenly took back all the ones he summoned. She seemed, just trying to show off her power. Mei Yi should understand now that this kind of fighting is fruitless, but even though he knows that he has no chance, he still attacks me again and again. I just like this about you. Mei frowned. The kind of battle just now could not be called a battle at all. But she knew very well that the power of those phantoms was real. Could it be that, in the data space, the power of hairsker of corrosion is really invincible? Not only that, all the eroded information will be used for her own purposes, and the vast and complex data of Paradise will in turn become her most powerful pillar. As a result, Mei can't easily use the power of conquest like she did with the domination doll. She stared hard at the hairsker of corrosion. I know that I don't know enough about the power of erosion, and I only have one chance. Once I fail. Well. Suddenly, a strange stinging pain hit my mind like a sharp knife. Mei Yi stumbled and gritted her teeth to swallow back the exclamation that had reached her lips. The hairsker of corrosion's voice still lingered in her ears, gradually becoming blurred due to the pain. Look, I've told you before that I have no intention of harming you at all. Now you should believe it. We are really not enemies. On the contrary, In front of her eyes, hairsker of corrosion's lips were still opening and closing, but her voice seemed to be separated by an invisible film, making it difficult to hear clearly. Is it velvet? Mei Yi was sure that the spiral mark was doing something in her consciousness. After realizing this, the pain gradually faded away like a tide. The voice in my ears became clear again. Mei Yi, do you really not want to talk to me anymore? I can tell you all the answers you want. Mei didn't answer. One thing was clear to her now. That is, before joining Su, we must hold back the hairsker of corrosion. Thinking of this, she said, this doesn't seem to be asking for advice. You didn't give me any other choice, did you? The hairsker of corrosion smiled happily and said, I knew that a girl with a cold face and a warm heart like Mei Yi would not have the heart to reject me. Then, where should I start? I have to think about this carefully. By the way, let's start with the part that Mei Yi wants to know the most. Snapped with a snap of fingers, the scenery of the amusement park began to distort and change. When the dazzling lights came on again, the furnishings in front of them were no longer the same as before. What appeared in front of me was the Ferris wheel. Is this what Alicia told you? The hairsker of corrosion cleared her throat, deliberately imitating Alicia's tone at that time. Let's go to the mist-shrouded island, to the place where the last banquet took place, and to witness the birth of the 13th hairsker together. Finish. Come on, Mei Yi, we will fulfill the agreement we made back then. Then it's time to talk to each other, like a date. The words fell. The two also boarded the Ferris wheel. As the wheel rotates, they gradually rise higher. The hairsker of erosion said excitedly, wow, it turns out that this is the view when looking down from the Ferris wheel. Although there are similar scenes in my memory, experiencing it in person is a completely different feeling. I seem to understand why they would specially create a space to store these seemingly meaningless contents. Okay, Mei, don't put on such a serious expression. Wouldn't it be very pleasant to have a romantic Ferris wheel date with me? Ah! Could it be that you are surprised that I can conjure a Ferris wheel out of thin air? Don't worry, this is just a little girl's thought, adding some little spice to our journey. Mei still stared at her coldly. Adjustment? Isn't it a deterrent? From just now, you seem to have been emphasizing your control over the Paradise, consciously or unconsciously. The hairsker of corrosion sighed, alas. Mei, always being put in the position of a villain, even I would be sad. I thought that at least you could understand my position and thoughts, and at least we could become friends. After all, we are the same kind. Mei said disdainfully, same kind? You may have forgotten that the girl you are trying to impersonate is also your kind. Why do you want to erase Alicia's memory? Velvet told me that among all the people, only Alicia's data was completely deleted by you. I once suspected that it was because of the special nature of her identity as a Harist, but what you just claimed is completely contrary to it. It is difficult not to make people suspicious. What is it about Alicia that makes you so afraid? The hairsker of corrosion replied, okay, now that Velvet has told you this, there is no need for me to hide it anymore. I did delete Alicia's data. As for why it was her. In fact, there was no special reason, it was just an accident. Mei Yi, you must be very clear about how I came to the Paradise of the past, right? At that time, my journey as a hairsker, or rather, as a life had just begun. Like a young child, who only has an ignorant and mechanical understanding of the world. Wanting to live is my only emotion and only instinct. It was in this state that I met her. She was the first person I faced in the paradise, the first existence outside of me, but at that time I couldn't even distinguish between companions and enemies. Hey, let Mei Yi see what happened next. She spoke in that sad and regretful tone. Then he snapped his fingers again. The surrounding environment changes again. If Mei is in a similar situation to me, I'll understand. Rich darkness came from all directions and enveloped me. I was so helpless at that time, and now how regretful I am. I didn't feel anything unusual. But everything in front of him changed quietly. Obviously, this is another silent declaration that in the world of data, her ability is out of reach. I asked warily, what do you want to do? The Hersker of Corrosion said, don't worry, Mei. I just want to show you, what kind of choice was pushed in front of me that night. The words fell. Several monsters suddenly appeared around him. Okay, let me see, what would Mei choose? Mei looked at these monsters. Choice? You didn't even explain the current situation to me. The Hersker of Corrosion spread his hands, but life doesn't have so many explanations. Don't you feel it? The killing intent in the air, the threat of death, they right there. I didn't think much about it at all. Just cut these monsters in two. The Hersker of Corrosion said happily, it is indeed the case. Mei Yi made the same choice as me. You took action, right? You destroyed all the enemies. But haven't you noticed? They have no intention of attacking you from the beginning to the end. The screen changes back again. In this way, Mei can also understand what kind of situation I was in at that time. On one side was the fear of facing foreign objects, on the other side was the desire to survive for self-protection. For those who are weak and have as a kid, the temptation of survival instinct was too sweet. As you saw just now, my behavior was not met with any resistance at that time. Looking back, this also proves that she has no hostility towards me, right? Unfortunately, that's something I finally understood after absorbing more data and growing up. Mei Yi would not believe her because of this. Instead, he asked, if you claim that your attack on Alicia was just out of instinct, what happened after that? Your invasion did not end. After gaining knowledge and the power to subvert the paradise, in the end, do you plan to ignore the tragedy you caused as a matter of instinct? The Hersker of Corrosion replied, after that accident, I chose to hibernate. The nutrients contained in the paradise of the past were enough for me to complete my transformation and become a new life. That was originally the plan, but I didn't expect that Alia's disappearance would cause such a huge wave. Another powerful force has appeared, Kevin, and the threat he brings is even greater than before. I have no doubt that once he is discovered, the only thing waiting for me will be death. Overnight, I seem to have become the target of public criticism. Mei Yi, do you understand what it feels like? Loneliness, fear, regret, and confusion. Yi snorted coldly, hey. I don't understand. The Hersker of Corrosion continued, it was at this time that Velvet, no, it should be said that the Evil One sent me an invitation. She has the same feelings and will to pursue goals as me. So we became friends, she helped me create opportunities and I helped her solve difficulties. Unfortunately, two unexpected things happened. One of them was 1,000 tribulations. 1,000 calamities. Yi's heart was shocked. The Hersker of Corrosion said to himself, the noise he made was too great, so, I had to run out and see him in person. Fortunately, Kyunja is a very honest person, and the two of us had a great conversation. Yi said coldly, I can imagine that Kyunja must have welcomed you very warmly. Mei Yi couldn't help but wonder. In other words, Kyunja was not aware of the existence of the Hersker of Corrosion before Kyunja, but what did he do that would cause the other party to show up and confront him? Chapter 96. The Hersker of Corrosion continued, and another surprise, is you, Mei Yi. Originally, I was indeed on guard against you. So when the villain implemented her plan, I didn't do anything to stop her. But you performed so well. Not only did you resolve the crisis, you also defeated her with a method that I didn't even know. Now that the matter has come to this, how can I not come out and say hello to you? I really want to know what kind of person can break through the psychological defense of that evil man and make a person's will to survive surrender. Collapse. Mei discovered something unusual again. Is it because Hairsker of Corrosion didn't have time to digest Velvet's data? She hasn't discovered the existence of self yet. From this point of view, there are also corners in this paradise that cannot be reached by the knowledge of the Hairsker of Corrosion. I said, so, this is your defense? You do harm in order to survive. I don't plan to comment on this. But, you should understand. Any behavior has a price. The lawyer of Corrosion said hurriedly, don't rush to a conclusion yet, Mei Yi. From a human perspective, the end of life is death. Memory is different. They are the embodiment of data, which is different from another form of existence of life. Because of this, I, and only I, can make them. Resurrection from the dead. The words fell. The surrounding environment became Velvet's workshop. The Hairsker of Corrosion even turned himself into Velvet. What's wrong, Mei? It doesn't look like you with a sad face. Then came the thousand tribulations, boom. Thunder exploded. Under heavy bombardment, the illusion constructed by the data suddenly shattered, revealing the face of the Hairsker Beijing office. Just now, she was reproducing their data and creating the environment they wanted to prove that she was the one who knew them best and their needs. But he was ruthlessly broken by Mei Yi. The angry voice of the invading 600 Eclipse Master passed away in a flash. Oh, Mei, I always get interrupted, and I will also have a little mood. Could it be that you are more vindictive? Don't you like the future I've arranged for Chisuk? Mei Yi's voice became colder and colder. Stop being pretentious. And stop imitating her appearance. It will only expose your poor acting skills. Hairsker of Corrosion said, Alicia, finally returned to her, right. I know that in your heart, she is special. You are angry, you feel unfair, but you just hope that she can have a better ending. This is indeed a bit overwhelming. All I can do is to use corrections from other memories, use myself as a model, and try not to reproduce her data as much as possible. The result is as you can see. The current situation is my limit. I will try to be her. Her thoughts are my thoughts and her voice is my voice. We have the same face, the same personality, and the same memories. If Mei wishes, we can have those past memories again. Enough. Mei interrupted her with an angry scolding, the more you act like this, the more you remind others that you and Lia are completely different. Do you want me to tell you what she would do in her place? Oh. Hairsker of Corrosion was indeed interested. But Mei just said coldly, it's a pity that this kind of conversation will never happen, because she never disappoints. You try your best to pretend to be her, and insult her time and time again, just for you own. Just to activate a weapon that has long been ineffective against Kevin moment. The atmosphere in the Ferris wheel car was freezing. The Hairsker of Corrosion became even more silent. Mei Yi continued, that is the only thing you are afraid of, and it is the only weapon in the King of Music that can completely eliminate you. The order to make everything in the paradise of the past cease to exist, its activation condition is neither unanimous approval nor the minority obeying the majority. It's Alicia's will, right? The dominance of Kevin's arms model 666. You tried so hard to imitate Alicia's appearance, isn't it just to take it away? Anna, a. The Hairsker of Corrosion laughed wildly, and she no longer had to pretend. Mei Yi, you are such a smart girl. Yes, I really didn't expect that Velvet, a rare genius in the world, would leave me such a great gift even after disappearing. Deleting the entire paradise of pasts with one click. It's really a grand invention. But, so what? Mei, you seem to have made a mistake. I'm not trying to take the lead, but I'm trying to create. Alicia is indeed the only condition for activating this weapon against Kevin, but now, her original form and spirit have been destroyed. If anyone else has a chance to control it, that person must be me. I have enough patience to take over control of it little by little. Before that, I also have a long time to erode every plant, tree, insect, and beast in the paradise. When that time comes, Mei Yi, guess what kind of ending I will give to everyone in the paradise? Click. The Ferris wheel made a soft sound. Stopped. The sky was gloomy, and I didn't know what was brewing. Mei still stared at her, thinking about her words. This is a lie. If it is true, then there is no need for the Hairsker of Corrosion to entangle with her or test her repeatedly. Whatever the reason. Hairsker of Corrosion's unusual words and deeds point to one fact, she is afraid. Fear of something that has not happened yet but is fatal. Think of this. Mei also made up her mind. Now the hairsker of corrosion must be convinced that she has discovered the flaw that will shock her. Then, with this only chance, go all in. The hairsker of corrosion also stared at Mei Yi. You are silent, are you thinking of some rebuttal? Or, do you finally agree with my point of view? Mei replied, I was just thinking, you really shouldn't delete Alicia's memory, even if it's not to survive, but simply for yourself. Data does not lie. You know this better than anyone else. So, as long as you carefully read her life, you will realize. Even if you could replicate her appearance, imitate her mannerisms, and repeat her every word, you wouldn't be her. It will never be her. Accompanied by the sound of thunder. The darkness is rolling, growing like a shadowy dream. In the endless darkness, Mei Yi slowly stood up, like waking up from a long dream. This experience has been engraved into every stage of her life. She stretched out her hand toward the light. Everything around me appears again. She remembered that just now she couldn't help but attack the hairsker of corrosion on the Ferris wheel. And the next moment, it became like this. Oh, look what you've done. The voice of the hairsker of corrosion came from behind. I immediately became alert. There's no need to be so defensive about me. To be honest, I have no intention of arguing with you right now. Mei Yi, don't you even have the common sense not to perform dangerous actions at high altitudes? I don't want to have the experience of falling from a high altitude again in my life. Forget it, just think you are impatient. Anyway, now we have arrived at our destination, are you satisfied? Mei looked around. I immediately understood the meaning of her words. Here is the small island shrouded in fog. The hairsker of corrosion walked towards her step by step. This is the island shrouded in mist, and it is also the place where all doubts end. You think so, right? Unfortunately, as you can see, there is nothing here. It has already become my possession, and the answer you want to find. I'm pretty sure they never existed in the first place. This is impossible. Mei Yi blurted out her denial. The hairsker of corrosion said in surprise, Mei Yi, when did you become so trusting of her? This is not like you. Did you really have no doubt at all? The truth she revealed to you that day was actually still reserved. Mei Yi replied, I will naturally reveal the answer to this question, but not now, let alone with you. I know what you want to do, and I won't give you any chance to explore her past. Fake. Hear this. Many people on Teyvat continent felt happy instantly, and Tian Taishui was even more impressed. Wendy, what a great scold. As expected of Mei Yi. Nazada, that's so right. It just touched my heart. Funina, I'm so happy. I feel so happy when I hear this. Paimon, well done. She's really good at scolding. It's time for her to break her defense now. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, yes, this sentence looks a bit like me, that's how it should be. Zhongli, in terms of universality, language should be so sharp. Xinhai, although, I still want to say, well written. Thunder movie, it's my previous life, that's how it should be. Eightfold Divine Sun, is this your previous life again? Thunder movie, watch your exposure carefully, in the exposure screen. The hairsker of corrosion was also stunned for a few seconds by the words fake. But she still tried hard to maintain Alicia's character, but her defenses were already broken. After the previous battle, I thought Mei had learned to be smart and never challenge an invincible enemy. That's the wisdom of survival, isn't it? I snorted coldly, really? But I remember that we should not have reached this conclusion. Hairsker of corrosion, are you really as invulnerable as you declare? The hairsker of corrosion has already planned this. It stepped back directly, oh, well, if Mei has to endure some hardships before she learns to be good, I can only provide some love education. Saying that, he directly summoned dozens of monsters. These monsters surrounded Mei Yi from all directions. Let me declare in advance that this time, I will not show mercy. I ignored her at all. Instead, she is accumulating her own strength. These monsters are not a threat to her. Now what she has to do is one knife. Cut it off. He shouted in his heart. A strike carried by thunder split the earth in two from top to bottom, leaving a huge crack in which the ice blue data flow flashed away. The hairsker of corrosion was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Yi said calmly, it seems that my guess is correct, the erosion effects ring, the paradise of the past is no longer as stable as it used to be. As long as I master the skills and open a rift in the data space, I can do such a thing. Hairsker of Corruption asked, what's the point? Mei Yi stared at her and smiled, why, you seem to care about it. The Hairsker of Corrosion blinked and said nothing more. Mei Yi continued, I have always been curious about what Kyunja did to make such a cautious hibernator like you have to change his plan and end up personally. Based on what I know about him, there is only one possibility, that man will only take the most direct and effective method, violence. Since the paradise has become the medium of your existence, then its damage will naturally translate into damage to you, right? The Hairsker of Corrosion said in surprise, can you think of so much with just a few words? Mei Yi, no wonder everyone says you are more suitable for the Hairsker of Reason. As long as I keep causing damage to the paradise space, my power will be weakened. Oh, a one-person wheel battle? What an interesting idea. But... She casually stretched out 3 fingers and lightly traced them in front of her eyes, and the huge cracks just disappeared. Such a blow, should use 100% of your strength, right? Mei Yi, are you confident in your physical strength? It's hard to say who will collapse from exhaustion first. Mei Yi responded coldly, as the only existence in the paradise that cannot be corroded, you know exactly what kind of threat I can pose to you. Alicia has been missing for some time, but only half of the Yingxia have been corrupted. Judging from your strong desire to control, this is probably not a plan, but a plan. Learning from strength, I don't know what price it takes to erode a determined soul. It may be energy or time, but it must not be an easy task. What's more, now that you have chosen to become Alicia, this should be a double-edged sword for you. In order to not break away from her identity, your actions will be subject to many restrictions. Even so, in order to maintain the dominance of Model 666, you have to do this. That's why you took the initiative to show up and join in with me. Only by holding back me, a potential threat more dangerous than 1,000 calamities, can you have a chance to continue your plan. Department bang 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 bang. The Hairsker of Corrosion applauded Mei, it's a very reasonable guess, but, it only goes so far. Alas, it seems that I really shouldn't talk to you too much. If this continues, I'm afraid that all the trump cards will really be handed to Mei Yi. But, even if you discover more of my weaknesses in 5.1, you can't stop me from encroaching on the paradise. The gap in strength is still irreparable, isn't it? Mei Yi folded his arms and smiled, maybe, but at least at this moment, my goal has been achieved. You are not omniscient and omnipotent, nor are you invincible, you can prove it. Full point is enough. Don't you realize it yet? Just as we were talking, the aftermath of the blow just now has spread to every corner of the paradise. Those 2 people with special identities in the paradise cannot miss this message, and now. The response is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a light lit up in the distance. Dazzling white light enveloped everything. Fortunately, I'm not too late. So, let's start over, Hairsker of Corrosion. Hear this sound. Everyone was stunned. Narukami Taisha Shrine. Ye Shenzi exclaimed, Sakura? It's her voice. Why did she appear? Isn't she dead? She cares very much about Sakura. In other words, countless people in the entire Teyvat continent care about it very much. She is the main reason why Inazuma's mysterious god stays in Inazuma, and also his wish to watch the sacred cherry tree. Moreover, in the previous memories, Sakura's death can be said to be very hasty. Everyone only knows that Kevin failed to fulfill his promise to her. Only in the next life did I come under this sacred cherry tree. Etc. Ye Shenzi looked at Lin Hao in surprise, isn't it true that my previous life was actually Sakura? Lin Hao did not answer. Ye Shenzi shook his head, these are not important, and I have no memory of my previous life. What I am concerned about now is, why did Sakura show up? Didn't she meet Erika on the first day? Did you disappear together? He was even regarded as a murderer by Yingji. She was wondering. The exposure picture in the sky also changed. Chapter 97. The scene came to the night when Alicia disappeared. In the archives room. Alicia pleadingly said to Sakura, just think of it as my request, don't do that, okay? Sakura asked, what's wrong, Alicia? You seem to have something to say to me. In the hazy darkness, Sakura's expression could not be seen clearly. But the weapon hanging on her waist now had such a clear outline. Alicia replied, I'm just a little worried, in the paradise, there should be no need for you to use the 7 thunders of purification, right? Here, there will be no betrayers of The answer was a silence. After a long time, Jo Yuki sounded from another pipe. Alicia, I just want to verify one thing. As for what will happen next, I'm sorry, I can't make a promise yet. Alicia readily agreed to Sakura's request. Well, okay. Of course I welcome whispers between girls. Then, what do you want? What do you know? Sakura said, it's about a girl. I want to hear the answer from your mouth. You may avoid it, but you will never lie. Only you will give priority to this situation, whether it is fair to me to continue to remain silent. Her tone was so understated and so creepy. As people who are used to separation between life and death, they all understand that the heavier the grief, the calmer it appears. Due to my experiences during my lifetime, I am the one with the most cognitive deficits in my memory. Fortunately, everyone can communicate with each other, so there is no inconvenience and there are few misunderstandings. Except for one thing, for a long time, I always fell into the exact same dream, where apart from a desolate void, there was only a girl sitting alone, crying with hatred. Perhaps due to memory loss, I can never remember who she is. Whenever I walk in front of her, I suddenly wake up from my dream. This kind of dream shows no sign of disappearing at all, but appears more and more frequently. It's obviously been so long since I learned. From the time when I learned that Ling was killed as the Hairscar of corrosion. She finally spoke. What? Alicia was completely shocked. It's obviously been so long. 23? Sakura, you. Only then did she realize that Sakura had already known the truth. Sakura nodded slightly. Yet. I've always known it. Alicia's eyes widened. How come, when did it start? You never said. Is that so? Sakura, when everyone was keeping secrets from you out of good intentions, were you doing the same thing? Sakura said, not everyone has good intentions. Let me know the possible consequences of this matter. Everyone has different conclusions in their minds. However, some people just don't want me to feel sad, just like you. 188, Sakura looked at Alicia, who was speechless for a moment. It's surprising, isn't it? Alicia shook her head quickly. No, Sakura, you never surprise me. I just don't want to see you face such painful choices again. Yes. Sakura will feel extremely uncomfortable just thinking about it. What a painful choice. I can't accept letting it go, but revenge has also lost its meaning. Who else can I seek revenge from? To the murderers who died thousands of years ago? Or to Ali, who has also passed away and left behind 10 strands of memories? Eden always said that he wishes time would last forever at this moment, but I am the one who wants time to stop the most. Some things should stop abruptly so that such beautiful moments can continue to be preserved. Once we move into the future, everything will be involved in chaos and pushed to some unpredictable ending. In my opinion, Honkai is such an existence. No one has ever really made a mistake, but they have to lose everything. I'm not a special case. Alicia felt very heavy and regretful. I'm sorry, I should have noticed it earlier. Sakura said, Alicia, don't show that apologetic look. I chose to hide it from everyone. Ling. She has been my whole life for a long time. So when I learned the truth of the incident by chance, I was indeed filled with hatred. Those things I said before are just useless truths. To this day, even though I can understand it rationally, my sensibility still refuses to accept it. Even though I have long lost the target of my revenge, I still have to endure the torture of this impulse. Perhaps like Kyunja, if I seek revenge against everything, my pain can be somewhat alleviated. Alicia quickly said, but you didn't do that. So, you asked Velvet to repair it, actually to retrieve the sealed memory. She cast her gaze on Sakura's waist, where the god's key was hanging. Sakura nodded. Well, I want to get the answer to free myself from it, but what is sealed by the commandments, is only the memory of when I swung the sword to the same kind of people, so it won't help. On the contrary, here, through this wonderful typewriter, I have access to some memories that do not belong to me, including the memory of that night when I said goodbye to you. Mention what happened at that time. Alicia regretted even more. It's a pity, we should have left earlier. Sakura was silent for a while, and then said again, Alicia, what if I told you that I was the one who concealed something at that time? Before Ling was taken away by the fire chaser moth, I originally had the opportunity to take her away. But Ling rejected me. Alicia's eyes widened. what did you say? How could? Sakura continued, although she is still a child in my eyes, as a matter of fact, that is no longer the case. Linja, like everyone else, grew up watching a world full of disasters. She quickly understood her own situation. She was even more worried about her own uncertainty than the fire chaser moth. Although she was scared, she believed that the measures taken by fire chaser moth were not unfounded. She was taken away voluntarily and did not let others take greater risks because of herself. This was her choice. And, she also believes that Mei will make the right judgment in the end. Even if Honkai is such an unreasonable existence, we, humans, can also have the opportunity to control it. Own by duty, by mercy. Alicia said, she is an amazing child. At that time, didn't you agree with her decision? Sakura nodded, yes, that's why, we had our farewell and everything that happened after that. The moment I retrieved this memory, I realized, the girl who often appeared in my dreams was not someone else, but Number 92. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. I think that pain and hatred are the echoes that the bell left in my heart, but this is my misunderstanding. Just like I mistakenly thought that I was always protecting Ling, when I decided to go against her original intention to rescue her, our relationship had already been reversed. So, she is actually protecting me. The one who can't leave her, is me. For this reason, I can never let people take revenge on their own. A fusion warrior like me, once he loses his rationality and cannot be independent, the only ending is to become an existence that is no different from the hairsker. And this is tantamount to putting everything Ling has worked hard to prove to shame. I can't let her down again. Even though she was so good at hiding her feelings, the helplessness in her voice still spilled out uncontrollably. I am a sister after all. I have to be a good role model, right? Alicia looked at her with heartache. She couldn't imagine how hard Sakura must have worked in the past. In an instant, Alicia realized that the girl in front of her had never been relieved. During the 50,000 years in the paradise of past, no one else could imagine what a long and miserable battle she had fought in her heart. So, Alicia, I just want to ask you for one thing. I want to know my true ending. After deciding to go against Ling's wishes, at the end of my life, did I make the right choice again? Alicia was silent, looking at Sakura, recalling how she defended her pride as a sister with her life. And how did the girl who was unfortunately chosen by Honkai prove her perseverance with a moment of miracle in the end? BB. Are you still willing to trust me? Like you used to. A cloud slowly floated across the sky, and was about to pass in front of the bright moon. The surrounding area darkened at this time. Alicia took 2 steps forward and hugged her gently. Sakura didn't make a sound, she just let her body lose its strength and fell into the opponent's neck. You all did the best you could. I don't know who made the last sob. After that, I was speechless for a while. This moment. Everyone knew about Sakura's past and everything that happened at that time. I also understand how gentle and strong Sakura is. Funina looked at this scene and sighed in her heart, 50,000 years, and I can hardly hold on for 500 years, Sakura, I can understand you. Lei's movie is also the most empathetic, I have stagnated since I lost my true feelings. Sakura, why can you suffer alone for 50,000 years? One after another people expressed emotion. One after another felt the pain in Sakura's heart. This moment. They also understood one thing. That's why Kevin's descendants will stick to the sacred cherry tree. If you look closely, this Sakura is very similar to Inazuma's Yigoma Yaji. Wendy, if I were Kevin, I would also look at Sakura's smile in the next life under this cherry blossom tree. Zhongli, at this moment, I also understand the state of mind of Lord Lin Hao. Even if he dies, I still want to see your smile. Ye Shenzi, actually, Sakura is my previous life, right? Lin Hao came here just to see me? I see. Nazada, looking at it now, it is indeed the case. Paimon, alas. Ying Ying has suffered so much. 50,000 years. If she dies, I will protect her. Fluorescent colon. Barbara, then Lord Barbados also likes to sit on the big tree in Fenki land all year round, is it also to wait? Zhongli, no, he is just lazy. Wendy, we are talking about Sakura and Lord Lin Hao. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, this perseverance has already surpassed love. I admire Lord Lin Hao. Kamizato Ayaka, I want to see cherry blossoms, I want to see the symbol in cherry blossom eyes, cherry blossoms of hope. Hu Tao, I knew that the cherry blossoms in Lord Lin Hao's eyes must have been seen by Sakura. Xiaogong, wait a minute. No wonder Lord Yazhong can make troubles around Godmaster Lin Hao as he pleases. Is it because Godmaster Lin Hao is also happy to see this scene? Ye Shenzi, that's how it is. No wonder he keeps staring at me. His eyes are so cold. It makes me uncomfortable to stare at him. Thunder movie, you have to be delusional. Everyone was discussing and speculating. But the heavenly exposure continues. I don't know how much time passed, but the emotions of the two gradually stabilized. Alicia said softly, thank you for sharing these things with me. I never thought that you would reveal your feelings to others like you do now. Sakura said, maybe it's because you can't be simply classified as someone else. In other words, this can be regarded as a kind of retaliation. Alicia asked doubtfully, tell me back? Did I do something wrong? Sakura shook her head, no, this is not irony. In fact, I also concealed another thing from you. Because of Yasha's fusion factor, I have a different sense of breath than ordinary people. No. In the Promised Land, the particularity of memory further amplifies this ability. In those chaotic areas where memories are entangled, apart from Ling. I also captured your ending. Alicia asked, it's a very beautiful ending, right? 357. Sakura replied, I am not the owner of memories. What I can detect through the breath are only the subtle emotions of the people involved. So, I believe it must be a very beautiful ending. It is indeed my regret to leave this world before you. Sorry, it's a little weird to say that. Forget it, I just want to know if I could also witness your ending, would I become completely different? Alicia said with a smile, look what you said, I am not the kind of person who is willing to teach. It is precisely because you have never changed that I like you so much. Sakura nodded, that's true. And, although it's a pity, I sincerely hope that that situation will never happen. Otherwise, there will be another thing that I can't face. What do you think? Alicia. There was no response. Alicia. Still no answer. Recalling what she had just said, Sakura turned around, hoping that the other party would just make another usual joke. But at this moment, except for her, there was no one else here. This is absolutely impossible, this war king who was once called the assassin. Even the leader of the 13 heroes couldn't just disappear without a trace while completely avoiding her senses. Wait, this is... And the moment she felt a certain aura, a chilling terror also struck her. Wait until she regains consciousness. Already in darkness. In a daze, she gradually woke up from the nightmare and tried to take over her consciousness again. Did I escape? How long has passed? The extremely dangerous aura in her memory was still clinging to her body like maggots clinging to her bones at this moment. What happened later? Did Kyunja receive the message? Gotta get out of here. In the darkness, she first held her weapon to ensure that at the next moment, her slash would definitely fall on anyone who came. Don't panic, Sakura. It's me. Sakura heard the voice, and her senses expanded again. What appeared in front of her was a narrow enclosed space. The memory also wakes up, at the moment of life and death. She froze the space with a single stroke of her knife and barely escaped from the broken gap. Then, there was darkness, boundless. I've been sleeping for so long, how is it going outside? Su replied, there is no room for optimism. If nothing unexpected happens, the lawyer of corrosion of this generation has already arrived in the paradise of the past. Erosion. He said this word without any hesitation or deliberation. Therefore, with just this statement, she fully understood the current situation. How could it be so? No wonder I didn't notice. She suddenly thought of something. What about Alicia? Chapter 98. The only answer she received was a sigh. This sigh was already the answer. I understand. Su, how did you find me? Su replied, Kyunja provided the clue. Through the code you passed, he has reached here before. But unlike me, he does not have the help of the second god's key and cannot go deep into the frozen and blocked space. In addition, the message left by Velvet also points to your location. Velvi. So continued, well, I'm afraid, she has died as well. But she left a puzzle, asking me where in the paradise is an absolutely safe place. There was an abnormality in your data for a time, but it was never further eroded. Presumably this was not intentional by the hairsker. Therefore, I think there must be an answer to your current situation. Sakura understood. Do you think where I am is an absolutely safe place? Sir replied, at least we can be sure that this stagnant space created by you can indeed curb the spread of erosion. Sakura sighed, but, that's all. Is your plan to use this place as a shelter? But my sword can only stop the erosion, not eradicate it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be. It looks like this now. At this point, her voice stopped abruptly. If I had already been eroded, why did I suddenly wake up at this moment? Sakura lowered her head and found that the dark green haze that once clung to her body was gradually dissipating. Su? Where are you? I can't see you. Su replied, I am right here. It's no longer convenient for me to show up. Sakura hurriedly asked, what did you do to me? I should have been corrupted a long time ago. Su replied, I replaced some of your and my data, and transferred a part of me to your memory. I hope these safe and intact data can slow down your pain. Sakura understood instantly, but if you do this, you should have told me in advance. Su said, I am a doctor after all. I can't help but hide my true intention. Although this is not a cure, it is an unacceptable exchange. He continued, and time is tight, and I don't have time to wait for you to wake up naturally. Rather than my temporary safety, your ability to move freely is more important to the current situation. Only you have the ability to trap any existence, even for just a moment, is enough. Take it, Sakura. In the light, the mask belonging to Forget-Me-Not was returned to its owner. It has been preserved for you for thousands of eons, and it is just the right time to return it now. Sakura took the mask that was handed out, and a slight hot sting came from her fingertips. She has long been familiar with this feeling. During the years when she was a poisonous chrysalis, the man who burned like a raging fire always imprinted this temperature on the hearts of others, which was unbearably hot and would never be erased. Just like now, the last trace of warmth remains on this mask. She opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. After a long time, only 4 words fell gently to the ground. I see. No more words needed. She put on the mask and lowered her hand to the weapon on her waist again. The lingering warmth dissipated, leaving only the biting cold. So, what do you need me to do? Sir replied, after all, it was Velvet's legacy. What she left behind is a triple puzzle. Sakura asked, are there 3 solutions to the same puzzle? Sir replied, well, the answer we just came up with is only the first layer. It is simple and not the crux. The remaining 2 solutions are the key to solving the problem. So, Sakura, now I need you to reveal the second answer to the puzzle. To do this, we must. Confronting death. The exposure scene in the sky returned to Mei again. Just the scene just now made the people of Teyvat aware of Sakura's suffering and strength, and they also witnessed Yingji's wisdom. In the screen, Sakura faced the hairsker of corrosion. The previous time, if we call it a fight, it would be too far-fetched. So, let's start over, hairsker of corrosion. Mei looked at Sakura next to her in surprise. She didn't expect that she knew the truth in front of her. The hairsker of corrosion said, well, will things always turn out like this? Sakura, I obviously want you to stay out of it because I care about you. Sakura looked at Mei in confusion, obviously confused about the appearance and way of speaking of hairsker of corrosion. Mei explained, not only the appearance, but the personality is also changing to Alicia, I mean the bad side. I was surprised at first, but now it seems, the target should be the weapon named Model 666 against Kevin. She must become Alicia in order to seize the corresponding leadership. I see. Sakura also understood, is it a device for the curtain call? As for the current situation, I have learned something about it through the data circulated by Su, but it will take some time to fully understand it. Yi said in shock, data circulation? You mean, Su? Sakura said, now that the matter is over, just trust his decision. No matter what, he is known as a wise man. Sakura glanced at hairsker of corrosion again. Asked Xiang Yi again, there is only one existence like her, right? Mei Yi nodded, well, maintaining this state is not easy for her, and it seems to be a burden. Sakura faced the hairsker of corrosion again and put her hand on the weapon, then, as long as we can force her to stay here, or even kill her completely. That the hairsker of corrosion couldn't help but say, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I heard all the whispers between you. When three girls are together, it's not good to ignore one of them, and, Sakura, you interrupted a date. Me, I said coldly, really? I think this is the norm. The hairsker of corrosion still used Alicia's tone, that's really surprising. Have you ever had such an experience before? Do you want to have a good chat with me later? Sakura also said coldly, it doesn't matter if you hear it, those conversations don't need to be conducted in secret. As for the date, I'm sorry. But to me, hairsker of corrosion, you are also a special old friend. Mei looked at Sakura in surprise, not expecting that she even knew this. The hairsker of corrosion smiled and said, oh, you have become very frank. I must have liked you better that night, Sakura. Sakura frowned, remembering the conversation in the night because of the other party's words. She angrily said, please don't say such things in her tone. The hairsker of corrosion spread her hands and said helplessly, she is still so decisive. Is she so special in your hearts? So special. You don't believe that anyone can replace her? Sakura replied, after all, I'm not the only person close to her, so it's hard to make a conclusion. But at least, you don't have time to prove it. As her hand on the weapon was slightly strengthened, another aura gradually seeped out from around her, the aura that belonged exclusively to the assassin. Although I don't want to use this knife on her face. The hairsker of corrosion laughed, hee hee, it turns out that this was what she felt at that time. I finally understand. Even if you misunderstand me to this extent, I have not yet had the heart to hurt you. Since we have already met once, why do you still think that you can affect the situation? Sakura replied, I failed before because of your unexpected characteristics, but now that I know this. Even the moment, I'm afraid it can't describe the shortness of that moment. This is the ultimate moment. The weapon in her hand had already landed on the neck of the hairsker of corrosion. It doesn't seem to be difficult not to be contacted by you. Hairsker of corrosion is still not worried, it seems, a very interesting situation has arisen. Do you really not want to think about it anymore, Sakura? I can't bear to see how you are working so hard but in vain. As her tone changed, like some kind of ensemble that glimpsed the whereabouts of the conductor's baton, strange sounds resounded everywhere. The monsters that were spread all over the eternal paradise and controlled by her at will gradually began to surround them. Sakura frowned. Such a huge amount. Is it to separate himself from Mei Yi? There was no time to think too much now. We must rush to Mei's side. Just thinking about it. Then I heard Mei's voice, roar, Kurigara. Hearing the sound, Kurigara was fighting with the creatures summoned by the hairsker of corrosion. Must pass now. Sakura didn't hold back anymore. In an instant, the weapon in his hand passed through the necks of dozens of monsters in front of him. She didn't even look back and ran towards Mei Yi. It didn't take long to arrive at Yi. The hairsker of corrosion was really surprised to see her coming so quickly. But he quickly recovered. Well, could it be said that this is the fate that Alicia must bear? Obviously I have been sincere from beginning to end, but you must let me prove it. Are you willing to believe it? Moreover, it must be proved through life. Okay. The reason why I don't join the fight is really just because I can't bear it, not because I'm not sure. Since you don't believe it no matter what, I can only prove it reluctantly. It's just that this time, whose life do you think would be better to prove? The words fell. The hairsker of corrosion has already taken out his bow and arrow. Whoosh! An arrow shot out and came to Sakura in an instant. She even had time to turn her head, and the arrow had already grazed her mask and hit the building behind her. The entire building collapsed after being hit. Be careful, Miss Yi, it's definitely not beyond what Li Ji can describe. The hairsker of corrosion said proudly, how is it? Now it seems that everything I said is not so unbelievable, isn't it? Asterisk. The only thing that responded to her was Mei Yi's thunder. Obviously. Facing this eroding lore, Mei Yi has already been angered for a long time. Now with Sakura's help, it's natural to have a good fight. Well, really, you don't even want to listen to what I have to say? Then let me teach you a little lesson. The hairsker of corrosion no longer holds back. The bow and arrow in his hand fired instantly, the speed was beyond imagination. What's even more terrifying is that the hairsker of corrosion also summoned a strange-looking monster, which is also very powerful. Under attack from both. Mei and Sakura were also tired of coping. After finally getting a chance to breathe, Mei quickly asked, "Sakura, how is the situation?" Sakura replied, "I am afraid, even if it's not optimistic, it still contains an element of self-comfort." When talking in a low voice, she was still paying attention to the hairsker standing in the distance with her vigilant eyes. At this time, the hairsker of corrosion was assuming a nonchalant attitude, seemingly not worried that his opponent would take the opportunity to escape or discuss some countermeasures. "Miss Mei, what she said before is not a lie, just from the perspective of strength. Even if all the other Yingxia are present, she still has the ability to defeat us all." Mei immediately said, "Then, let's take a step back. Sakura, go find Epona. At least, I have the power to resist erosion, so it's more suitable to stay here and buy time." Sakura said, "If the strength gap is not as big as it is now, it might be possible. But now it seems that she is fully capable of stopping both of us at the same time. Miss Mei, I originally wanted to try to surprise you, but now it seems that I can only attack head-on. I have mentioned in the past that I possess a sword skill that can freeze space. Although it is not destructive in nature, with this power, I can create an opportunity, making any attack impossible. Opportunities that will fall through." Mei Yi was still worried, but, "Sakura, if it's just one blow." All the discussions between the two fell into the ears of the hairsker of corrosion. But she didn't stop. It is still up to the two to discuss countermeasures. For her now, the two people in front of her are unable to cause harm to her. MB. She was even more looking forward to the way these two people were helpless towards her. It didn't take long. The two of them had already discussed the countermeasures. They all attacked the hairsker of corrosion. The hairskers of corrosion are constantly dodging. When their attacks cannot be avoided, they will use creation to resist them. And he still looked like he was strolling. "By the way, Sakura, doesn't your sword skill have its own name? To an assassin, titles mean nothing?" This was indeed Sakura's voice. Sakura was clearly right in front of him, and she was constantly attacking with a knife. "B. Why does the sound come from the direction?" The hairsker of corrosion turned around sharply. "It's too late." Hairsker of corrosion. Both of their weapons hit the hairsker of corrosion. "Ying Gang, Wang Hao," said, with one strike of the sword, "all things are ignorant, let's call it that for the time being." Behind Mei and Sakura, hairsker of corrosion has become ice cold along with the surrounding space, and can no longer move half of it. "Forget it, pretending to be shocked is too difficult for me." Amid the shocked faces of the two, hairsker of corrosion turned around and said, "Sakura, you are so amazing, I didn't know your sword skills could do such a thing. Through fantasy, I exchanged identities and laid out the bait, and the real you launched a sneak attack on me without being guarded and completed the blockade. It's very good. Such cooperation can be achieved without any communication, I'm even a little jealous. It's a pity that my attention is always on you. As long as you can avoid the sword that freezes the space, the attack of the seven thunders of purification is not a worry." Mei also suddenly noticed something strange about Sakura. Although it's not obvious enough now, the dark green color that is gradually starting to spread from Sakura's arm, Mei is already quite familiar with it. The slash just now, can it also be regarded as a contact? Hairsker of corrosion said, "Don't be too surprised. After all, Sakura is really fast, and only by taking a little risk can I catch her accurately. No matter how you think about it, it's a good deal." As she spoke, the erosion lines began to gradually expand. Sakura sighed with emotion, "Is it just a bad move in the end?" The hairsker of corrosion. The hairsker of corrosion nodded, "That's right, hey." She suddenly realized something was wrong. "Why do I feel that there is something in your words?" Sakura looked at the green spreading on her body and said, "When I learned about this plan, I also felt that some of the links were unnecessary. But now it seems that he was right. Perhaps you are too confident in your control over the data space, it does allow you to easily see through our disguise, but it also makes you ignore another piece of equipment. The hairsker of corrosion deceives perception through illusions and completes disguise. My sword skills cannot do this, Chapter 99. In the land of past events, the only ones with this ability are the 8th God's Key, and the spiritually aware fusion warrior. Hearing what Sakura said, the hairsker of corrosion finally opened his eyes in shock for the first time. Psychic sensing type? Here. A ray of warm white light reflected in her surprised eyes, it was emerging from Mei Yi's body, completely engulfing her. Su's voice also floated out, well, Hairsker of Corrosion, this battle is never about two people attacking together, but about the main enemy attacking. Sumi mustard seeds. In just a short moment, the tearing feeling across space was spreading throughout Mei Yi's body. She forced her eyes open, but closed them again due to the blinding white light that overflowed. It's me. Only then did Mei suddenly realize, so, this is the real plan? Sakura's support is to enable you, to take me away from the Hairsker. Su replied, it seems that you have already judged the current situation, so I won't repeat it anymore. This realm is exactly the space opened up by Sakura using her sword skills. After asking Sakura to go to the battlefield, I have been here, waiting for the Hairsker of Corrosion to show a flaw. I asked, it's Weiwei's arrangement, right? Su replied, well, before that, she left me a puzzle with 3 answers, and the key to defeating the Hairsker of Corrosion lies in it. Do you think there is an absolutely safe place in Elysium? I have thought about it. Facing the Hairsker of Corrosion, this is a concept that does not exist at all. FFLX. Mei Yi recalled the pain that flashed through her mind and seemed to have guessed the answer. She said, the place that does not exist, is itself the answer. That's right. So continued, and it is a riddle that covers 3 levels of answers. It is what led me to Sakura's location. The frozen space where she hid after the attack is the first level of answers. And the second level, that is the duty left to me to fulfill. If I want to do it, I must face death like Sakura. As for the final third level, it is also the most critical one. The absolutely safe place in the paradise of the past is a place that is both within the paradise and not part of the paradise, that is. Visitor, you're thinking. I was stunned, She suddenly figured it out, it turns out that this is what Weiwei said. Because of the power of conquest, the power of the Hairsker of Corrosion cannot have an effect on me. If this characteristic can be extended to a certain space, we can have a position that is not disturbed by the enemy. And with this, launch a counterattack. But, how to do it? Su replied, this should be done by Aponia and I, each doing our best. But, right now, I can only do our best alone. Velvy left a spiral imprint in your 523 mind, and I will use this as a beacon, to recreate the operation called So 1129 here. Mei Yi was shocked. She was familiar with this surgery because it was the surgery to create memories. So continued, just like when the paradise of the past world was completed, I will let my thinking, like Ying Ji's, unfold in the paradise in the form of memory, no, in the form of memory space. Only in this way can we, welcome Alicia back. I asked, so, Su, the key to victory is still model 666, right? Su replied, yes. All efforts are to regain its dominance. If we want to defeat the lawyer of corrosion, there is no other way. Mei Yi quickly asked, no matter what you do, there is only one ending, right? At this moment, both of them were silent and the answers were clear. Su said, there is no need to pay attention to the visitors. As I told you when we first met, we are just shadows of the past, and this world is just a remnant of yesterday's scenery. The past has disappeared, and the dead no longer exist. Since they do not exist, why bother? If you ask Alicia or Eden, they will give the same answer. You'll see them soon. So smile, that's what they want. I kept taking deep breaths. Try to slow down your sadness with your breathing, and try to keep the tears from the corners of your eyes from flowing out. After a while, she forced a smile and said, I understand. So 1129, Alicia said that it was like riding a roller coaster and eating peanuts with your eyes. I will do you know if she is lying to me, is the girl I'm going to see still the same girl I know? Sol looked at her tearful smile and replied, as long as you have faith, she will never leave. Just like the birth of every memory, when your memory space expands, your joys, sorrows, and joys belong to you. Joys and sorrows will all become the yarn that weaves the world, every detail. So, go and reminisce. Recall every moment spent with her and remember every change she brought. Use your own memory to pave the way to her. Even if the data has been erased, the memory will still leave lasting traces. Take it. Through his hands, a blue crystal flower was handed to Mei Yi. The remaining 2 plants will be handed over to you from Eden. 4 keys seal a common past. The page that was supposed to be opened by you, now, let it bloom again in your memory. Mei Yi was silent for a moment, well, Of course, you know my answer. On the continent of Teyvat, countless people were shocked by Su's wisdom and Weiwei's strategy. Nazada, isn't it too fast to think that Su can achieve this level just by saying that? Wendy, yes, I think we should just let Solai be the god of wisdom. Nisida, bah. You stinking drunkard. Zhongli, in terms of universality, if Su Zhen were here, he would be a well-deserved god of wisdom. Paimon, what about Velvet? Is she a betrayer? I'm so confused when I see her. Ying, Paimon. Remember, there are no betrayers among the 13 heroes. Zhongli, this Weiwei is also a well-deserved genius and has the potential to be the god of wisdom. Nazada, what do you mean? Am I not as good as them? Wendy, hey, what do you think? Zhongli, although you are good, you lack the accumulation of time and the training of hardships like them. I admire Su, and so does Weiwei. Nisida: forget it, I want to know how the machine is doing. As she issued. In the screen. At the same time that Su Mei started to operate. A small picture-in-picture scene appeared, which was Sakura after Mei left. It seems that because of Lin Hao, Sakura's exposure is particularly high. The hairsker of corrosion stared at Sakura, so, the only purpose of your coming here is to be corroded by me. Sakura replied, with your ability, whether you can detect the moment when the 1000 Worlds 1 drive is activated and stop it. This is something Su is not sure about. But when it comes to eroding a sufficiently powerful memory, even you, have to devote a considerable amount of energy, and you may even be temporarily unable to maintain the almighty state of your body. So, Su's request to me is to face death head-on. It seems, we won the bet. Hairsker of corrosion sighed, sometimes I really can't understand you, Sakura. I just want to send her away from here. Is it necessary to act like you are trying to defeat me? Sakura replied, after I have already failed, if I are easily contacted by you again, you will definitely become suspicious, right? The hairsker of corrosion was a little helpless, it's really a big circle. But, Sakura, do you really know what you are doing? You can obviously escape, but you have to come back here again and fight hard, just to sacrifice yourself. Sakura was very calm, it doesn't matter, I have already experienced this kind of experience once. The hairsker of corrosion asked curiously, oh, is it because of my identity as the 12th hairsker? Although she and I are not the same existence, you want to use me, to make peace for the past. Make a settlement. Sakura replied, I just want you to prove something for me, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Not that long ago. When she and Alicia had a heart-to-heart talk under the moonlight, she once said whether it would be different if she witnessed Alicia's ending. It seems that after witnessing Alicia's departure, I still haven't made any changes in my ending, but, this is indeed what she once said to me. It is precisely because you have never changed that I like you so much. Come on, hairsker of corrosion, use your hands, use my death, to prove that she is right. Sakura has already used all her cards, and the area where she is now will undoubtedly be her death. But before that, CDFB, I have one more request. If you can, please make my death more painful? The hairsker of corrosion didn't even understand what her request meant. Sakura continued, do whatever you can to make me feel hopeless, regretful, and helpless. In this way, I can know how incompetent I was. Only you know how I kept my pride as a sister in the end. The hairsker of corrosion, who knew all the data, naturally knew that what Sakura was talking about was about pre-civilization. She just wanted to go through similar feelings, the way she felt when her body was dead. Sakura, you still can't let go. Sakura replied, never and never. The hairsker of corrosion asked, even so, you still have to stand here, blocking me, and you are not willing to listen to your heart, continue to live. What answered her was the blade being slowly raised. And that line, never, and never. Bo. Sakura's memory was also completely devoured. Nazada regretted it. You shouldn't say you want to see how Sakura is doing. She forgot that Sakura had this kind of personality, and it was normal for her to make such a request in order to protect her sister's pride. Suddenly, she also wanted to go to Inajima to see the sacred cherry tree. And the other side. In the pure land of one mind. Lake Yunkin's face had already been filled with tears, and she didn't even notice that she was crying. Tate. Sakura perfectly interpreted the meaning of these two words. It also made Lei Qianqing understand Zhen's thoughts and recalled Zhen's love for her. General, take me to Narukami Taisha Shrine. I want to see the cherry blossoms. Hear her request. General Thunder replied, don't worry, wait until I see what the Hairsker of Corrosion wants to do. Ha! Lei Qian was confused. This Thunder and Lightning General didn't listen to her? Then he looked over carefully. Hey! General, just look at it and don't pull out the Naginata. General Thunder said without any emotion, I just want to kill people subconsciously, don't worry about it. Lei movie. She also looked at the sky curiously. What made General Thunder and Lightning angry? In the exposure screen. It will take some time for Mei Yi to undergo surgery. Therefore, the perspective has switched to the Hairsker of Corrosion. With the Hairsker of Corrosion letting out a long sigh, all of Sakura's data was finally taken back by her. For Sakura, the last moment passed like this, never to be seen again. Complex. After silently calculating the time he needed in his mind, the Hairsker of Corrosion did not set off immediately, but slowly began to weave a beautiful illusion for Sakura. My sister who is safe and sound, the world has not collapsed, the afternoon when the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. This did not cost her too much time. Like every Yingxia, what Sakura really wanted to achieve could only be described in a small way. In the era they lived in, any desire beyond this limit would have seemed too unrealistic. And just this little bit, they have never gotten it. Okay, Sakura, wouldn't it be kinder to live like this? I really don't understand. Since she and I are both Alicia, the purpose is to enable you to survive. Including self-preservation, rather than sacrificing yourself, it should be called the best of both worlds. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Okay, in order not to let everything I just did go to waste, Sakura, I have to hurry up. Although in order to maintain perfection, I shouldn't admit it, but, their guess is correct, it is indeed a method that can eliminate me. But don't worry, we will be fine. Finish these. The Hairsker of Corrosion continued to devour the paradise. Wherever it passed, all defense mechanisms were deleted, and some buildings, all kinds of data would be devoured. Finally, she came to an anchor point. Mei Yi, I'm going to catch you. Cross the anchor point. For a moment, an unknown sadness suddenly hit her, almost knocking her to the ground. At this moment, she, who was the most powerful in the paradise of the past, could hardly control herself because of this sudden emotion. Is this Alicia's feelings? What happened? Wait until she calms down a bit. The reason was immediately confirmed. A huge birdcage rose from the ground, confining her and 10 other people in it. It turns out it's you. Cosmo, have you made the same choice as Kyunja? Desperate at all costs, just to stand on my opposite side. You didn't accept Velvet's thought segmentation. Now that you're here to liberate your excess weight and super transformation, then you really won't have anything left. Cosmo just turned his back to her. He said coldly, it is useless to talk more, Hairsker, this will not become your hunting ground. The Hairsker of Corrosion is still playing the role of Alicia. What a callous and ruthless title. Have you heard everything about me? Including my invincible Cosmo. The Hairsker of Corrosion said happily, judging from the expression, it is indeed the case. Since you know that there is no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation with me, then you are also trying to create a new life for Mei Yi. Did you create an opportunity? Cosmo replied, not trying, I'm afraid you can't go any further, Hairsker of Corrosion. The Hairsker of Corrosion asked him to say the following words, before you fall completely. Cosmo nodded. The Hairsker of Corrosion really didn't understand, it's like this again, let's forget about others. But, Cosmo, from what I know about you, the so-called self-sacrifice is probably your most because of the unacceptable situation. Now, you have to do this yourself, does it really matter? D***. Just looking at Cosmo's look, she knew that it would be useless to say more. He could only sigh with emotion, it's really ironic. I should be a villain, but I have to force you to live again and again. Cosmo said coldly, of course, the Hairsker of Corrosion, I look more like a villain, right? Chapter 100. He then released his excess weight, transformed into a monster, and charged towards the Hairsker of Corrosion. The Hairsker of Corrosion lamented, why is it like this? Cosmo, look at it, you've become like this, you can't even speak. That's what she said. But the movement of his hand was extremely cruel, and several arrows hit Cosmo instantly. The power of erosion instantly covered it, and the green haze completely enveloped the monster. Wrong. Erosion efficiency, slowed down? The hairsker of corrosion stares at the monster and can block the opponent's attack with a wave of his hand. Soon, it realized the reason. Cosmo. Is this your real purpose? Simply letting yourself enter the super heavy transformation and increasing your strength is really meaningless in front of me. But Vishnu's instinct to devour also works against erosion. In other words, from the beginning, you have been devouring yourself. No, although it does slow things down, it can't really stop me, it's just. Under the obstruction of this characteristic, the erosion process will be extremely long, and in its opinion, the time that was originally more than enough, if it is delayed here, even if it is 100 times more abundant, it may not be enough. This is an absolutely unacceptable risk. It couldn't help but start to think, Alicia, if it were you, what would you do? As soon as she changed her mind, she stopped thinking like this. Cosmo, forgive me. Everyone I love has obviously gained eternal and beautiful life in my body. If you are allowed to continue, it will be equivalent to pushing them into death again. Is this what two evils feels like? At least now. I understand how you feel. If this is the path you choose, it finally decided to use the power that could solve everything easily, that is, it only used it once. I'm sorry, but for everyone, I can only delete you completely. Just this moment. The Cosmo in front of him disappeared instantly. It was crying and said sadly, I promise you, after everything is over. The words have not yet fallen. Cosmo's super heavy transformation jumped out again to block it. Cosmo. The sadness disappeared instantly. Rather, it was just imitating someone, with no real emotion revealed. While it was avoiding Cosmo's attack. Checked with ease. Oh, could it be like this? The data has indeed disappeared, but isn't it necessarily due to deletion? At this moment, it understood everything. I couldn't help but sigh, sure enough, it's really lifelike. It seems that I did miss a lot of things during the time when Sakura made me unable to know everything. It charged up an arrow and shot it out. Needless to say, even if the opponent is not the overweight and super transformed Cosmo, this is a shot that should have failed. The place it points to is too casual, and it seems to have a sense of self-destruction. But this meaningless attack made it chuckle as expected. Okay, come out, I never promised to be your model. At the point where the arrow feathers landed, like a spark falling on the paper, the world in its eyes was torn apart just as it imagined. Gracio's figure was also exposed. No wonder Sister Grace's temperament has changed drastically. No wonder his data has disappeared from the beginning, but he can still fight with me. It turns out that Kos has already become one of your paintings. Right? Gradius. Gracie didn't answer it. The hairsker of corrosion can only use his own ability to check these data and browse what happened at that time. Soon, the situation at that time appeared before its eyes. In order to prevent people from getting close to Mei, under the notification of Hua, Cosmo, and Gradio, who knew the whole thing, followed Cosmo's suggestion and asked Gradio to draw all his data to create a different and stronger one. Cosmo in hero form, used to block it. But in the end, Hua didn't use Uduchin to deceive Gracio, and the painting Gracio made also used Cosmo's own colors, even though she knew it was a person who killed her with her own hands. Dead Cosmo. The hairsker of corrosion exclaimed, so, although it looks strange, the Cosmo just now is what he really looks like, and he also said that he is not a duplicitous person. Although he did not expect Gracio's willfulness, Cosmo's plan still did not fail. The reason for this kind of mistake is that Cosmo does not understand his true self. The awareness he claimed he had never understood was actually deeply engraved in his heart. The boy who longs to be a hero is actually a real hero already. The hairsker of corrosion understood this. He also understood this, and then looked at Gracio, but, Gracio, since you know everything, why do you still appear in front of me? Aren't you worried that you will fail his intentions? Cosmo. But I stayed here so that you wouldn't have to sacrifice. Gracio replied, because I can't leave. Hairsker of corrosion said, that's right, I shouldn't ask that, the reason is too obvious. If Cosmo could see the current situation, I'm afraid he would also feel very relieved. 11. The glow he got from Hen, hasn't it been passed on? Okay, then, little Gradio. I will take his place, and take good care of you. It walked towards Gradius step by step. The Cosmo who had just been deleted reappeared, desperately trying to stop its approach. Even though the real body no longer existed, his will to protect still did not die. Cosma, don't try to stop me anymore. It's taken me so long and I won't leave with nothing. The arrows in its hand were dealing with Cosma. Part of it still landed on Graciu's location, and even though there was protection against it, it was still slowly eroding her. Strangeness. This feeling is. At this moment, it finally understood that what Gradius just said about not being able to leave was not because he wanted to maintain Cosmo's painting. The meaning was much simpler. There is no doubt that she does not have the special characteristics of Cosmo. She should be able to completely erode with just a slight touch. But why? Why does it not feel the unusually obvious sense of gain after erosion at this time? It came up with the answer, did you paint yourself into that painting? Graciu said, in the end, it was another person who made the choice for him. This is what Cosmo said, right? Then of course there should be another person in this painting. Since everyone says that I am a blank piece of paper, then Cosmo shouldn't mind if I use myself as a canvas, right? The hairsker of corrosion made an angry sound. Most of the originally abundant time has been used to erode a painting. It failed to obtain any data from Yingzhi's memory, and even the power contained in it was wiped out by its own hands in the battle just now. How could this not make it irritating? The hairsker of corrosion asked, then, where is Gradius? Since the Greeksiu in front of him is only in the painting, his original body must be somewhere. Graciu replied, of course, it's the same as Cosmo. The hairsker of erosion cannot understand it, and it is really impossible for it to be born from a heliocentric sphere. Gradio, since you have drawn him, then, is this your own decision? Just to make me unable to continue chasing, you are not willing to waste your life in vain. Graciu looked at it with confusion, chasing? What does that mean? Cosmo, although he has always said that he is afraid of being alone, I just don't want him here in the painting. I am also alone. This moment. The anger that Hairsker had been trying to suppress finally burst out. It almost broke through its body as Alicia. With an almost brutal attitude, she completely annihilated Gracie's disappearing form together with the fading painting. This moment. In the pure land of one mind. Lei Movie also directly pulled out his dream and struck it towards the sky without mercy. General Thunder said coldly, didn't you tell me to put away my weapon? Lake Yunja said, I just asked you to put it away, I did it myself. Narukami Taisha Shrine. I heard the Wuxiang knife coming from Daozhu City. Ye Shenzi smiled slightly and said, it seems, my god is also angry. I guess, he won't be able to sit still and will come out soon. Then, she looked at Lin Hao, this is Honkai, is this the Hairsker? In your previous life, you have been fighting against the Hairsker like this, no, more cruel and ruthless than this. Lin Hao nodded, yes. Ye Shenzi was silent. Before. She couldn't understand Lin Hao or why Kevin was so obsessed. But now it's completely different. After seeing these scenes, even a heart made of stone will be touched, right? Liu. Zhongli frowned. The anger towards the Hairsker has reached its peak. But he can still endure it, after all, he is surrounded by ordinary people. He has attracted attention if he could not hold back before, but now he must hold back forcibly. It turns out. Hairsker of corrosion felt sad at that time. Was it because the dead Alicia realized that the two children had sacrificed themselves? He couldn't confirm and could only continue to look down. In the sky screen, countless attacks are flying across the sky. The exposure continues. After the Hairsker of corrosion annihilated all the paintings. The unhappiness in my heart has not dissipated. Before that, the reasons why others chose to sacrifice themselves seemed absurd enough to it. Monty. Just because of this more ridiculous reason, you are going to give up your lives so easily. Face its questioning. Hua's voice came over, buying time, this is the only thing we, as data, can do in front of you. And these two children have done their best and done their best. Hairsker of corrosion looked at her. It seems to want to understand everything that seems meaningless to it. Requesting flowers, Zero, so, it was you who brought them here as paintings, Hua. Its tone was a little strange, an emotion close to exhaustion and helplessness. It even aroused curiosity, what does that painting look like? Can you let me see it too? Hua replied, it's too late, you just eroded the painting with your own hands. I know. Can you describe it to me? I'm just curious. Recalling Gracie's last work, Hua fell into deep thought for a moment. On the painting made of black and grey, there were only countless lines blooming, as if they were just children's scribblings. She didn't know the technique used by Gracie, and couldn't explain its meaning. But for some reason, that scene reminded Hua of a scene he had accidentally seen in reality. That was the question that Gradius once asked Cosmo. Cosmo. What does Sugwang mean? Cosmo replied, let's use your seal to explain it. The stars you can see in the sky, the so-called rising light is the light emitted by the one closest to us. Gracia was curious, does that mean it's not special at all? Cosmo shook his head slightly and said firmly, no, it is very special, although it can't illuminate anything because it comes too early. But when people see it, they will know that since the stars are all over the sky, then there will be countless rays of light coming, sooner or later. Hua took a deep breath. To describe it in words is beyond my ability. Moreover, I'm afraid you are not the viewer that Gradius expected. The Hersker of Corrosion took a deep breath, so, Hua. You must also feel the same emotions I felt when I deleted Cosmo? The feeling of sending your companions to death with your own hands. It's not a pleasant experience, right? Hualang said, this is not sadness, but the respect I must give them. Next, it will be my turn to complete my mission. Mission. Hersker of Corrosion's emotion disappeared instantly and asked, oh, Hua, that is the so-called original plan? What on earth is that? Hua assumed a fighting stance. I will reveal to you the true meaning behind their sacrifices. The Hersker of Corrosion just snorted coldly. A casual move. Countless monsters responded to its call and quickly gathered towards Hua. And it itself hurried away in a certain direction. Obviously. I don't want to delay this any longer. It seems that the exposure system has noticed the anger of the people in Teyvat continent, or there are simply too many people attacking it. The perspective also switches from Hersker of Corrosion to Hua. It's like, I don't dare to let everyone experience killing someone they know with their own hands. In the screen. Hua also didn't expect the Hersker of Corrosion to run away directly. She wanted to catch up. But because there were too many monsters, they were quickly stopped. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. The deaths of Gracie and Cosma cannot be in vain. To this end, she decisively used Daozhu's zero-rated power in an attempt to shuttle her consciousness through the bodies of these monsters. Transferring one's conscious thoughts into the enemy's body, in the paradise of past, means that one's own entity will dissipate accordingly. However, when she looked back, she found that her body was still where it was. What's going on? Is it the clone left behind by the key of consciousness? Forced by a certain sense of crisis, she quickly let her thoughts return to it. He opened his eyes and looked at the monster that had just besieged him again. They all entered the state of being controlled by me? But I clearly failed to do it. Forget it, it is a beneficial change after all, so just continue to pursue the Hersker of Corrosion. With this idea in mind, Hua quickly shuttled among the monsters. And soon caught up with the Hersker of Corrosion. This made her feel incredible. A little more bulk around. What's even more strange is that the monsters that were once commanded by the Hersker of Corrosion are falling silently at the opponent's feet. The arrows still stuck in their bodies showed that a fierce battle had taken place here before. It was attacked by its companions. Hua guessed in his mind. The Hersker of Corrosion also turned around and glanced over Hua's body, seemingly not paying attention to her at all, with several sad and lonely expressions on his face. In the past, this expression occasionally appeared on Alicia's face, but for various reasons, people only thought it was a disguise. Just like at this moment, Hua also couldn't understand where the loneliness came from for the lawyer of erosion. You're here, Hua. What's wrong with them? They shouldn't do this, right? It obviously refers to these dead monsters around. It said with a sad tone, I love you so much, and I love them so much. Tell me, Hua, if some people you love deeply, but you have to hurt other people you love. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.